Chapter 1. Someone come. Someone come. Young master has committed suicide by slitting his wrists. Someone come. When Yi Xian woke up, he found himself lying on a large bed. Ugh, my head is so dizzy. Yi Xian sat up. At this time, waves of pain came from his wrist, causing him to frown. He looked at his left wrist and saw that it was wrapped up like a dumpling. F***, what is this? Yi Xian was a little confused, but he could feel that his left wrist was injured. However, in the next moment, his eyes suddenly widened. He felt that there was suddenly a lot of things in his head. They were memories. Profound Sun Empire, Namlin County, Lianyan City, Yi family's young master, Yi Xian. This memory stimulated his brain, causing him to grit his teeth and let out a hoarse scream from his throat. After a long while, the bulging veins on his forehead disappeared. What's going on? Did I transmigrate? Yi Xian felt the memories in his mind and hurriedly climbed out of bed to look at himself in the mirror. He found that the owner of this body looked exactly like him. Even the black pigment deposits under the sun were the same. He vaguely remembered what happened before he transmigrated. At that time, he was still reading a novel on a website called Palm Reading when the lights on the ceiling suddenly began to flicker, like something big was about to happen in a movie. However, what happened in the next moment was still fresh in his memory. The lights on the ceiling suddenly went out, followed by the 30-inch monitor in front of him that he spent a lot of money to buy. It started to suck in things like a vacuum cleaner. The instant noodle cup, mouse, keyboard, and phone were all sucked in by the monitor. In the end, even Yi Xian was not spared. He could clearly hear the hiss of the current, which was extremely ear-piercing. Did I really transmigrate? Or am I dreaming? Yi Xian was a little uncertain. Just as he was about to pinch himself to see if he was dreaming, a series of footsteps suddenly came from outside the door, followed by a petite figure. Young master, you're awake. The speaker was a young girl who was about 12 or 13 years old. She was slender and elegant, and her face was so delicate that it seemed to be made by nature. Yi Xian had just turned around when a memory surfaced in his mind. This was his personal maid, Luer. Before Yi Xian could say anything, he suddenly felt as if his stomach was being pierced by thousands of needles. The pain was so sudden that he almost fainted from the pain. Now, Yi Xian was sure that he had transmigrated. Ah, Yi Xian screamed. Young master, quickly lie down. When Luer saw this, she hurriedly went forward and helped him to the side of the bed. At the same time, she said, Young master, your dantian is shattered, and you've lost all of your cultivation. It's better for you to rest on the bed for a while, what? Yi Xian was a little surprised. He sensed it carefully and found that he had gained an inner vision ability. He felt that his dantian was empty, and there was a strange sense of emptiness in his heart. What's going on? I've transmigrated into an unlucky guy with a shattered dantian. Then why did I transmigrate? Yi Xian was helpless. However, he suddenly found something different in his shattered dantian. It was a golden ball. The hole in my dantian is the same size as this golden ball. So it was you who caused me to lose all of my cultivation. Yi Xian immediately understood. However, even though he had read many fantasy novels, he could not find any relevant information. What exactly was this golden ball? He began to recall. 3 days ago, the unlucky guy who had been replaced, Yi Xian, was practicing martial arts in the mountains behind the Yi residence when he happened to pick up a golden ball. Then, the golden ball directly entered his dantian and smashed a hole in it, causing his spiritual energy to leak out and be unable to condense it. After using up all of his spiritual energy, he could still use his cultivation method to recover it. Besides the dantian, martial artists could also hide their spiritual energy in their various meridians. However, not only did the golden ball break his dantian, it also absorbed all of the spiritual energy and realm in his body. As a result, he became an ordinary person. He was originally the #1 genius of a Yi family. At the age of 15, he had already broken through to the 4th level of the martial path. Those who could compare to him could be counted on one hand. However, now he did not have any spiritual energy in his body. He was probably worse than a child of the Yi family. One had to know that the Yi family practiced martial arts since young. Even a 10-year-old child had reached the first level of the martial path. After losing all of his cultivation, he continued to cultivate, try to prevent the golden ball from absorbing his spiritual energy. He even consumed a large amount of treasures, but to no avail. After the news spread, the entire Lianyan city was in turmoil because he had been accepted by a sect called the Shattering Cloud sect as an outer sect disciple. After the new year, he would report to the Shattering Cloud sect. The Shattering Cloud sect was a powerful sect. Even 10 Lianyan cities combined could not compare to it. The reason why the Shattering Cloud sect accepted Yi Xian was because of his good aptitude. However, now that Yi Xian had lost all of his cultivation and could not recover, the Shattering Cloud sect would definitely not accept a trash disciple. After learning that Yi Xian had lost all of his cultivation and could not recover, the entire Yi family was in a state of despair. If Yi Xian had entered the Shattering Cloud sect, then the Yi family would have been able to rise. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had already become a cripple. Now, Yi Xian had also figured out what had happened. The unlucky guy from before had his dantian broken by the golden ball. Then, he could not bear the blow and slit his wrist to commit suicide. Moreover, he had succeeded in killing himself. Then, Yi Xian had transmigrated and replaced that unlucky guy. "Young master, are you all right?" Seeing that Yi Xian did not speak, Lu hurriedly asked. "Oh, I'm fine. Lu don't worry. I won't commit suicide again. One who survives a great disaster is destined for good fortune," Yi Xian said seriously. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Lu also smiled and hurriedly said, "Then your young master will rest here. Lu, we'll go and get you a bowl of blood-nourishing porridge." "Okay." Yi Xian nodded. Due to excessive blood loss, Yi Xian could only stay on his bed and rest for an entire day. During this day, he had also gained something. First, he had adapted to this body. Secondly, he had learned how to circulate his cultivation technique and condense his spiritual energy. However, when a newly condensed spiritual energy flowed to his dantian, it was all absorbed by the golden ball, leaving nothing behind. Moreover, even if it was not absorbed by the golden ball, it would still dissipate due to the broken dantian. I don't believe it. I heard that this unlucky Yi Xian was the #1 genius of the Yi family. His uncle allowed him to go to the treasury every month to receive 100-year blood ginseng. I'll go get one now. Chapter 2. Now, Yi Xian had already fused with the unlucky guy's memories, so he was very familiar with the Yi family and would not get lost. This trash actually dares to come out. He really doesn't find it embarrassing. That's right. He must have done something that angered the gods and caused him to lose all his cultivation and become an ordinary person. Tsk, my cousin has already stepped into the martial Tao, but he doesn't even have a bit of spiritual energy. I'm afraid he can't even beat my cousin. How sad. From the #1 genius of the Yi family to the #1 trash of Lianyan City. If I were him, I would have killed myself already. Didn't he just cut his wrist to commit suicide? Maybe he suddenly remembered that he has a beautiful fiancée, so he doesn't want to die. Some of the Yi family's disciples were whispering. On the way to the treasury, Yi Xian also met quite a few people. However, these people all looked at him with strange gazes. After all, this was the first time that someone's cultivation disappeared for no reason in Lianyan City. Everyone suspected that Yi Xian did something that angered the gods and caused him to be punished by the heavens. Although the Yi family was established less than 200 years ago, it was still a big family in Lianyan City. Yi Xian was originally the #1 genius of the Yi family, but now it was different from the past. When Yi Xian arrived at the Yi clan's treasury, the steward at the entrance looked at him with disdain. At the same time, he shouted, "Yi Xian, what are you doing here? Manager, I want to take 100-year-old blood ginseng." When Yi Xian heard the manager call his name, he was a little unhappy, but he did not show it. 100-year-old blood ginseng? When the manager heard it, he also scolded, "You still think you're the #1 genius of the Yi family? It's a waste to use such a precious thing on a trash like you. Go away, go away." The family head said that I can take 100-year-old blood ginseng every month. Yi Xian retorted, "Family head? The family head sent an order yesterday, so you can't take it now. The manager of the treasury showed a superior attitude. Can't take it? When he heard the news, Yi Xian's heart sank. The family head that the manager of the treasury was the head of the Yi family, who was also the uncle of the unlucky guy. When the unlucky guy's cultivation was still there, his uncle did his best to nurture him. He allowed him to take 100-year-old blood ginseng every month to strengthen his blood qi and body. That's right, you can't accept it. Who knows if you'll commit suicide tomorrow? The manager of the treasury said coldly. Yi Xian was slightly angry. Back then, when a manager of the treasury saw him, he would speak to him respectfully. But now he was looking at him with a condescending attitude. The treasury. Isn't there still the spirit enhancement pill? As long as you are a disciple of the Yi family, no matter what your cultivation is, you can receive 3 spirit enhancement pills every month. To think that you still remember this matter. However, the patriarch has ordered that you can't even receive a single spirit increasing pill. The manager of the treasury coldly snorted. What? Not even a single one? Yi Xian's eyes widened. He thought he heard wrong. Spirit-boosting pills were pills that could increase spiritual power. 1 spirit-boosting pill was worth 100 taels, so 3 pills were worth 300 taels. The 100-year-old blood ginseng that Yi Xian took was worth 100,000 taels of silver each. Now that he had lost his cultivation, his uncle was so stingy that he couldn't even give him 100 taels. This was like hitting a dog when it was down. Yi Xian didn't say much and only clenched his teeth. It was truly a case of a tiger being bullied by a dog. Previously, he could send the steward flying with a single slap, but now, the other party only needed a single finger to stab him to death. Wait until I recover my strength. I'll show you. Yi Xian made a mental note of this grudge and remembered the manager's eyes. However, if he couldn't recover his strength, then everything would be in vain. Yi Xian returned to his room and began to think carefully. However, not long after, a person walked into his courtyard. When he saw who it was, Yi Xian immediately shouted, "Uncle!" Yi Xian, I heard that you've already been to the treasury. The person who came was Yi Xian's uncle, the current family head, Yi Zhang. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. Don't blame uncle. Now that your cultivation has fallen, it would be best if you could recover. However, in these 3 days, you've already spent 1,000,000 taels of heaven and earth treasures, but you still haven't shown any signs of recovery. Thus, we've decided that you can't receive any more cultivation resources. Yi Zhang shook his head in pity. Have they already given up on me? After hearing this, Yi Xian felt bitter. It's not that we've given up on you. It's just that you can no longer cultivate like before. Thus, when your body recovers, pack your luggage and help the family manage the business. Yi Zhang said slowly. Okay, I understand. Yi Xian nodded. It seemed that the Yi family had really given up on him. Otherwise, Yi Zhang wouldn't have told him to pack his luggage. This was because they wanted him to leave Lianyun City. Right now, he was the #1 trash in Lianyun City. Everyone knew that. If he left Lianyun City, it would be good for the Yi family. After some time, people would forget about this matter. Just as Yi Xian was about to turn around and enter his room, Yi Zhang suddenly called out, Yi Xian, don't go yet. There's one more thing. Uncle, what's the matter? Yi Xian turned around. It's like this. Previously, the family arranged a marriage for you. That marriage is between you and the Lin family's Lin Shui. However, after you lost your cultivation, the Lin family is a little. Yi Zhang didn't continue speaking. However, Yi Xian understood and said, Uncle, do you mean that the Lin family wants to break off the engagement? Yes. Moreover, the Lin family has already arrived. They're in the main hall and even brought the betrothal gifts. Yi Zhang nodded. Uncle, I understand. I'll go now. Yi Xian said seriously. This matter proved another saying. When a tiger falls to the ground, it will be bullied by dogs. However, this was also human nature. Who would be willing to let the family's beloved daughter marry a trash? A trash who couldn't cultivate. A trash who couldn't take the blow and slit his wrist to commit suicide. In Lianyun City, even some farmers knew how to cultivate. Although they weren't strong, they still had some spiritual energy in their bodies. Yi Xian didn't have any spiritual energy at the moment. He probably couldn't even beat a strong man who didn't know how to cultivate, let alone those martial artists. Chapter 3. Is that so? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Since Lin Shui was accepted as a disciple by this expert, she would become a direct disciple after entering the sect. She would not have to start from the outer sect, and her status would be higher than that of an inner sect disciple. It was no wonder that the Lin family was in such a hurry to break off the engagement. After all, even with that unlucky guy's aptitude, he would only be above average in the Shattering Cloud sect. There were many disciples who cultivated faster than him. Although Lin Shui's aptitude was slightly lower than that unlucky guy's, she was definitely outstanding to be chosen by a sect expert. Yi Xian immediately followed Yi Zhang to the main hall. After all, he had been reduced from the number 1 genius of the Yi family to the number 1 trash of Lianyan City. Why would he be afraid of losing face when the engagement was broken off? At this moment, there were already many people sitting in the main hall of the Yi family. Among them, the 4 elders of the Yi family were all present. On the other side, only 2 people from the Lin family came. One was a middle-aged man, and the other was an old man. The atmosphere in the main hall was a little strange. There was no sound at all. Yi Xian followed Yi Zhang into the main hall and immediately became the center of attention. This was because the Lin family was here for Yi Xian. Very good, he is here. After Yi Xian entered the main hall, the middle-aged man from the Lin family nodded. Yi Xian sat down, and his gaze fell on the 2 people from the Lin family. Yi Xian had seen the middle-aged man before. He was Lin Shui's father, Lin Ming. As for the old man, no one in the Yi family knew his origin. However, from the old man's clothes, it was obvious that he was not a servant. This was because he sat beside Lin Ming. Before Yi Xian could sit down, Lin Ming said, "Old brother Yi, I believe you already know the purpose of our visit today. These are the betrothal gifts that your Yi family sent to my Lin family." "Old brother Lin, I know." Yi Zhang nodded. "In that case, old brother Yi, you." Lin Ming paused and did not continue speaking. Yi Zhang immediately understood. He looked at Yi Xian and said, "Yi Xian, take out the marriage contract." "All right." Without another word, Yi Xian took out a piece of paper. It was the marriage contract between him and Lin Shui. Seeing this marriage contract, Lin Ming's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "Nephew is really forthright. As long as you break this marriage contract, then these betrothal gifts will be returned to your Yi clan." Yi Xian looked at him, then glanced at Lin Shui and said, "I can break the engagement, but what?" Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. Could it be that Yi Xian had other requests? "This marriage was brought up by your Lin family. It's only been a month, so it's not impossible to cancel it. However, I remember that there's a rule for canceling an engagement." Yi Xian did not continue. He knew that Lin Ming would understand. Hearing this, everyone present frowned. "Nephew, you mean double the betrothal gift?" Lin Ming's expression froze. However, before he could finish his sentence, Yi Xian shook his head and said, "No, I want 3 times. "What?" When this voice fell, everyone present was shocked. Yi Xian, he was really asking for a lion's share. "Nephew, you're not joking?" Lin Ming asked in astonishment. "Uncle Lin, do I look like I'm joking?" The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up as he continued. "In our Lianyun city, the betrothal gift is at most 100,000 taels of silver. Uncle Lin, you should know that the betrothal gift my father prepared for me when he left home is a full 1,000,000 taels of silver. If you want to cancel this engagement, then you have to pay 3 times the amount. Otherwise, I will not agree." He was already a cripple. Why would he need a wife? Of course, cultivation was more important. Lin Ming was at a loss for words. Indeed, the betrothal gift they accepted was a little too expensive. It was 10 times more than the usual amount. However, now that Yi Xian had suddenly asked for 3 times the betrothal gift, it was different. This was 3,000,000 taels of silver, equivalent to 30 years of income for a small family, and even more than a year's income for the Lin family. "Yi Xian, what's wrong with you?" Yi Zhang suddenly scurried over and asked softly. "Uncle, since the Lin family dared to accept it, then they should be prepared for it, Yi Xian replied coldly. If you do this, you will put the Yi family in a difficult position, Yi Zhang reminded him. Uncle, don't worry. If I receive 3 times the amount of the betrothal gift, I will definitely make up for all the treasures I used up these past few days. Yi Xian ignored him and continued. You? Yi Zhang was also at a loss for words by Yi Xian. In front of them, Lin Ming was talking to the old man. After a while, Lin Ming nodded and said, All right, 3 times the amount of the betrothal gift. The Lin family is willing to return 3 times the amount. After he finished speaking, he stared straight at the engagement in Yi Xian's hand. Uncle Lin, before I see the returned betrothal gift, I will not cancel this engagement, Yi Xian said clearly. All right. Lin Ming's face darkened. Then, the old man waved his right hand and took out a jade bottle. He said, There are 2 essence-gathering pills in here. Each pill is worth 1 million taels of silver. What? Everyone present was shocked again. However, they were not shocked by the price of the essence-gathering pills, but by the old man's methods. An interspatial ring? An elder of the Yi family exclaimed. An interspatial ring was an extremely precious item. It could store hundreds of items in the space within the ring. It was very convenient. Even in the entire Lianyan city, or even the Shattering Cloud sect, one would not be able to find one. This old man actually had such a precious interspatial ring. Who exactly was he? Could it be that this old man is an expert from that powerful sect? Is he Lin Shui, Er's master? Everyone thought so. However, in the next moment, they personally overturned this conjecture. This was because if this expert was here, Lin Shui, would definitely be here as well. Therefore, they guessed that this old man was only a follower of that expert. If a follower had an interspatial ring, then how powerful was that expert? When Yi Xian saw this old man's ability, his heart trembled. He suddenly felt a little regretful. He felt that his price was too low. However, since the price was already called, there was no point in regretting it. Immediately, he walked over and took the jade bottle. Then, he handed over the engagement in his hand. Pong! The old man took the engagement in his hand. Suddenly, a strong wave of spiritual energy gushed out from his right hand and shattered the engagement in an instant. Now, Yi Xian had nothing to do with Lin Shui. However, the former did not regret it. After all, he had only met Lin Shui once. Chapter 4. May I be so bold as to ask for Senior's name? Yi Xian put away the jade bottle and suddenly asked. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Yi Zhang shouted, Yi Xian, don't be rude. Hee, you're quite bold, kid. The old man glanced at Yi Zhang and said, I'm Eugene, the Heavenly Yuan Sect Protector. Heavenly Yuan Sect. When this name entered the ears of everyone present, they were all stunned. They were not shocked, but astonished, because they had never heard of this sect before. The old man did not intend to explain and said, Kid, the 3 times betrothal gift has been returned, and the marriage contract has been broken. Then, Miss Lin Shui, has nothing to do with you. Yes, Senior, Yi Xian said respectfully. You'll know in the future that breaking off this marriage contract has great benefits for you, Eugene said casually. He knew that Yi Xian would not understand. So he continued, Miss Lin Shui has been accepted as a disciple by our Heavenly Yuan Sect's elder. Her future achievements will far surpass all of you. Not only that, even the overlord of this area, the Shattering Cloud sect, may not be comparable to her. In the future, Miss Lin Shui will definitely have many suitors. If they know that Miss Lin Shui has a marriage contract, not to mention your Yi family, even Lianyan City will be destroyed. When the old man finished speaking, everyone took a deep breath. What was the Heavenly Yuan Sect's background? Could it be that it was stronger than the Profound Sun Empire? All right, the marriage contract has been broken. I won't stay here any longer. The old man stood up and prepared to leave. Yi Xian also cupped his fists and said, Goodbye, Senior. Goodbye. We won't meet again. The old man laughed and said, I've heard about you. You suddenly lost all your cultivation and became a cripple. Although I have precious elixirs in my interspatial ring that can help you recover, these elixirs are extremely precious. Moreover, your aptitude can be found everywhere in the Shattering Cloud sect. In my heavenly Yuan sect, you can't even compare to a servant disciple. So, we won't meet again. Oh, senior, how can you be so sure? Yi Xian suddenly looked up. Of course I'm sure. Do you think you can still come to my heavenly Yuan sect? The old man turned his head and looked at Yi Xian. Then, senior, please wait and see. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. After accepting the bottle of soul-amassing pills, he had a strong premonition that this time he would definitely be able to recover his cultivation base. This was because when the spirit-gathering pill appeared, the golden ball in his dantian trembled violently. Although your aptitude is not high, your character is to my liking. All right, if you can come to the heavenly Yuan sect, I will accept you as a direct disciple. Eugene casually said before he waved his sleeves and left. Lin Shue's father, Lin Ming, followed closely behind, leaving behind a group of stunned Yi family members. They didn't expect the old man to be so easygoing and even chat with Yi Xian. If Yi Xian could really reach the heavenly Yuan sect, then the old man would fulfill his promise and accept Yi Xian as his successor disciple. However, was this possible? Yi Xian didn't have any cultivation base at the moment. Even if he recovered his cultivation base, he would only be able to enter the shattering cloud sect at most. The heavenly Yuan sect was 100 times stronger than the shattering cloud sect. No one knew where it was, so Yi Xian wouldn't be able to meet the old man. After the old man and Lin Ming left, Yi Xian turned around and said to Yi Zhang, "Uncle, take these betrothal gifts as my compensation. Also, if I can't recover my cultivation base, you will definitely assign me to another city or town. Rather than that, why don't you let me leave the Yi family on my own?" Leave the Yi family? Yi Zhang couldn't react for a moment. Yes, leave the Yi family. In other words, I, Yi Xian, am no longer a member of the Yi family in Lianyan City. Yi Xian nodded. What did you say? Yi Zhang's eyes suddenly widened. He couldn't believe that Yi Xian would say such a thing. Uncle, I said that I want to leave the Yi family. I sincerely hope that you will grant me my wish. Yi Xian cupped his fists with a serious face. You. Yi Zhang pointed at Yi Xian, speechless for a moment. Now that Yi Xian had obtained 2 precious spirit-gathering pills, he suddenly wanted to leave the Yi family and establish his own family. This matter had developed so quickly that he couldn't react. Fine. Without waiting for Yi Zhang to speak, a Yi family elder on the side said sternly, I agree. I also agree. Since this brat wants to establish his own family, then let him be. After all, there's nothing we can do to change the situation. Another elder nodded. That's right. I'm afraid that an ordinary person like him won't be able to handle the family business. Let him be. The third elder also agreed. In the Yi family, there were only 5 people at the highest level of decision-making. They were Yi Zhang and the 4 elders. If something big happened, they would gather to discuss it and then vote on it. Now that 3 elders had agreed, even if Yi Zhang and the remaining elder rejected it, it would be useless. Many thanks to the 3 elders for granting my wish. From today onwards, I, Yi Xian, will have nothing to do with the Yi family in Lianyan City. Today, I will move out of the Yi family. Yi Xian cupped his fists towards the 3 elders and then quickly left. At this time, the 4th elder suddenly said, This brat's actions are strange. Don't tell me that he thinks that he has a chance to recover his strength. How is that possible? In these 3 days, he used up nearly 1,000,000 silver's worth of cultivation resources. There's no sign of him recovering at all. How can he recover with a mere 2,000,000 silvers? This brat is probably holding a grudge. When we needed him, we nurtured him. Now that he has lost his cultivation, we kicked him away. He must be holding a grudge. Don't tell me that we have to continue investing in him to recover his strength. Don't you understand the meaning behind that elder's words? That's right. That elder meant that Yi Xian can recover his strength, but he will need to pay a huge price. This price is not something that our Yi family can bear. A mere 2 spirit-gathering pills is definitely not enough to recover his strength. Yi Zhang listened to the 4 elders' conversation and sighed helplessly. Yi Xian was his nephew after all. He was the son of his younger brother. Although his younger brother had left the Yi family for several years and had yet to return, After leaving the Yi family's main hall, Yi Xian directly returned to his residence. Now that he had been abandoned by the Yi family, there was no use for him to stay in the Yi family. Immediately, he began to pack his luggage. At this time, a beautiful figure suddenly flashed in. "Young master, why are you packing?" Chapter 5. Lu Er, I wanted to go out and look for you. You should pack up too. We're leaving the Yi clan. Yi Xian said to Lu Er. Leaving the Yi clan? Why? Lu Er didn't understand and asked in astonishment. I can't cultivate right now because the Yi clan dislikes me. Lu Er, do you want to leave with me? Yi Xian stopped what he was doing. Lu Er was brought back by his father. At that time, she was still a child, and Yi Xian was only 3 years old. They grew up together and were very close. However, Yi Xian treated Lu Er like his own sister, and so did Lu Er. Lu Er was stunned when she heard Yi Xian's words. Tears immediately gushed out of her large eyes as she cried. Why are the patriarch and the others like this? Young master is already like this, yet they're still chasing young master away. Yi Xian was helpless. Lu Er had been very obedient since she was young. However, she had a small flaw, which was that she loved to cry. With no other choice, he walked over and stroked Lu Er's hair. No, I'm the one who wants to leave. Lu Er, do you trust me? Yes. Lu Er nodded obediently. Then let's go. I promise you that they will beg me to come back. Yi Xian said solemnly. Young master, I trust you. Lu Er wiped her tears and looked at Yi Xian with her hazy eyes. Suddenly, her tears turned into a smile. Then go pack up. If they go back on their word, we won't be able to leave. Yi Xian gently pinched Lu Er's little face and smiled. Okay, I'll go now. Lu Er nodded and left as fast as she could. Yi Xian watched her leave and couldn't help but sigh. He muttered, I hope these 2 energy-gathering pills are useful. Otherwise, we can only rely on these 10,000 taels for the rest of our lives. He was considered wealthy before, but in the past 3 days, he had spent a lot of money. At this time, he only had 10,000 taels of silver left after the 2 energy-gathering pills. However, 10,000 taels of silver was enough for the 2 of them to live an ordinary life. Lu Er quickly finished packing, and Yi Xian didn't take much with him. The 2 of them carried a bag each and left the Yi clan. Along the way, many Yi clan members saw them. It wouldn't take long for this news to spread. Before leaving the Yi family, Yi Xian had planned for a bit. They now had 10,000 taels of silver, and an ordinary and didn't even need a tael of silver to stay for a day. However, for the sake of convenience, Yi Xian directly bought a small house for only 100 taels of silver. There were only 2 of them, so they didn't need a big place to stay. They just needed a place to stay. After that, Yi Xian gave Lu Er some silver and told her to go out and buy some necessities. As for him, he stayed in the house and prepared to try again. An energy-gathering pill worth 1 million taels of silver? Let me see its effects. Yi Xian poured out a pill and popped it into his mouth. He swallowed it without chewing. He didn't have any spiritual energy in his body, so he couldn't help with the refinement. He could only wait for the energy-gathering pill to digest on its own. After a while, Yi Xian felt a surge of warmth in his body. Then, a trace of spiritual energy was produced. He immediately used the Yi clan's martial arts and began to refine the energy-gathering pill. More and more spiritual energy was produced. This time, Yi Xian learned his lesson. He didn't let the spiritual energy flow into his dantian. Instead, he let it circulate in his body. Previously, whenever he had any spiritual energy, he would immediately store it in his dantian. This caused the spiritual energy to be absorbed by the golden ball. Now, as long as he continued to use his martial arts, he would be able to continuously produce spiritual energy. After about 10 minutes, Yi Xian felt a large amount of spiritual energy circulating in his body. Most of it was due to the energy-gathering pill. It's about time. Go on, let's see how much you can absorb. Yi Xian estimated in his heart. Then, he controlled the spiritual energy and slowly gathered it in his dantian. Each energy-gathering pill was worth 1 million taels of silver. It was extremely precious. The spiritual energy in his body right now was probably several times more than when he was at his peak. Of course, this spiritual energy wasn't his. It was just that the energy-gathering pill absorbed the yuan qi of heaven and earth. After some time, this spiritual energy would dissipate. Therefore, energy-gathering pills were usually used for breakthroughs. Furthermore, it was only used by martial artists above the 6th grade of the martial path. After 3 days of continuous failure, Yi Xian had figured out a little. The golden ball in his dantian was like a bottomless pit, constantly absorbing spiritual energy. Therefore, this time, he wanted to fill the golden ball up in one go. 1/10, 2/10, 3/10. Yi Xian's spiritual energy continuously flowed into his dantian and was then absorbed by the golden ball. He was very nervous and was already prepared to take the second energy-gathering pill. However, when half of the spiritual energy was absorbed, the golden ball in his dantian suddenly trembled. It's moving, it's moving. Yi Xian couldn't calm down because this was the second time in 3 days that the golden ball had trembled. The first time was when he received the 2 energy-gathering pills. 6/10, 7/10. When 70% of the spiritual energy was consumed, the golden ball trembled again. 8/10, 9/10. The golden ball trembled again. Yi Xian was very excited. He controlled the last 10% of spiritual energy and gathered it in his dantian. At the same time, he prepared to take the second energy-gathering pill. When the last 10% of spiritual energy gathered in his dantian, the golden ball in his dantian suddenly trembled again. This time, the trembling was the most violent it had ever been. Yi Xian screamed. He felt as if his dantian had been pierced by a needle. It was burning hot. However, in the next moment, his brows suddenly relaxed. This was because he realized that there were some changes in his body. Ha! My realm is starting to recover. Yi Xian couldn't help but cry out in surprise. He endured the pain and revealed a smile. The heavens didn't disappoint the faithful. He was finally starting to recover his strength. Martial Path Level 1. Martial Path Level 2. Martial Path Level 3. Martial Path Level 4. Originally, Yi Xian was in the early stage of the Martial Path Level 4. However, he had now surpassed this threshold and reached the middle stage of the Martial Path Level 4. Moreover, it was still rising. What's going on? My strength has increased? Yi Xian was a little confused. Chapter 6. How is this possible? What is going on? Could it be that the spiritual energy absorbed by the golden ball suddenly exploded? This thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind. When he thought about it, it really was possible. Previously, he had consumed nearly 1,000,000 taels of silver. Now, with the addition of the spirit-gathering pill, it was possible for him to jump 2 levels. After all, the spirit-gathering pill was a pill used to break through the 6th stage of the martial path. Heavens, the 5th stage of the martial path. I'm actually a 5th stage martial artist. What is this golden ball? At this moment, the environment in his body had stabilized, and his cultivation had stabilized at the early 5th stage of the martial path. He felt that it was inconceivable. Everything happened too suddenly, and he wasn't mentally prepared. Originally, he didn't have any spiritual energy. But now, not only did he recover his strength, but he also broke through to the 5th stage of the martial path. However, Yi Xian didn't think too much about it. After all, he had climbed from the abyss of trash to the peak of geniuses. Moreover, he was much stronger than other geniuses. A 15-year-old 4th-stage martial artist was the #1 genius in the Yi clan. Then, with his current 5th-stage martial artist, wouldn't he be the #1 in Lianyan City? One had to know that the 10th stage of the martial path was getting harder and harder. In the history of Lianyan City, the youngest person to break through to the early 5th stage of the martial path was 17 years old. However, Yi Xian was only 15 years old. He was 2 years ahead of his opponent. Unlucky brat, since I've transmigrated into you, I'll live well in your place. Yi Xian secretly said in his heart. In the next moment, he helplessly shook his head and muttered, "But what is the origin of this golden ball? Why is it still in my dantian? Why didn't it repair my dantian?" The dantian was where martial artists stored their spiritual energy. If there was a hole in the dantian, the spiritual energy would leak out. Although the meridians and other places could store spiritual energy, it was still a small amount. All the meridians added together were probably not even 1/5 of the dantian. Just as Yixin was surprised, a sharp pain erupted from his dantian. This pain lasted for more than 10 seconds. Then, a series of strange sounds rang in Yixin's mind. Ding! The devouring system has merged with the dantian. The devouring system has been successfully activated. Initial detection of host health. Ding! Light injury. Beginning treatment. Treatment complete. As these strange sounds faded away, the intense pain Yixin felt disappeared. By the time Yixin reacted, he realized that his dantian had disappeared and was replaced by the golden ball. What's going on? Why is my dantian gone? Yixin was so shocked that he almost swallowed his tongue. Previously, he still had his dantian, but because it was damaged, he was unable to store spiritual energy. Now, his entire dantian was gone, replaced by a golden ball. At the same time, after his dantian disappeared, the recovered spiritual energy in his body was once again absorbed by the golden ball. Don't absorb it. I don't want to become a normal person again, Yixin shouted. However, he suddenly realized a problem. His level did not seem to have dropped. Could it be that this golden ball is my dantian and my spiritual power will be stored in it in the future? This thought flashed through Yixin's mind. He frowned. Indeed, a trace of spiritual energy flowed out of the golden ball. This really was his dantian, a golden dantian. However, what was the difference between a dantian formed by a golden ball and a normal dantian? Yixin suddenly thought of another problem. He clearly heard a strange sound just now. The devouring system and the dantian fused. What the hell is this devouring system? Could it be this golden ball? Yixin suddenly revealed a look of realization. Could this be the benefit of his transmigration? At that moment, he shouted in his mind, "Devouring system." Sure enough, something extraordinary appeared in his mind. Usually, after transmigration, there will be a mysterious cultivation method or system. Looks like my luck is not bad. I'm not a real trash, but I will be immersed in it for a period of time. So this is the benefit of my transmigration. This golden ball is the devouring system. Yixin was pleasantly surprised. After he finished reading the description of the devouring system, he raised his eyebrows and continued to mutter, "Good stuff, really good stuff. It can actually devour all things and convert them into spiritual power. This is much easier than cultivating." As the name suggested, the devouring system relied on devouring to improve. Yixin still had many questions in his mind, but he did not think too much about it. He got off the bed and used his right hand to pick up a flower vase on the table. Devouring this item will yield 0 benefits. Does the host confirm to devour this item? This sentence rang in his mind. Yield 0 benefits? Yixin was somewhat helpless. This was obviously discrimination. So what if it was a flower vase? Was a flower vase useless? Confirm. Yixin replied in his mind. The host's posture is incorrect. Unable to devour. The system prompted. Posture is incorrect. Do you really want me to swallow it? Yixin rolled his eyes. Then, he really did bring the small flower vase to his mouth. Then he opened his mouth wide and sucked in a deep breath. A strange thing suddenly happened. He saw a black energy wrap around the flower vase. Then, the flower vase quickly shrank and was directly sucked into his mouth. Yixin was almost scared to death. He hurriedly covered his throat and coughed violently twice. It can't be. I really swallowed the flower vase. Can it be digested? Yixin was extremely shocked. If he performed this move, it would definitely shock the entire world. Even if it was played 10 times slower, no one would be able to see any clues. At this moment, the system prompt rang in his mind again. F*CK, this Chinese rural dog. It really didn't give me anything. It seems that I need to devour some pills or other precious items. Yixin suddenly remembered that he still had a spirit-gathering pill that was worth 1,000,000 taels of silver. He immediately put it to his mouth and said in his mind, "Devour." The spirit-gathering pill shrank like the flower vase and was sucked into Yi Xian's mouth. The host has successfully devoured a spirit-gathering pill. You have received 1 devouring point. The spirit-gathering pill was successfully devoured and turned into a large amount of spiritual energy that was fed back to Yi Xian. F***CK. A spirit-gathering pill is worth 1,000,000 taels of silver. Furthermore, it is usually used by a martial artist in the 6th stage of the martial path to break through. But now, it doesn't even give me a single level up. Yi Xian was helpless. He estimated that he would need at least 1 more spirit-gathering pill to break through to the 5th stage of the martial path. Chapter 7. However, there was a benefit to this. As long as there were good things to devour, he could level up without limit. There was no need to worry about breaking through too quickly and going berserk. Speaking of which, there was now a new term, which was devouring points. Devouring points? Were devouring points? Yi Xian asked in his mind. The spirit-gathering pill he had just consumed was worth 1,000,000 taels of silver. It was extremely valuable, but it only gave him 1 point. What was the use of these points? Devouring points can be exchanged for martial arts, bloodlines, weapons, treasures, etc. Before Yi Xian could ask, a list appeared in his mind. He looked at it carefully and found that a rank 5 martial arts only required 1 point. Roaring Tiger Fist, Falling Goose Kick, Thunderclap, Sword Style. Yi Xian could not help but murmur. All the martial arts he saw were rank 5 martial arts, and each one was worth more than 1,000,000 taels of silver. System. How do I get devouring points? Yi Xian asked. Devouring some precious items will give the host devouring points. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He had just consumed a spirit-gathering pill worth 1,000,000 taels of silver and received 1 devouring point. If he exchanged this point for martial arts and taught them, he would earn a lot of money. Then he could buy spirit-gathering pills to level up. Wouldn't he be invincible? But in the next moment, he remembered something. Even though rank 5 martial arts were precious, there had to be someone who could afford it. In Lianyun City, other than the 4 great families who could take out hundreds of thousands of taels of silver at once. Sigh. Yi Xian shook his head in disappointment. But at this moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. Devouring points could not only be used to exchange for martial arts, but also pills, weapons, and treasures. Among them, a segment called Bloodline attracted Yi Xian's attention. Beast King Bloodline, top-tier bloodline, can make beasts submit and greatly increase physical strength. Blood Kindred Bloodline, top-tier bloodline, can consume the blood of others to grow, can transform into a bat, can undergo the embrace. Moonlight Werewolf Bloodline, top-tier bloodline, greatly increase physical strength, can transform into a werewolf. Bathe in the moonlight to increase power. Deep Sea Jiao Dragon Bloodline, a top-notch bloodline, greatly increases the strength of one's physical body, allowing one to transform into a Jiao Dragon. Golden Titan Bloodline, a top-class bloodline, greatly increases the strength of one's physical body, allowing one to transform into a Titan. Looking at these bloodlines, Yi Xian was so shocked that he was speechless. However, above these top-notch bloodlines, there were even higher-grade divine bloodlines, such as Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and Unicorn. Apart from that, he also saw the Divine Battle Bloodline, the Demon King Bloodline, the Daluo Golden Immortal Bloodline, and so on. There were at least thousands of them. When Yi Xian saw the price of these bloodlines, he was dazzled. All he saw was a lot of zeros. He didn't dare to look anymore, and quickly clicked on the Elementary Bloodline section. Wind-Seeking Leopard Bloodline. Increases running speed. Low-grade Bloodline. 100 Beast Bloodline. Increases the strength of the body and possesses the strength of 100 beasts. Low-grade Bloodline. The Centauria Bloodline increases recovery ability and immunity to poison. Low-grade Bloodlines. There were many low-grade Bloodlines. However, Yi Xian couldn't afford any of them because he only had 1 devour points. Looks like I'll have to devour more good stuff? Yi Xian felt a little regretful. These bloodlines were extremely good. If he had the 100 Beast bloodline now, he could probably punch through a wall with a single punch. The Centauria bloodline was not bad either. It was immune to poison, and he wouldn't have to worry about being poisoned in the future. Just as Yixian was thinking about how to level up, suddenly, a figure pushed open the door of the courtyard and walked in. Logically speaking, Lu'er shouldn't have returned so quickly. However, it was indeed Lu'er who had returned. However, there was something wrong with Lu'er. Young master. After Lu'er entered, she purposely tightened her clothes and called out softly. Although Yixian hadn't known Lu'er for long, he could see some clues. Lu'er seemed to have just cried. Moreover, Lu'er's clothes were dirty and there were some light bruises on her body. It was obvious that she had been beaten up. Immediately, Yixian darted forward and grabbed Lu'er. Lu'er, what happened? Who bullied you? No, no one. I accidentally fell when I entered. Lu'er hurriedly shook her head. Nonsense. Tell me, who hurt you? Yixian glared and lifted Lu'er's collar. Indeed, there were some scratches on her shoulders. They seemed to have been made by a woman's fingernails. How could he believe Lu'er's nonsense? She obviously had scratches on her body. She couldn't have been scraped by a rock, right? He was also very angry because he treated Lu'er as his younger sister. How could he remain calm when his younger sister was bullied? Lu'er, tell me. Yixian's expression was cold. Lu'er, who had just cried, also felt Yixian's angry roar. However, when she recalled what had just happened, her tears immediately gushed out again, and she threw herself into Yixian's arms. I went out just now to pick a piece of cloth for the young master to make a shirt. Who knew that I would run into Chunmei on the way? She said that the young master was a good-for-nothing. Lu'er was so angry, so I retorted, Lu'er said with tears streaming down her face. And then? Yixian's expression grew colder. And then she hit me, tore my clothes, and even threw my clothes on the streets. Lu'er stammered. What? When he heard this, Yixian's expression darkened. He immediately asked, This Chunmei is very bold. Who is she? Lu'er wiped her tears. She's the servant of the Chun family's young master, Chun Song. Chun Song? Yixian had some impression of this person. This Chun Song was 2 years older than him and was in the mid-4th grade of the martial path. He could be considered a top figure. This Chun Song was also there. Yixian asked again. Lu'er nodded lightly. When Chunmei hit me, he was eating upstairs at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Fortunately, the city guards passed by. Otherwise, okay, I understand. Yixian suppressed the anger in his heart and gently stroked Lu'er's hair. There were a total of 4 top families in Lianyan City. Besides the Yi and Lin families, there was also the Chun family and the Wu family of the City Lord's mansion. The Chun family's strength was not to be underestimated. However, even so, Yixian had to get back at them. Young master, don't go. Lu'er was a little worried. However, before she could finish, Yixian gently stroked her hair and said, It's okay. I've already recovered my strength. Furthermore, my cultivation is even more profound. Young master, you're Dantian. Lu'er widened her eyes in shock. Chapter 8. To Yixian, bullying Lu'er was the same as bullying him. He swore that he would take revenge and pay back double. He immediately left the restaurant and walked towards the Drunken Immortal restaurant. He had heard that Chun Song liked to eat at the restaurant. If there were no accidents, he should be able to find the restaurant. After a while, Yixian arrived at the restaurant called the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Before he entered, he heard hearty laughter coming from the 2nd floor. Yixian had seen Chun Song before, so he recognized his voice. The loud laughter belonged to Chun Song. However, the person who was talking to Chun Song had a voice that was extremely familiar to Yixian. This person was actually Yi Zhang's son and also Yixian's cousin, Yi Kai. This Yi Kai was the same age as Chun Song, but he was only in the early 4th stage of the martial path. This Yi Kai, when did he hook up with Chun Song? Yixian was surprised and walked upstairs. The 2nd floor of the Drunken Immortal restaurant was filled with private rooms. He followed the voice, but before he entered, he heard Chun Song's voice coming from inside. Who would have thought that after that trash, Yixian Dantian was destroyed, the Lin family immediately broke off the engagement. That damned old man Lin Ming. That day when my father came to propose marriage, he actually ignored him. I didn't expect it either. That unlucky guy Yixian lost his cultivation. However, that Lin Shuer is quite mysterious. I heard that she is very beautiful. If I can marry her, I will definitely feel good. Sai, brother Yi, be careful. She has already been accepted as a disciple by a mysterious and powerful sect. Her future is limitless. What are you afraid of? I heard that Lin Shuer has already left Lianyan City. Are you afraid that she will hear about it? It is better to be safe than sorry. Let's talk about that trashy Xian. Brother Yi, you may not know, but when Brother Yi was still here, my servant girl saw his servant girl and humiliated her. If it wasn't for the city guards, that servant girl would have been stripped naked. To be honest, that trashy Xian's luck is pretty good. He actually has such a beautiful maid, and he doesn't know how to cherish her. If it were me, I would have broken her long ago. Before Chen Song could finish his words, Yi Xian, who was outside the room, couldn't sit still any longer. He directly kicked the door. Clang! The door couldn't withstand a single kick from a cultivator of the 5th stage of the martial path. It immediately fell in and smashed onto the dining table. How dare you? Who is it? Chen Song, who was in the private room, jumped up from his chair. However, before he could react, he saw a person rushing in front of him. Then the person grabbed his throat with one hand and lifted him up. Who was so daring to strangle the Chun family's young master? Ye Kai was shocked. When he walked to the side and saw the person's side profile, his mouth opened so wide that one could stuff an egg in it. Wasn't the person who had rushed into the private room the trashy Xian that they had been discussing earlier? You deserve to die. Yi Xian roared furiously and slapped him across the face. Slap! The slap was very loud. Chen Song covered the side of his face with his hand and looked stunned. He couldn't react in time and didn't know who was strangling him. Yi Xian, what are you doing? Put Brother Chen down, Yi Kai shouted anxiously. What? When Chen Song heard this, he was completely dumbfounded. The person who had strangled him and lifted him up was actually Yi Xian, the person he had just called trash. Yi Xian, the person who couldn't stand the provocation and committed suicide. How is this possible? Ugh. Yi Xian. You. Chen Song stuttered as he was strangled. Do you want to die? Yi Xian tightened his grip and asked. In an instant, his entire body emitted a cold aura. His face was completely devoid of blood and expression, as if he was a block of ice. For some reason, Chen Song subconsciously shook his head. Moreover, he was a level higher than Yi Xian. However, when he saw Yi Xian in person, he actually became timid. If you don't want to die, that's fine. But you'll have to pay the price, Yi Xian said coldly. Before he could finish, Yi Kai shouted, Yi Xian, stop! As he shouted, he stepped forward and prepared to grab Yi Xian. Get lost! Yi Xian turned his head and threw a side kick, sending Yi Kai, who was in the early stage of the 4th stage of the martial path, into a corner. Yi Kai was also stunned. He was in the same level as Yi Xian. How could he be sent flying with a single kick? At this moment, Chen Song also reacted. He was a level higher than Yi Xian. Why should he be afraid of him? He immediately freed one hand and threw a punch at Yi Xian's chest. However, the hand that was strangling his throat suddenly tightened and forcibly removed his strength. Ugh! Chen Song felt that he couldn't breathe. The force that he used to punch Yi Xian's chest was also much weaker. What are you trying to do? Do you still want to kill people in the city? Yi Kai shouted as he endured the pain. Chen Song was the nephew of the Chun family's patriarch. If anything happened to him, the Yi family and the Chun family would definitely fight to the death. He's not worthy. As Yi Xian spoke, his left hand, which had just healed, suddenly pulled out a dagger and stabbed. Rip! A crisp sound rang out. Chen Song's clothes were directly cut open. Then, Yi Xian kicked Chen Song into another corner. Then, he shot forward and brandished the dagger a few times. In an instant, he actually cut open Chen Song's clothes, revealing his upper body. Now, Chen Song finally understood what Yi Xian was trying to do. Just now, his servant had wanted to strip Luer and naked. Now, she wanted to strip him naked too. You're courting death. Chen Song took a deep breath and immediately climbed up from the ground. With a shout, he threw a punch at Yi Xian. Penetrating fist technique, bull's charge. Facing this punch, Yi Xian did not dodge. Instead, he used his left hand to meet it. Now that he had recovered his strength and reached the 5th grade of the martial path, he could instantly gather large amounts of spiritual energy. Even though the penetrating fist technique was only a grade 2 martial art, it was enough. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. Chen Song's arm was actually broken. Chen Song took a step back and hit the wall. He let out a heart-wrenching scream. Rip! Yi Xian stabbed with the dagger and cut open Chen Song's pants. Then, he pulled hard, tearing the pants apart. Now, Chen Song was only left with a piece of cloth. You don't do anything rash. Do you want to become enemies with the Chen family? At this moment, Chen Song no longer thought about why Yi Xian was so strong. He immediately threatened. Enemies, huh? So what? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and kicked out again. This time, he ruthlessly stomped on Chen Song's chest. This huge force caused the latter to almost gasp for breath. Chapter 9. Your maid wanted to strip Lu or naked. Today, I'll strip you naked and throw you on the streets. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, he grabbed Chen Song's leg and dragged him to the window right under Yi Kai's eyes. Yi Xian, don't be rash. Do you want our Yi family to start a war with the Chen family? Yi Kai cried out in alarm. If Yi Xian really threw the naked Chen Song on the streets, it would cause a dispute between the Yi family and the Chen family. After all, this was a matter of reputation. If such a thing really happened, how could Chen Song establish himself in Lianyun City in the future? Yi Xian lifted the limp Chen Song up again. The latter had been beaten by Yi Xian a few times and was in a daze. He had no strength to resist at all. At this time, he could only threaten, "Don't do anything stupid. If you dare to throw me down, my father will definitely kill you." He definitely will. Chen Song had a status in the Chen family. His father was a younger brother of the Chen family patriarch. His strength was in the 6th realm of the martial path, and he was considered an expert in Lianyun City. However, Yi Xian was still not afraid. At this time, he had already lifted Chen Song's upper body out of the window. As long as he loosened his grip, Chen Song would fall down. Chen Song's body was trembling nonstop. He did not care about covering his body and grabbed Yi Xian's arm tightly with one hand. On the streets, people came and went. Some people noticed the commotion on the 2nd floor of the Drunken Immortal restaurant and immediately gathered together. Look, someone is being carried out naked. 2 young men. Why do I feel like I've seen that naked young man before? Isn't that Chen Song from the Chen family? He often comes to the Drunken Immortal restaurant to eat. What Chen Song? Who has the guts to strip him naked and hang him out of the window? The streets were already in an uproar. At least 100 people stopped to watch. Now, whether Chen Song fell or not, he was going to become famous. Don't let go. It's not too late to pull me back. Chen Song also glanced down. He was not afraid of falling. After all, he was a martial artist in the 4th stage of the martial path. Falling from a height of 4 to 5 meters would at most cause minor injuries. What he was afraid of was losing face. Haha, it's too late. Yi Xian suddenly smiled and pulled Chen Song back with his left hand. Chen Song was overjoyed, but in the next moment his eyes widened. This was because Yi Xian's foot had already landed squarely on his chest. What? Chen Song's jaw dropped. He thought Yi Xian was pulling him back, but he didn't expect him to kick him out. Yi Xian, you're dead meat. Chen Song was kicked flying, but he didn't forget to shout as he flew through the air. Plop! Not long after, Chen Song's naked body smashed into the ground. The huge impact caused him to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. However, the physical injury was nothing compared to the mental injury. At this moment, Chen Song happened to be in front of the crowd. After falling, his consciousness was blurred. In addition to the injuries on his body, he didn't have the ability to cover his vital parts. The surrounding people saw everything clearly. There were also some girls in the crowd. When they saw Chen Song's body, which was as fair as a woman's, they let out sharp screams. This time, Chen Song's name would spread throughout Lianyun City. However, it shouldn't be as famous as Yi Xian. After all, when he fell, he shouted Yi Xian's name. It's over. The Yi family and the Chun family are really going to war. Yi Xian stripped Qin Song and threw him down. The two families will definitely fight this time. What's going on? Didn't they say that Yi Xian did something that angered the gods and caused his dantian to shatter for no reason and become a cripple? That's obviously fake. How can a cripple lift Qin Song up and throw him down the stairs? That's not right. I heard that this Chun Song is in the mid-4th level of the martial path. Yi Xian was only in the early 4th level of the martial path when he was at his peak. Could it be that Chun Song is a paper tiger that was piled up with pills? That's impossible. This Chun Song is one of the 4 heroes of the Chun family. How can he be a paper tiger that was piled up with pills? The surrounding people discussed softly. However, at this moment, another shout came from the sky. Following that, another person fell from the sky. However, this time, it was a fully clothed person. Plop! This person fell beside Qin Song, who was in a daze. Isn't this Yi family's Yi Kai? Good lord, what's going on with this Yi Xian? Not only did he beat up Chun family's Chun Song, he even beat up his own family's Yi Kai. That's strange. Don't the Yi and Chun family mind their own business? Why is this Yi Kai with Qin Song? The surrounding people couldn't understand what was going on and could only surround them. However, this wasn't the end of it. After Chun Song and Yi Kai fell from the sky, another figure flew out from the 2nd floor of the Drunken Immortal Inn. However, this person didn't fall to the ground horizontally. Instead, he landed on his feet. This person was the one who threw Chun Song and Yi Kai down the stairs, Yi Xian. Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. Yi Xian snorted coldly and left without looking back. The surrounding people recognized him and exclaimed, "It's really Yi Xian." After leaving the Drunken Immortal Inn, Yi Xian went straight home. He knew that this time, it was going to be a big mess. He also knew what the result would be, but he never regretted it. Lu wasn't just his servant, she was also his younger sister. How could he swallow his anger when his younger sister was bullied? However, this time, he did reap some benefits. Qin Song was the Chun family's most valued disciple, and he had many good items on him. After Qin Song and Yi Kai were kicked down the stairs, Yi Xian took away their belongings. They were 2 treasured swords and 3 bottles of elixir pills. Yi Xian immediately found a small alley and carefully sized up the 2 treasured swords. Not bad, not bad. These 2 treasured swords seem to be low-grade mortal weapons. I wonder how much spiritual energy I will gain after I devour them. Yi Xian decided to first devour Yi Kai's treasured sword and its scabbard. This treasured sword was also a good item. It was worth at least 100,000 taels of silver and increased Yi Xian's spiritual energy by a lot. I never thought that I would be able to try devouring swords in my life. It would be wrong of me not to try some magic tricks. Yi Xian helplessly shook his head. He suddenly had an idea. In the future, he might be able to devour his opponent's weapon when he fought. Don't provoke me, or else I will devour your divine weapon. This was a domineering line that Yi Xian thought of for himself. Chapter 10. Yi Xian swallowed all 3 bottles of pills without exception. He estimated that he would be able to break through to the mid-stage of the 5th realm with another 500,000 taels of silver. Unfortunately, although he swallowed a lot of things, they weren't particularly valuable, so he didn't get any swallowing points. Now, he was 1 step closer to the mid-stage of the 5th realm. As long as he broke through, he would be able to sweep through the entire younger generation of the Chun clan. Even the strongest of the Chun clan's 4 heroes wouldn't be his match. Even in the entire Shattering Cloud sect, there were only a handful of people with such aptitude. If he entered the Shattering Cloud sect, he would definitely be heavily nurtured. However, 500,000 taels of silver wasn't a small amount. Just now, he only got 20,000 taels of silver from Chun Song and Yi Kai. After all, he didn't need to bring so many taels of silver with him. This isn't bad. As long as I have money, I can level up. It's much easier than cultivating normally. Yi Xian thought to himself. Then, he took Yi Kai's treasured sword and went home. Previously, the unlucky ghost Dan Tian was shattered and his cultivation was lost. Therefore, he threw away all his belongings and bought pills in hopes of recovering. Although this treasured sword was stolen from Yi Kai, it now belonged to him. Moreover, Yi Xian had his own plans. He needed a treasured sword, so he didn't swallow it. As for Chun Song's mess, he'll let the Yi clan clean it up. On the way home, Yi Xian bought a lot of things because he needed to leave Lianyun City for a period of time. Young master, you're back. Lu ran out of the house. Yes, young master has avenged you. I stripped Chun Song of his clothes and threw them on the streets. Yi Xian nodded. When she heard this, Lu was shocked. Yi Xian went out for less than half an hour, and he already took revenge? Young master, Lu's eyes were wet. Probably only Yi Xian dared to strip the Chun clan's clothes and throw them on the streets. Sigh, Lu, you're crying again. It's not a big deal. Yi Xian stroked Lu's hair before taking out a small jade bottle. He said, this is healing medicine. Lu, treat your wounds. Also, I've brought back quite a few things. Remember not to go out in the next few days. Although Lu was only 12 or 13 years old, she was not stupid. She quickly asked, young master, where are you going? I need to leave the city for a while. Now that we have no one to rely on, I want to contact my father's good friend, Yi Xian said slowly. However, this was just an excuse he made up on the spot. This time, he was not going to look for someone, but to gain experience. He only had 30,000 taels of silver and Yi Kai's treasured sword. If he wanted to upgrade it in the future, he would need a large amount of treasures and elixirs. Therefore, this time, he was going out to kill some demonic beasts and sell those precious materials. Lu, I want to go too, Lu said worriedly. Don't be afraid. I've already recovered my strength, and I'm even stronger now. I'll be back in a while. You must not go out in the next few days. Remember, Yi Xian said as he shook his head. For an ordinary person like Lu, it was safer to stay in the city. Moreover, the house he bought was very secluded. There were not many people around, so she should be fine. All right then. Young master, you must be careful. Lu also knew that she would be a burden to Yi Xian, so she did not insist. If something happened along the way, Yi Xian would definitely protect her. This was equivalent to having another burden. All right, then I'll be leaving. I'll be back as soon as possible. Yi Xian repeated. Lu nodded and waved at Yi Xian. Her face was filled with reluctance. Young master, you must come back soon, all right. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian left. After leaving the house, Yi Xian went to the stable and bought a good horse. Because he was going out to train, he only brought 10,000 taels of silver with him. He left the remaining 20,000 taels of silver for Lu. Then, he went to buy some necessities for training and hurried out of the city. He guessed that the Yi family should be looking for him now. After all, he had stripped Chun Song, a mid-stage 4th-grade martial artist, naked and left him on the streets. This meant that his cultivation level had definitely recovered. TSK, TSK, TSK. When I'm useful, I'll be heavily nurtured. When I'm not, you'll kick me aside. When I return from training, I'll definitely give you all a surprise. Yi Xian thought to himself. Then, he mounted his horse and galloped into the distance. Although he didn't know how to ride a horse before transmigrating and hadn't even seen one with his own eyes, the unlucky ones did. Therefore, Yi Xian could be considered to know how to ride a horse. This time, he was at a place called the 18 Mountain Ranges of Lianyun. There were countless demonic beasts there. Yi Xian was in the early stage of the 5th-grade martial path. As long as he did not encounter any demonic beasts of the 6th grade or above, he should be fine. Moreover, in the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun, the stronger the demonic beasts were in the later mountain ranges. Yi Xian's goal this time was to train in the first 10 mountain ranges. He spent more than a day on the road and finally arrived at the entrance of the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun in the evening. This place was an excellent training ground in Nanlin County, so there were many people. However, because it was nighttime, there were not many people outside. It's already late. Let's rest for the night and go in tomorrow. Yi Xian thought for a while and then sat down to rest. He also took the time to practice his martial arts. Unlucky Guy was the #1 genius of the Yi family. The martial arts he practiced were of a high grade. When Yi Xian transmigrated, he was just an ordinary person. He could not even beat a Chinese dog, let alone martial arts. However, after a few days of rest and practice, as well as the combat skills that unlucky guy figured out, his combat strength was not bad. The next day, he woke up early and entered the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyan. The first few mountain ranges of the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyan were filled with weak, demonic beasts. As soon as Yi Xian entered, he encountered a green-skinned wild boar. According to Unlucky Guy's memory, Yi Xian knew that this was a demonic beast called the green-skinned boar. Its strength was in the second stage, which was equivalent to a second-grade martial artist. Fisk, I'll send you to meet your grandmother with one punch. Yi Xian did not draw his sword. Instead, he directly punched the green-skinned boar's head. In an instant, that powerful punch killed the green-skinned boar. Chapter 11. There are 10 stages of the martial path, and each stage can increase my strength by 50 kilograms. A casual punch of mine has a strength of 600 to 700 kilograms. With the help of the Grade 2 penetrating fist, I should be able to kill any monster below Grade 3 with a single punch. Yi Xian said as he prepared to leave. There was nothing valuable on the green-furred boar. The entire carcass was probably worth only a dozen taels of silver. However, at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stopped in his tracks and muttered, "The devouring system can devour anything. Does that mean I can also devour this monster's carcass?" He walked back and squatted down. He opened his mouth and sucked. Sure enough, the green-furred boar's carcass began to shrink and was devoured by him. It can actually be devoured, and there's even a gain in spiritual energy. Haha, then if I were to madly kill demonic beasts, wouldn't I be able to level up as well? Yi Xian was overjoyed. This was another way for him to level up. However, this green-furred boar's level was too low, so the feedback from the devouring system was not much. Yi Xian could not calculate whether he should sell the carcass for money or devour it directly. He did not know which was more cost-effective. However, it was more convenient to devour it directly. Sigh, using my mouth to devour is still too shocking. If someone finds out, I'm afraid they will treat me as a monster and kill me. It's better to get 3 devouring points as soon as possible so that I can exchange for the devouring hand. In the future, I can use my hands to devour monsters. Yi Xian shook his head and continued on his way. Along the way, he checked the devouring system whenever he had time and found many good things. Other than the cultivation techniques of this world, there were other things such as magic and battle energy. However, these skills required a specific bloodline, such as the magician's bloodline. Yi Xian felt that it was better to forget about it. These were too sci-fi. After all, this was a fantasy world. It would be too inappropriate to change to these. It was better to change to martial arts. He walked forward alone, killing all the demonic beasts he encountered. Grade 3 monster black striped leopard, take my punch. Grade 2 monster sharp fanged wolf, take my punch too. Grade 3 monster great bull. Yi Xian was seething with excitement. Every time he killed a demonic beast, his strength would increase. This was exactly the same as leveling up by killing monsters in games. However, the devouring system was not omnipotent. The golden ball had only become his dantian. His spiritual energy was not limitless. Once it was used up, he would have to sit down and recover his spiritual energy. In less than a day, Yi Xian had killed his way to the 6th mountain range. There were many 3rd and 4th stage demonic beasts here, so his improvement was relatively quick. At this rate, I should be able to break through to the mid-5th stage of the martial path within 3 days. Yi Xian estimated in his heart. Previously, Zhang Xian estimated that he would need 500,000 taels of silver to level up. However, in the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyan, he would only need 4 days to level up, and he would be able to earn 100,000 taels of silver every day. Of course, this was just the exchange of the money earned from killing demonic beasts. If he really wanted to come in to earn money, he estimated that he would not be able to earn more than 10,000 taels of silver before he would have to leave. After all, after martial artists killed a demonic beast, they would have to cut it up and store it away. Everyone would not carry a lot of things with them. Once they were full, they would have to go back and sell them. This round trip would take many days. Therefore, it was still relatively difficult to earn money. It was just that Yi Xian was more convenient. At this time, Yi Xian was resting on a tree. He was checking the devouring system for good things to satisfy his cravings. However, at this time, a sudden movement in the wind caught his attention. There's something. Yi Xian immediately sat up straight. His right hand rested on his low-grade mortal sword as he listened carefully. The forest at night was more dangerous. Most people would spend the night in the trees. Very few people would move around in the forest. Moreover, Yi Xian could tell that the sound of the wind blowing through the grass seemed to be caused by demonic beasts. Swish! A sound came from not far away. Yi Xian frowned and turned his head to look. However, because the surroundings were too dark, he could not see what kind of demonic beast it was. The sound was getting closer and closer. This demonic beast happened to be walking in Yi Xian's direction. However, when it appeared in front of Yi Xian's eyes, it also made the latter's body tremble. Oh my god, this is a husky. It's actually a huge python. Yi Xian clearly saw what kind of demonic beast it was. It was a huge python that was 3 meters long. The radius of its body was almost comparable to Yi Xian's thigh. This seems to be a white-scaled python. When it reaches adulthood, it will become a rank 4 demonic beast. Yi Xian recognized it. Rank 4 demonic beasts. Even stronger ones were only equivalent to a martial artist at the peak of the 4th stage of the martial path. Yi Xian was at the 5th stage of the martial path. The martial arts he learned were even more advanced, so it should not be a problem for him to deal with it. This white-scaled python did not seem to notice Yi Xian and directly slid under him. This is the first rank 4 demonic beast I've encountered. After killing it and devouring it, I should be able to improve a lot. Kill! Yi Xian gripped the hilt of his sword tightly and suddenly pulled out his sword. Then, he directly jumped and slashed to the white-scaled python's body. Although he did not learn any sword techniques, under the suppression of his level, killing this white-scaled python was not a problem. Clang! However, what Yi Xian did not expect was that when his sword slashed at the white-scaled python's scales, it actually made a crisp sound. It did not break through its defense. What? Yi Xian was shocked. Could it be that he had mistaken the demonic beast for someone else? Impossible. My sword with all my strength can definitely break through. Yi Xian did not dare to believe it. However, when he took a closer look, he realized that the white-scaled python scales had a black luster. Because he was on the tree earlier, he did not notice it. After being attacked, the white-scaled python immediately turned around and opened its bloody mouth to bite Yi Xian's neck. Back-penetrating fist technique, Raging Bull's charge. Yi Xian formed a fist with his left hand and directly punched the white-scaled python's chin, forcing it to retreat. At the same time, he slashed out with his sword again, hitting the same spot as before. Clang! The second slash still did not break through the white-scaled python's defense. This is too strange. This is not an ordinary white-scaled python. Yi Xian was puzzled. At this moment, he struck again. This time it was a stab. The sword pierced through the gap between the white-scaled python scales, and a crisp sound rang out. He broke through its defense. As long as I can break through your defense, then I can kill you. Yi Xian was overjoyed. This white-scaled python was not very strong. It was just that its scales were very hard. However, fortunately, Yi Xian had a low-grade mortal weapon in his hand that could cause damage to the white-scaled python. Otherwise, he would have had to punch the python. After a few rounds, the white-scaled python was bleeding profusely from Yi Xian's stab. In the next moment, it actually fled. Chapter 12. This was a forest. Although the white-scaled python was huge, its speed was not slow. Furthermore, it walked around the trees, giving Yi Xian a headache. Sai, the unlucky guy, is not interested in swords, so his swordsmanship is not very good. Otherwise, I would have hacked it to death. Yi Xian felt helpless. The unlucky guy was not interested in swords, but he felt that swords were very cool. At this moment, Yi Xian was also thinking about whether he should exchange his points for a rank 5 martial arts technique. He was hesitant because it was not easy to obtain devouring points. However, when he thought about how the corpse of the white-scaled python was worth at least 10,000 taels of silver, he made up his mind. He quickly searched the menu of the devouring system and finally chose a martial arts technique, the Gale Sword Technique. Do you want to spend 1 point to exchange for the Gale Sword Technique? The system prompted. Yes. After Yi Xian replied in his mind, the system deducted that point of devour points. Immediately after, a cultivation technique appeared in his mind. It was the Gale Sword Technique. In the outside world, Yi Xian was still chasing the white-scaled python, but in his mind, Yi Xian had spent a long time. It is indeed magical. After exchanging for the martial arts technique, it gave me a period of time to practice with the shadow, holding the sword. It's just like a skill display in a game. Haha, don't go, Orochi. Yi Xian was excited. With his early stage of the 5th stage of the martial path, using a rank 5 martial arts technique, he could definitely kill the white-scaled python quickly. Immediately, he gripped his sword tightly and swung it. Gale Slash. A stream of pure spiritual energy turned into sword chi and swept out. In an instant, it swept across several meters and slashed the white-scaled python's body. In an instant, the white-scaled python was cut in half. However, due to the dim vision, Yi Xian's accuracy was not very good. The only part of the white-scaled python that was cut was the tail. This time, the white-scaled python fled even faster. The consumption of a rank 5 martial arts technique is really high. When I was at my peak, I would have used my spiritual energy 10 times. But now, I can only use it 2 or 3 times. Yi Xian thought for a moment and chased after the white-scaled python using the Yi family's martial arts technique. Gale Slash Die. Yi Xian's eyes turned cold as he suddenly attacked with his sword. A stream of light flashed, and a crisp sound floated. This time, the white-scaled python's head was cut in half and died instantly. A rank 5 martial arts technique is indeed powerful. Yi Xian was surprised and then directly swallowed the 3 sections of the white-scaled python's body. When he saw the extent of the increase, he revealed a satisfied expression and muttered, "Not bad, not bad." This white-scaled python is equivalent to 20 to 30 rank 3 demonic beasts. It would be even better if there were a few more. Cave? Could it be the white-scaled python's nest? He focused his mind. It seemed that the white-scaled python felt threatened and wanted to escape back to its nest, but it was unexpectedly killed by Yi Xian. Since there was a nest, then there might be other white-scaled pythons inside. He heard that white-scaled pythons usually lived in pairs. If there was another one, then it would be an unexpected gain. I can still use Gale Slash 2 more times. Even if I don't use it, I can still beat the white-scaled python into fleeing. Yes, I should recover my spiritual energy first, just in case. Yi Xian made up his mind, but he couldn't help but take out a bottle of pills to recover his spiritual energy. Just now, he killed the white-scaled python, but it only increased his spiritual energy limit. He took the pills and used the Yi family's martial arts technique to quickly recover his spiritual energy. After a while, he got up and entered the cave. The cave wasn't big, but what surprised Yi Xian was that there seemed to be something emitting a faint light in the depths of the cave. Maybe there's something good inside. Yi Xian was looking forward to it. In the wild, there were still some natural treasures other than monster beasts. They were the raw materials used to refine pills. Yi Xian walked into the cave for a while. Then, he heard a different sound. It was the sound of the white-scaled python hissing. There really is another white-scaled python. Yi Xian thought to himself. Then, he turned a corner and poked his head out. Sure enough, there was a white-scaled python entrenched in the depths of the cave. The source of light was a stone in the center of the white-scaled python. The stone emitting a black light seems to be some kind of ore. The white-scaled python scales are so hard. It seems that it was affected by it. Yi Xian saw the clues at a glance. He immediately drew his sword and rushed out. However, in the next moment, he discovered that something was wrong. This white-scaled python seemed to be much bigger than the white-scaled python he had just killed. Even its body had reached 5 meters. Seeing that a human had barged into its territory, the white-scaled python spat out its tongue and directly swam towards Yi Xian. Seeing the white-scaled python open its mouth wide and pounce toward him, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He aimed a Gale Slash at the python's head. Clang! The sword Qi slashed the white-scaled python's scales, producing a metallic sound. Yi Xian's attack did not break through the python's defense. Oh no, it's a rank 5 monster beast. Yi Xian immediately reacted. Moreover, this white-scaled python was probably equivalent to the middle of the 5th level of martial Dao, or even the peak of the 5th level of martial Dao. While Yi Xian was still in shock, the white-scaled python had already rushed to his side and bit him. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and moved his leg away. Otherwise, his thigh would have been pierced by the white-scaled python's venomous fangs. Yi Xian was shocked by the white-scaled python's strength. However, he did not lose his rationality. He calmly thought about it. Right now, there were only 2 paths in front of him. 1, he immediately turned around and ran with all his might. 2, he quickly passed the white-scaled python and devoured the glowing black stone. If all went well, he might be able to directly reach the mid-stage rank 5 martial path. Then, his spiritual energy might have the power to destroy the white-scaled python. However, this was very risky because he did not know what the stone was. If he could not increase his spiritual energy, then he would be in danger. Forget it, this stone is not ordinary. I'll go all out. Yi Xian made up his mind. He directly stepped on the white-scaled python's body, and with a powerful kick, he pounced toward the black stone. The white-scaled python also understood Yi Xian's intention and chased after him. Chapter 13. The host has devoured a piece of obsidian ore. You have gained 5 devouring points. Ding. The host has broken through to the mid-stage of the 5th level of the martial path. In an instant, Yi Xian's aura grew stronger, and the spiritual energy in his body also soared. When the white-scaled python saw that Yi Xian had taken away its item, it immediately opened its bloody mouth and bit at Yi Xian's head, as if it wanted to swallow Yi Xian. Gale cut. Yi Xian flicked his long sword, and an even sharper sword Qi slashed at the white-scaled python's body. With a muffled sound, the white-scaled python's head flew over, and its body was separated from its body. Instant kill. Looking at the python's head and body that were still moving, Yi Xian wiped his cold sweat. It seemed that he had made the right bet. The black stone was indeed a good item. 5 devouring points meant that the black stone was worth around 5 million taels of silver. What a disgusting animal. Its head is already chopped off, but its body and head can still move. If I'm not careful, I'll be bitten. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Snakes were a special kind of creature. If a part of its body was separated from its body, it could still maintain its original movement for a period of time. Therefore, the severed tongue could still carry out conditioned reflexes, opening its mouth or spitting out its tongue. Now, Yi Xian had 5 devouring points. He directly spent 3 points to exchange for a skill called the Devouring Hand. From now on, as long as he touched something with his hand, he could devour it. It was very convenient. Moreover, the devouring skill could be upgraded and could devour an area. Not only that, the devouring points could be exchanged for a devouring space, which was similar to an interspatial ring, but much safer. Yi Xian placed his hand on the swaying python and devoured it. Then, he pierced the python's head with his sword and devoured it as well. It's really a 5th rank monster. It has improved a lot. Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction. Originally, he only needed 500,000 taels of silver to break through. Now that he suddenly obtained 5 million taels of obsidian, he directly broke through to the mid-stage of the 5th stage of the martial path. Furthermore, he was not far from the peak of the 5th stage of the martial path. The devouring system was indeed a good thing. However, the amount of resources required to level up was too large. 5 million silver was enough to nurture an ordinary person to the 6th stage of the martial path. After cleaning up the mess, Yi Xian looked around but didn't find anything. Then, he left the cave and found a tree in the forest to rest. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, Yi Xian woke up early and continued hunting. Now that he had broken through to the mid-5th stage of the martial path, he was just a step away from breaking through to the peak of the 5th stage of the martial path, so he wanted to return to Lianyun City after breaking through. With the devouring hand, Yi Xian could kill demonic beasts with ease. However, things were not that simple. Big brother, when I went out to relieve myself, I saw a kid kill an iron-armored bull. Then, the iron-armored bull disappeared in the next moment. In a forest somewhere in the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun, a skinny man ran up to a scarred man and said, "Disappeared? Are your eyes playing tricks on you?" The knife-scar man was startled and asked in astonishment, "No, the iron-armored bull is a third-rank demonic beast. It's much bigger than the two of us. I didn't see wrongly," the skinny man said seriously. "If you didn't see wrongly, then there's only one possibility." The scarred man's eyes suddenly lit up. "An interspatial ring." The skinny man hurriedly nodded. That's right. Only an interspatial ring can do that. Big brother, we've hit the jackpot this time. Someone actually has an interspatial ring. An interspatial ring was an extremely precious item. Most people had heard of it, but had never seen it before. Previously, the Heavenly Yuan sect's enforcer, Eugene, had one. However, this person's identity was extremely mysterious, so it was reasonable for him to have an interspatial ring. Moreover, even the sect leader of a sect might not have an interspatial ring. However, it was impossible for a kid who came to the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun to have one. "Are you sure that the kid lost an iron armor bull?" The scarred man couldn't help but ask again. "I swear on my head that I didn't see wrongly. Moreover, big brother, we've done that kind of thing before. Since there's no one here, why don't we?" The skinny man raised his eyebrows. "All right, let's kill him." The scar-faced man was also moved. An interspatial ring was priceless. If they could really obtain it, they would definitely become an expert in their own right. As for the kid that the skinny man was talking about, he was actually Yi Xian. When he was devouring the demonic beast's corpse, the skinny man had accidentally seen it. Immediately, the two of them picked up their weapons and chased after him. However, at this moment, Yi Xian was still looking for the next demonic beast to kill. He was completely unaware that danger was approaching him. Footsteps? Yi Xian, who was looking for his prey, suddenly felt that something was wrong. He immediately frowned and turned his head. He saw two figures following him out of the forest. These two people were the skinny man and the scar man. "Little brother, please wait a moment." Seeing that Yi Xian had discovered him, the skinny man shouted loudly and jogged over. Yi Xian frowned. He sized up the two of them and found that they were around 40 years old. As for their strength, he couldn't tell. "Stop!" Yi Xian suddenly raised his hand and signaled for the skinny man to stop. Although he hadn't been in this world for long, after fusing with the memories of the unlucky guy, he wasn't a newbie anymore. In this wilderness, there were always some discordant things happening, such as killing and robbing. "What's the matter?" Yi Xian looked at the skinny man who stopped 20 meters in front of him and asked loudly. The skinny man revealed a harmless look and said, "Little brother, it's like this. We accidentally lost our map, so we wanted to ask you if you have an extra map of the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun." "Map?" Hearing this question, Yi Xian's frown loosened. He then took out a sheepskin scroll and threw it to the side. "Brothers, it's only right for us to help each other when we're outside. I'll leave the map here. Come and get it after I leave." After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. If the two of them were really looking for him because they lost their map, he was more than willing to help because he had a spare map on him. Chapter 14. Damn it, this kid is so vigilant. The bag on his back is obviously filled with clothes. "It must be used as a cover," the skinny man said carefully. "That's right, but his sword is probably worth a lot. It should be an inferior mortal weapon." The scar-faced man's eyes were quite sharp. He saw through it immediately. The skinny man's eyes flickered. An inferior mortal weapon was worth 100,000 taels of silver. They had only earned 10,000 taels of silver each time they entered the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. Killing one person would earn them 10,000 taels of silver. Even if they did not have an interspatial ring, they would still make a lot of money. "Approach him quietly. When he notices us, we'll kill him quickly. Don't give him any chance." The scar-faced man tightened his grip on his broadsword. "Okay." The skinny man nodded and then lowered his footsteps. They estimated that Yi Xian was only about 15 years old. Even if he was a descendant of a certain family, he should only be at LV3 or LV4 martial path at most. As for the two of them, one was at the middle stage of LV4 martial path, while the other was at the peak of LV4 martial path. It would be easy for them to kill Yi Xian, but because they were cautious, they went all out in every battle. Yi Xian, who had turned to leave, jogged for a while. Then, he felt that something was wrong and immediately turned back. He saw that the skinny man and the scar-faced man suddenly burst out with speed and rushed toward him. "Damn it! You really want to kill me and steal my treasures. Damn it, don't think that I'm easy to bully. Since you want to die, I don't mind killing you." Yi Xian's anger soared. Although he hadn't killed anyone with his own hands, he'd killed quite a few bandits in the past. Furthermore, this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. If you didn't kill someone, you would be killed by someone else. Immediately, Yi Xian drew his treasured sword and prepared to fight. He could see that the two of them were at LV4 martial path. He should be able to handle them. Every breakthrough in the 10 LV of martial path was a great improvement. However, there were 3 small realms in each realm, so the gap was not very obvious. Therefore, there were often some geniuses who challenged those of higher realms and defeated those stronger than them. And now, even though Yi Xian was at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, he was much stronger than the two of them. Before the two of them even got close, he had already launched an attack. A few ordinary sword chi slashes slashed towards the two of them. These sword chi slashes were not very powerful, so they were shattered by the two men's weapons. However, the two men's faces turned pale in an instant. They had underestimated Yi Xian. In for a penny, in for a pound. Kill him with all your might. The scarred man snorted coldly. He could sense that Yi Xian's strength was not ordinary. Just those few sword chi slashes were something that neither of them had the ability to unleash. Unlucky guy can be considered a genius. He has some understanding of battle. Although my realm is higher than his, I don't have the advantage in terms of numbers. So, the best way is to instantly reduce his opponent's numbers. Yi Xian muttered in his heart as he watched the two swiftly approach. Soon after, his gaze landed on the skinny man. This was because he was the weaker of the two. Have a taste of this move. When the skinny man was only 10 meters away from Yi Xian, the latter instantly rushed out. With a flick of his right hand, a powerful spiritual energy instantly cut through the air and slashed towards the skinny man. Gale slash. What? Be careful. The scarred man opened his eyes wide and shouted. He could see that this move was no small matter. Whoosh! With a flash of cold light, the gale slash swept past the skinny man's body. The skinny man's legs instinctively paused. Then he felt a chill. Whoosh! The skinny man's body was sliced diagonally in half by the gale slash. He fell to the ground. Although he did not die instantly, he was probably not far away. Second brother. The scarred man's eyes turned red. He turned his head and launched an attack at Yi Xian. He wildly swung the large sword in his hand a few times. Slashes swept out one after another, preparing to tear Yi Xian apart. However, this was simply throwing an egg at a rock. Insignificant skill, gale slash. Yi Xian paused his feet and instantly sent out 2 gale slashes, completely destroying the scarred man's attack. One had to know that he was in the mid-stage of the 5th grade of the martial path. Furthermore, he was using a 5th grade martial arts. Even if the scarred man instantly sent out 10 slashes, he was afraid that he would not be able to block 1 gale slash. Not good, the scarred man thought to himself. He hurriedly twisted his body, preparing to dodge between the 2 gale slashes. However, the 2 gale slashes were at extremely tricky angles. As a result, his right shoulder was grazed. Fortunately, it was only a small injury and would not affect the rest of the battle. However, when the scarred man suddenly saw a figure flash in front of him, there was no trace of blood on his face. He was so focused on dodging the gale slash that he forgot that Yi Xian could still move. At this moment, Yi Xian had already swept in front of him and suddenly attacked with his sword. Gale triple stab. Poof, poof, poof. 3 muffled sounds rang out. The scar man's green shirt, was already stained red. In an instant, he was stabbed 3 times by Yi Xian. However, in any case, he had experienced many life and death battles and was able to successfully avoid being hit in his vital points. "Stinking brat, I'm going to kill you," the scarred man roared. He waved his large sword as if he wanted to cut off Yi Xian's head with one slash. Oomph. Faced with this attack, Yi Xian coldly snorted. His right foot suddenly took a big step back, and at the same time his entire body sank down. Whoosh whoosh. Yi Xian could hear the whistling of the wind above his head. The scar man's large sword swept past his head. At this moment, his spiritual energy had already gathered in his right hand again. Gale triple stab. Poof, poof, poof. The scar-faced man was injured once again, and this time he was injured in his thigh. In order to maximize the damage, Yi Xian also stabbed 3 times at the same time. Although the wound wasn't deep, it cut off the scar-faced man's thigh artery. Not good. The scarred man's expression had already sunk to rock bottom. The arteries in the thigh were critical. If it was not handled properly, his life would be in danger. Furthermore, they were still in the middle of a battle. If he did not quickly finish off Yi Xian, he was afraid that he would lose too much blood and die. Die! The scarred man did not care anymore. He raised his large sword and aimed it at Yi Xian's head and viciously chopped down. However, his movements were not fast, and Yi Xian nimbly dodged it. One more time. Die for me. Yi Xian's right hand moved quickly. This time, he aimed for the scarred man's throat. Poof, poof, poof. All 3 strikes hit. After the 3 sword strikes, the scar-faced man threw away his broadsword. He covered his bleeding throat with both hands as he retreated. Chapter 15. Who are you? The scar-faced man spat out 3 words with difficulty. This was probably the last question he would ever ask in his life. Yi Xian. Yi Xian swung his sword to dry the blood. Then, he watched as the scar-faced man fell to the ground and began to convulse. Not long after, the scar-faced man's windpipe was blocked by the gushing blood. He could no longer breathe and finally died. On the other side, the skinny man who was cut in half by Yi Xian was also dead. Looking at the 2 corpses on the ground, Yi Xian took a deep breath. He had killed many demonic beasts in the past few days and had seen countless corpses, but this was the first time he had killed someone with his own hands. Is this the feeling of killing someone for the first time? It doesn't seem like much. Yi Xian shook his head and sheathed his sword. Then, he unwrapped the 2 men's bags. One of them was in the mid-stage of the 4th stage of the martial path, while the other was in the peak of the 4th stage of the martial path. As expected, when Yi Xian calculated the value of the items in the 2 men's bags, his face paled. The value of the items in the 2 men's bags was about 200,000 taels of silver. Swallow them all. The stronger the better. Yi Xian swallowed all the elixir pills, demonic beast materials, and treasures in one go. His strength increased again. No wonder so many people kill others to steal their treasures. This is indeed a fast way to earn money. However, if one's eyes are bad and they provoke an expert, they will have to pay the price in blood. After Yi Xian said this, he prepared to leave. Then, a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. He could swallow demonic beast corpses, but what about human corpses? Although it's a little inhumane, I'll still try. Yi Xian thought to himself. He squatted down beside the dead scar-faced man and placed his hand on his body. At the same time, he said in his heart, "Swallow." Unable to swallow human corpses. The system notified him. Sure enough, it doesn't work. Hearing the notification, Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. If he could swallow human corpses, he was afraid that he would become a homicidal maniac. Since it didn't work, he chose to turn around and leave. After swallowing a large amount of good stuff, he was one step closer to the peak of the 5th stage of the martial path. He estimated that he would be able to break through again after a few 100,000 taels of silver. However, he remembered that Lu'er was still waiting for him in Lianyan City. In order not to make Lu'er worry, he decided to return. Of course, he would kill his way back. Ever since Yi Xian entered the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyan, he did not know why, but he had not encountered many humans. the two martial artists today were the first batch he had encountered. However, when he walked towards the entrance of the mountain range, he encountered a second group of people. At this moment, Yi Xian heard the frantic footsteps behind him and could not help but stop in the middle of the grassland. He turned around and saw a white figure rushing towards him. She's also wearing a bamboo hat, but she looks like a woman. Yi Xian thought to himself as he watched in silence. The woman was about a few hundred meters away from him, but what surprised Yi Xian was that the woman was running towards him at an extremely fast speed. What a fast speed! She must have cultivated a movement martial art of the 4th stage, or above. Yi Xian was shocked. He also had a movement martial art, but it was only of the 4th stage. However, he was from a Yi clan, one of the 4 great clans of Lianyan City. A 4-stage movement martial art would cost millions of taels of silver. It was definitely not something an ordinary person could possess. Out of curiosity, Yi Xian did not dodge. He just stood there quietly. The woman in white was extremely fast. In less than half a minute, she was dozens of meters in front of Yi Xian. When the woman saw Yi Xian, her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. She said, "Friend, can you help me?" Again? Yi Xian was already helpless. He had just killed 2 people who had designs on him, and now there was another one. Was there an end to this? However, in the next moment, he was startled. This was because he had guessed wrongly. The woman in white was about the same age as him. He could tell from her voice. However, the woman in the bamboo hat was still wearing a veil, so Yi Xian could not see her face. What can I do? Yi Xian tensed up all the nerves in his body. This woman's movement martial art was extremely profound. Her strength was probably even greater than that of the scarred man. The woman in the bamboo hat revealed a happy expression. She carefully sized up Yi Xian and said, "There is someone behind us who wants to kill us and steal our treasures. He has been chasing us for a long time. Can you help me chase him away? Kill us and steal our treasures." Hearing this, Yi Xian's brows furrowed even tighter. He had indeed encountered such a situation. At this moment, his eyes focused again. Sure enough, there was a figure rushing towards them from 1,000 meters away. What is this person's strength? Yi Xian slowly asked. He believed this bamboo hat woman for the time being. The bamboo hat woman hesitated for a moment before replying, "The early 5th stage of the martial path." What? The early 5th stage of the martial path? Yi Xian was also shocked. He asked again, "What about you?" "I am in the middle 4th stage of the martial path, but I am not his match. I think you are from a large family, so your strength should not be ordinary. If we join forces, we should be able to fight him." The bamboo hat woman's face was pale. This was the after effect of running a long distance with a movement martial art. Yi Xian was currently in the middle 5th stage of the martial path. In a one-on-one situation, he was stronger than the person in front of him. However, he was still too young and lacked battle experience. If this person was an expert, then he would be finished. "Miss, we have only met by chance. Moreover, this is the first time we have met, and you want me to help you. The opponent is such a strong expert. I am afraid." Yi Xian frowned. In this wilderness, he had to be vigilant at all times. He could not let his guard down just because the person in front of him was a woman. What if this woman was in cahoots with the person who was chasing after them? If this woman suddenly attacked him while he was helping, then it would be a tragedy. Before Yi Xian could finish speaking, the bamboo hat woman suddenly asked. She jogged forward and stopped 10 meters away from Yi Xian. "Yi Xian!" the bamboo hat woman exclaimed. Yi Xian was even more surprised. He asked in astonishment, "You know me?" He was also drunk. To be able to meet an acquaintance in this wilderness, his luck was really good. However, he could not figure out who this woman was. However, her voice sounded familiar. The woman was actually a little uncertain. However, when she saw Yi Xian's expression, she immediately took off her bamboo hat. Under the bamboo hat was a delicate little face. It was like carved jade, like a porcelain doll. Chapter 16. Don't you recognize me? I'm Xue Qingqing, the girl said in surprise. Xue Qingqing. When this name fell into Yi Xian's ears, his body trembled. Suddenly, a person appeared in his mind. When his father, Yi Chong, was traveling, he coincidentally encountered a caravan. Moreover, it was when the caravan was being robbed by bandits. At that time, Yi Cheng took action and resolved the crisis of the caravan. At the same time, he became acquainted with the owner of the caravan. The owner of the caravan was called Shui Hai. He was very grateful to Yi Cheng. After learning that Yi Cheng was a member of the Yi family in Lianyan City, he visited many times to express his gratitude. And this merchant called Shui Hai was the father of the girl in front of Yi Xian. "It's you?" Yi Xian also reacted. It turned out that he also knew this girl. "Of course it's me. It's only been a few years, and you actually don't recognize me." The girl, Shui Qingqing, said somewhat angrily. However, she suddenly remembered that the last time she went to the Yi family in Lianyan City was 4 years ago. At that time, she was only 10 years old. Shui Qingqing's father and Unlucky Brat's father are friends, and also the only trustworthy friend. It seems that I have to help. Yi Xian made up his mind. Before he left Lianyan City, he used a reason to lie to Lu Er. He said that he was going to find his father's friend. At that time, the person that appeared in his mind was Shui Hai. After all, this was the only friend that his father, Yi Cheng, could trust. "So it's you, girl. Come here quickly," Yi Xian hurriedly said. At the same time, he glanced in the distance. The person chasing them was already halfway there. He estimated that in less than half a minute, he would catch up. Shui Qingqing also hurriedly ran towards Yi Xian. However, in the next moment, she suddenly muttered, it's over. Why did I meet you?" "Girl, what do you mean?" Yi Xian didn't understand, but he could hear Shui Qingqing's tone. It was obvious that she disliked him. "I heard that you're only at the early 4th stage of the martial path, even weaker than me. I'm afraid we can't stop him." Shui Qingqing was very helpless. Her delicate hand was already on the hilt of her sword. Yi Xian was also speechless by these words. In his memory, this Shui Qingqing seemed to be 1 year younger than him, but her talent was actually much higher than his. At the age of 14, she had reached the middle stage of the 4th stage of the martial Dao. She could definitely be called a genius. "What should we do? I don't have much spiritual energy left in my body. Even if we work together, I'm afraid we won't be a match for him," Shui Qingqing said with a worried expression. "You don't think highly of me? I'm still the #1 genius of a Yi clan." Yi Xian suddenly turned around and asked. Shui Qingqing ignored him and said guiltily, "I'm sorry that you got involved in this matter. It might even cost you your life. Uncle, you saved my family, and I haven't even repaid your kindness. Now, I brought you harm." Cough, cough. Yi Xian almost choked on his own saliva. He didn't say anything else. He just stood beside Shui Qingqing and watched as the figure in front of him quickly approached. "Shui Qingqing, you run pretty fast. You stole my things. Do you think you can escape from my grasp?" The person who came was a young man, but he was about 3 or 4 years older than Yi Xian. He looked at Shui Qingqing and directly revealed a look of anger. "Steal?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and looked at Shui Qingqing beside him. The latter smiled awkwardly and whispered, "I met him before and found out that he had obtained a 500-year-old blood ginseng. So I suddenly took action and snatched his bag. It turned out that Shui Qingqing didn't encounter someone who wanted to kill her and steal her treasure. She was the one who took the other party's things. The 100-year-old blood ginseng that Yi Xian had taken was worth 100,000 taels of silver, and this 500-year-old blood ginseng was probably worth 10 times more. It could be sold for at least 1,000,000 taels of silver. You really don't want to live anymore. Snatching something from an early stage, 5th stage martial artist. Are you courting death?" Yi Xian was already convinced by Shui Qingqing. Now he remembered that the Shui family seemed to have a more profound movement martial art that had reached the 5th grade. No wonder Shui Qingqing was able to shake off this young man. So it was because of this. However, a 5th grade movement martial art consumed a lot of energy. Shui Qingqing's body didn't have enough spiritual energy, so the other party caught up. "I just wanted to steal something, that's all. This guy's vigilance towards me is very low. It's already good that I didn't sneak attack and kill him." Shui Qingqing whispered, "What are you two secretly talking about?" The young man's expression darkened, and his gaze fell on Yi Xian. In the next moment, his eyes flashed with a strange light as he exclaimed, "Yi Xian, Why are you here? Hearing this exclamation, Yi Xian was helpless. The number one genius and number one trash of the Yi family was indeed powerful. Wherever he went, people would recognize him. He also turned his head to look and carefully sized up the young man in front of him. He found that he had some impression of him. The head of the Chun family's four heroes, Chun Feng, Yi Xian said in astonishment. Previously, he had stripped Chun Song of the Chun family and threw him on the streets, causing a sensation in Lianyan City. This Chun Feng was also a member of the Chun family. Moreover, he was the most outstanding genius of the Chun family. He had already reached the 5th stage of the martial path at the age of 18. Not only that, this Chun Feng was also an outer disciple of the Shattering Cloud sect. He could be considered as one of Yi Xian's senior brothers. You know him? Xue Qingqing turned her head and asked. Yes, this Chun family is one of the 4 great families of Lianyan City. And this Chun Feng is the most outstanding of the Chun family's younger generation. Yi Xian nodded and explained in a low voice. He remembered that Chun Feng had broken through to the 4th stage of the martial path at the age of 16. Then, in the following 2 years, he broke through to the 5th stage of the martial path. Originally, this aptitude was definitely above Yi Xian. However, in order to let Chun Feng enter the Shattering Cloud sect, the Chun family had spent millions of silvers and used medicinal pills to push Chun Feng up. This was good news for Yi Xian. I didn't expect to meet a trash like you here. I heard that you have lost all your cultivation. How could you still enter the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyan? The corner of Chun Feng's mouth slightly curled up. As he spoke, his eyes flashed with killing intent from time to time. This was the wilderness. If he killed Yi Xian, no one would know. There's no need for Brother Chun to worry about my cultivation base. Yi Xian also smiled. He could see that this Chun Feng seemed to want to kill him to weaken the Yi family's strength. Do what you want. Chun Feng retracted his gaze from Yi Xian. The most important thing right now was to retrieve the 500-year-old blood ginseng. He looked at Xue Qingqing and coldly said, Xue Qingqing, hand over my things. Chapter 17. Chun Feng paused for a moment. His eyes flickered as he said, All right, as long as you return the blood ginseng to me, I'll let this matter rest. Although he said that, he had no intention of letting Yi Xian and Xue Qingqing go. Firstly, the former was a member of the Yi clan. Secondly, this was the wilderness. It wouldn't be a problem to kill them. Thirdly, Xue Qingqing was quite pretty. It would be a pity to let her go. Therefore, he wanted them to hand over the blood ginseng before killing Yi Xian. Then, he would destroy Xue Qingqing's dantian and enjoy himself. All right, it's a deal. As Xue Qingqing spoke, she was about to unwrap the package, but Yi Xian suddenly stopped her. Do you really think that he'll let you go if you return the item to him? Everyone in Lianyan City knows his character. Even if you give him everything you have, he won't let the 2 of us go. Yi Xian said slowly. Although Xue Qingqing was quite talented, she was still a 14-year-old child. She hadn't seen much of the world and didn't know what a sinister person's heart was. She really didn't know how she came to the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyan. After hearing this, Xue Qingqing stopped and asked in astonishment, Are you serious? Yi Xian, don't talk nonsense. Chun Feng hurriedly shouted. The reason why he said so much was because he was afraid that Xue Qingqing would destroy the 500-year-old blood ginseng. After all, it was worth more than 1,000,000 taels of silver. What does my words have to do with you? Yi Xian directly drew his sword and said, Chun Feng, I think you want to rush up and kill the 2 of us after obtaining the blood ginseng, right? Seeing that his plan was exposed, Chun Feng didn't hide it anymore. He silently drew his sword and said, exchanging a 500-year-old blood ginseng for the life of a genius from the Yi clan. That's a good deal. Since that's the case, let me see what the number 1 genius of the Yi clan is capable of. Xiao. Chun Feng also acted immediately. He raised his hand and slashed out a few sword rays. However, because the distance was too far, Yi Xian and Xue Qingqing easily dodged them. Xue Qingqing also prepared to draw her sword, but was stopped by Yi Xian. You wait here, girl. I want to fight him one-on-one. Yi Xian said calmly. What? Are you crazy? He is at the early 5th stage of the martial path. Xue Qingqing hastily shouted, "Just watch, I'll kill him in 10 rounds." Yi Xian's morale suddenly soared, and he immediately rushed out. At this moment, Xue Qingqing finally reacted. The strength of the spiritual energy that Yi Xian had just released was much stronger than hers. It seemed that he was also in the early stage of the 5th stage of the martial path. How is that possible? Could it be that my information is wrong? Xue Qingqing thought in astonishment. Yi Xian would have been wary of other martial artists in the early 5th stage of the martial path. After all, those people were all old foxes with powerful combat strength. However, Yi Xian was not afraid of Chun Feng at all. First of all, Chun Feng relied on elixirs. Second, Chun Feng was not much older than him. Third, he still had 2 devour points. During the conversation just now, Yi Xian had secretly exchanged the 2 devour points for a cultivation technique. It was a rank 5 movement technique called the rushing attack step. Yi Xian and Chun Feng instantly exchanged blows. However, after seeing Yi Xian's strength, Chun Feng also trembled. It seemed that the information he received was not accurate. Yi Xian was not just at the early 4th stage of the martial path. He was clearly at the middle 5th stage of the martial path. He was even stronger than him. Impossible! How can your realm be higher than mine? Chun Feng was shocked. Yi Xian had broken through to the 4th stage of the martial path last month. Even the super geniuses of the Shattering Cloud sect could not jump 4 levels in a month. Haven't you heard of the saying, break and rebuild? Yi Xian coldly replied. In an instant, he stabbed his sword 3 times. His attack speed was even faster than Chun Feng's. After all, he was currently at the middle 5th stage of the martial path. Chun Feng resisted with difficulty. However, at this moment, Yi Xian's speed suddenly exploded. He was originally using a rank 4 movement technique. Now, he was using a rank 5 movement technique. This increase in speed made Chun Feng unable to react. He was accidentally stabbed by Yi Xian's sword and saw red. Impossible! You can't be so strong. I will kill you. Chun Feng could not take the blow. After shouting a few times, he rose up to resist. He actually had a rank 5 martial art, but it consumed a lot of energy. Furthermore, he had been chasing Xue Qingqing for a long time, so the spiritual energy in his body was not enough. However, now that the battle had begun, it was not up to him to decide. Thunderstorm sword dot. Chun Feng suddenly slashed out with a slash. Gale cut. Yi Xian also saw through the extraordinariness of this move and hurriedly used his trump card. Pong! The 2 slashes collided. 2 different spiritual energies mixed and instantly exploded. A wave of air swept out. This move had resulted in a tie between them. What? You can actually disperse the powerful thunderstorm sword. Chun Feng was very surprised. The martial art he used was considered by the Shattering Cloud sect to be the most powerful of the rank 5 martial arts. However, he remembered that Yi Xian's realm was higher than his. Under the suppression of rank, there was indeed one. But at this moment, Xiao! Suddenly, a slash broke through the smoke and swept towards Chun Feng. It was another Gale cut. Gale sword, as the name suggested, was known for its speed. The thunderstorm sword was only powerful. The spiritual energy in the body was more complicated, so it was slower to use. This Gale slash had caught Chun Feng off guard. The Gale cut broke through the air, but Chun Feng's reaction was fast. He hurriedly blocked with a long sword in his hand. Pong! A muffled sound rang out. Chun Feng was sent flying, and the long sword in his hand was also shaken off. Good chance, your time of death has come. Yi Xian passed through the smoke and immediately used the rank 5 martial art, galloping steps. His body flashed, and in an instant he crossed the smoke and then slashed out again. The combination of galloping steps and Gale cut was extremely fast. Before Chun Feng's body landed on the ground, the Gale cut had already arrived in front of him. No, this is impossible. Chun Feng's eyes widened. He felt that it was inconceivable. He didn't dare to believe that he would die at the hands of Yi Xian. The Gale cut swept through Chun Feng's body, chopping off his head and half of his shoulder. He died tragically in an instant. Plop! The two halves of Chun Feng's body fell to the ground. Yi Xian's footsteps also stopped. The head of the Qin family's 4 heroes is only SOSO. Yi Xian waved his long sword and sheathed it. Now, he had a preliminary evaluation of his strength. Chapter 18. After Chun Feng died, Yi Xian slowly turned his head and looked at the stunned Xue Qingqing. He said, "How many rounds did I fight with him?" Hearing this question, Xue Qingqing finally reacted. She shook her head in astonishment and said, "No, I didn't count." She was already shocked by Yi Xian's strength. After all, in her memory, Yi Xian's level should be lower than hers. However, Chun Feng, who was at the early 5th stage of the martial path, didn't even last 10 rounds against Yi Xian before he was killed by Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't ask any more questions. He just walked to Qin Feng's side and squatted down. Then, he took out a few bottles of pills, put away his long sword, and walked back. You're really Yi Xian?" Xue Qingqing asked in disbelief. "Nonsense. You said you would marry me when you were young. Did you forget?" Yi Xian rolled his eyes. When Xue Qingqing heard this, her small face immediately flushed red. She said coquettishly, "What nonsense are you talking about? I was immature when I was young." Now, she was sure that this was the Yi Xian she knew. "Then why did you ask?" Yi Xian said helplessly. "But I heard that you just broke through to the early 4th stage of the martial path last month." Xue Qingqing was still a little surprised. "Don't ask. Anyway, I'm stronger than you." As Yi Xian said this, his gaze suddenly fell on Xue Qingqing. He chuckled and said, "Although we know each other, I still saved you. Shouldn't you reward me?" "What do you want?" Xue Qingqing suddenly felt a malicious gaze. Although she and Yi Xian knew each other, she couldn't help but take a step back. "Nothing. You should give me a reward for helping. Come, give me half of that 500-year-old blood ginseng." Yi Xian didn't argue and directly said. Only then did Xue Qingqing realize that she had misunderstood. After giving a sigh of relief, she opened up Chun Feng's bag and tossed a small cloth bag over. "If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to escape his pursuit. I'll give you all of this 500-year-old blood ginseng," Xue Qingqing said very generously. Yi Xian took the cloth bag and opened it. Inside was a stalk of red ginseng. The blood ginseng's age was determined by its color. This blood ginseng's color was very thick. It was indeed over 500 years old. "Are you sure you want to give it all to me?" Yi Xian asked in astonishment. This 500-year-old blood ginseng was worth over 1,000,000 taels of silver. That was enough to buy a rank 5 martial art. "Have you forgotten what my father does? It's only 1,000,000 taels of silver. This young lady doesn't fancy it," Xue Qingqing suddenly retorted. After her reminder, Yi Xian also reacted. Xue Qingqing's father, Xue Hai, was a famous businessman. He probably had more businesses than the Yi clan. Furthermore, Xue Hai started from scratch. There was a fundamental difference between him and the Yi clan. A mere 1,000,000 taels of silver was indeed not enough for him. It was no wonder that Xue Qingqing was already in the middle stage of the 4th layer of the martial path at the age of 14. She had been eating good food since she was young. Haha, then I'll accept it. Yi Xian didn't argue and directly put it away. This was equivalent to a spirit-gathering pill worth 1,000,000 taels of silver. As long as he consumed this 500-year-old blood ginseng, he might be able to directly break through to the peak of the 5th layer of the martial path. But then again, the Xue clan's pearl suddenly running to the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun was a little abnormal. Yi Xian immediately asked, "Right? Why did you come here?" "Me?" Xue Qingqing hesitated for a moment and said, "I wanted to go to the Shattering Cloud sect, but my father didn't agree, so I ran away. Then, I chased after a storm wolf with a pendant around its neck all the way to the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun." A storm wolf with a pendant around its neck? Yi Xian didn't understand what the hell that was. "Yes, it seems like someone hung it up. Do you know what that pendant is?" Xue Qingqing asked again. "What is it?" Yi Xian asked in astonishment. At the same time, he thought in his heart, could it be a diamond? But diamonds didn't seem to be valuable in this world. "It's a crystal. It's worth 1,000,000 taels of silver," Xue Qingqing replied. "Crystal?" Hearing this name, Yi Xian suddenly cried out in alarm. Crystal was a currency used by high-level martial artists. It was said that the Yi clan also had a substandard crystal worth 1,000,000 taels of silver. Yes, a crystal. At that time, I was thinking who had the money to hang a crystal on a demonic beast's neck. So I chased after it, but I lost it. Xue Qingqing said helplessly. Even if it was a substandard crystal, it was worth 1,000,000 taels of silver. It was equivalent to Yi Xian's 500-year-old blood ginseng. You're thinking too much. It must be fake. How could a crystal be hung on the neck of a fourth-rank demonic beast, a storm wolf? Yi Xian didn't think too much and continued. Then, you've run away from home. Yes, I have nowhere to go right now. Why don't I go to your place? Xue Qingqing nodded. You can, but I've also run away from home. Yi Xian said. In any case, the house he just bought still had a few empty rooms. It didn't matter if Xue Qingqing was alone. After the new year, they could still go to the Shattering Cloud sect together. Why did you run away from home? Xue Qingqing was surprised. Let's talk on the way. Originally, Yi Xian came alone, so it was more convenient. After killing the demonic beasts, he could directly devour them. However, now that Xue Qingqing was with him, it was more troublesome. After all, he couldn't let Xue Qingqing know about the devouring system. However, Xue Qingqing was generous and directly threw Chun Feng's bag to him. There were many good things in it. Yi Xian estimated that it was enough for him to break through to the peak of the 5th rank of the martial path. Of course, this would have to wait until he returned to Lianyan City. In less than 2 days, they left the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyan. Then, they bought 2 good horses in the nearest town and rushed back to Lianyan City. Lu'er, I'm back. Yi Xian opened the door of his courtyard and shouted inside. However, there was no response. Immediately, he quickly searched the house, but there was no trace of Lu'er. Yi Xian's face sank to the bottom because Lu'er was very obedient. The things he bought were enough for Lu'er to live for half a month. However, in less than a week, Lu'er disappeared. Moreover, Yi Xian found some footprints in the courtyard. These footprints didn't belong to him, nor did they belong to Lu'er. Even more so, they didn't belong to the old man who sold the house to him. These footprints were very heavy. It was obvious that they belonged to some young and strong men. Moreover, they were all martial artists. Just when Yi Xian thought that the people who took Lu'er away might be the Chun family, he suddenly found a piece of paper in Lu'er's room. Chapter 19. So it's the Yi family. That's good. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. However, he felt strange because the handwriting on the paper was not Lu'er's. What are you going to do now? Return to the Yi family? Xue Qingqing asked. That's all I can do. Yi Xian nodded. He originally wanted to create a commotion and let the Yi clan pay attention to it. When he returned from his training, he could negotiate with the anxious Yi clan and make the Yi clan bleed. He had to extort at least 5,000,000 taels of silver. One had to know that he was the #1 genius of the Yi family when he reached the early stage of the 4th stage of the martial path at the age of 15. After he left the Yi family, he directly broke through to the mid-stage of the 5th stage of the martial path. Even if he was placed in the Shattering Cloud sect, he would be heavily nurtured. 5,000,000 silvers was not an excessive amount. Moreover, Yi Xian still had a 500-year-old blood ginseng in his bag. Together with Chun Feng's items, he could definitely break through to the peak of the 5th stage of the martial path. At that moment, Yi Xian directly rushed to the Yi family with Xue Qingqing. When Yi Xian arrived at the entrance of the Yi family, the 2 guards were shocked and hurriedly shouted, Quickly inform the patriarch that the young master is back. One had to know that during the time Yi Xian was away, the Yi family and the Chun family of Lianyan City had several conflicts, and there were already casualties. The news of Yi Xian's return spread like a wave. Not long after, Yi Zhang hurriedly brought the 4 elders to the Yi family's main hall. Yi Xian, you're back? After entering, Yi Zhang strode towards Yi Xian and sized him up. As expected, Yi Xian's body emitted a strong wave of spiritual energy. His strength had recovered. Uncle, where's Lu? Yi Xian asked directly. Lua. Yi Zhang naturally knew that Yi Xian's maid was called Lu'er. When he heard this name, his expression suddenly changed. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes widened. Something happened to Lu. This. Yi Zhang didn't know how to answer. He could only say, Yi Xian, come with me. The four great elders were also slightly helpless. They didn't expect that once Yi Xian returned, they wouldn't even have the right to speak. Then, Yi Xian followed behind Yi Zhang and returned to the courtyard of the Yi family. Lu Er's door opened, and a figure entered Yi Xian's sight. It was Lu Er. However, at that moment, Lu Er was lying on the bed motionlessly. Yi Xian was stunned at the door. He turned his head and saw that Yi Zhang and the four elders had strange expressions on their faces. His heart immediately sank. He quickly walked in and checked on the unconscious Lu Er. He discovered that Lu Er's aura was extremely chaotic. What's going on? Yi Xian turned around and shouted. Yi Zhang walked in and said, after you stripped Chun Song naked and threw him on the streets, the Chun family came to our Yi family. At that time, we knew that your strength had definitely recovered. After that, our two families kept looking for you in Lianyan City. On the third day after the incident, we found out where you lived and immediately sent people over. However, the people from the Chun family arrived first. During the fight between our two families, Lu Er was accidentally hit by a Chun family member and fainted on the spot. She hasn't woken up yet, and her aura is getting weaker and weaker. I estimate that in 3 days, Lu Er will probably. After hearing Yi Zhang's words, Yi Xian's heart sank. Who hit her? Yi Xian asked coldly. Chun Song, Yi Zhang replied. This name was naturally not unfamiliar to Yi Xian. Good for you, Chun Song. If I, Yi Xian, don't kill you, I swear I'm not human. Yi Xian swore in his heart. At this moment, he was furious. However, the most important thing right now was to understand Lu Er's situation. Lu Er has been unconscious for many days. I've invited the best doctor in Lianyan City and used a lot of medicine for internal injuries, but it's all to no avail, Yi Zhang added. How could this be? Yi Xian couldn't understand. How could a mere palm strike hurt someone to this extent? He had never heard of this before. However, Yi Xian suddenly remembered that he could exchange for some pills in the devouring system. Perhaps he could give it a try. All of you get out, Yi Xian said coldly. If it were any other time, the four elders would definitely fly into a rage upon hearing Yi Xian's tone and scold Yi Xian for his lack of respect. However, at this moment, they obediently left. Even Xue Qingqing, who hadn't said a word after entering the room, did the same. They left the room and closed the door, leaving Yi Xian alone inside. Yi Xian was still carrying a bag on his back. He hurriedly untied the bag and swallowed the 500-year-old blood ginseng along with the rest of Chun Feng's belongings. After swallowing the items worth more than 1,000,000 taels of silver, Yi Xian's spiritual power soared. In an instant, he broke through to the peak of the 5th level of the martial path. However, Yi Xian couldn't feel happy at this moment. He hurriedly used the devouring system points he had just obtained to exchange for a bottle of something called the 100-flower dew. In Lianyan City, the price of an ordinary healing medicine was below 100,000 taels of silver. However, this bottle of 100-flower dew cost him 1 devouring system point. It was obvious that its effects were extraordinary. Yi Xian helped Lu Er sit up. He then fed her the 100-flower dew and used his spiritual power to help her refine it. According to the system, as long as the injury isn't too serious, the 100-flower dew can heal it. Chun Song is only in the middle of the 4th level of the martial path. Even if his spiritual power entered Lu Er's body, the 100-flower dew should be able to easily remove it. Yi Xian thought to himself. He waited for a while. Sure enough, Lu Er's aura stabilized, and her breathing returned to normal. Phew, she should be fine. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Although he had used up the devouring system points he had just obtained, it was worth it to save Lu Er. However, regardless of whether Chun Song had anything to do with Lu Er, he had to die. Then, Yi Xian left the room and asked Yi Zhang to send an expert to guard the room. At the same time, he used an elixir he obtained from the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyan to fool them. Everyone returned to the main hall. After returning to the main hall, Yi Zhang couldn't help but ask, Yi Xian, where have you been these past few days? The 18 mountain ranges of Lianyan, Yi Xian slowly replied in his heart. Just now, when Yi Xian was in the room, Yi Zhang also recognized Xue Qingqing, so he learned a lot of things from her. However, Yi Zhang still couldn't believe it and asked, then your current strength? Yi Xian's cold face turned and said, middle of the 5th level of the martial path. What? Chapter 20. Are you telling the truth? The first elder of the Yi family asked in astonishment. That's right. I am indeed in the middle stage of the 5th rank. Qingqing can testify. Yi Xian nodded solemnly. In fact, he was currently at the peak of the 5th rank, but he was extremely cautious and wanted to keep a low profile. Yes, I can testify. He is indeed in the middle stage of the 5th rank. Furthermore, before Xue Qingqing could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Yi Xian. Yi Zhang and the 4 elders didn't care. They were only concerned about Yi Xian's cultivation. Ha! The heavens are truly protecting our Yi family. A 15-year-old in the middle stage of the 5th rank. His future achievements may be able to reach the 8th or even 9th rank. The second elder of the Yi family, who was also the second elder, laughed loudly. Wait! Before the others could speak, Yi Xian shouted in a low voice. Everyone's attention was on him. I don't think I said that I want to return to the Yi family. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and glanced at the 5 elders. You. The second elder's laughter came to an abrupt halt as he pointed at Yi Xian. I remember clearly your expressions that day. Now that I have regained my strength, do you think I will return to the Yi family so easily? Yi Xian continued to speak in a cold tone. When needed, they would be nurtured. When they had no value, they would be kicked away. Yi Xian was also a person with a temper. Even if it was his own family, he wouldn't compromise. No one present was a fool. They all understood the meaning behind Yi Xian's words. Immediately, Yi Zhang asked, then what will it take for you to return to the Yi family? He could tell that Yi Xian had conditions for returning. Yes, we can agree to any conditions. An elder immediately agreed. Simple. Yi Xian directly stretched out his hand and said, 5 million taels of silver. Hiss. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. 5 million taels of silver was really an exorbitant price. Yi Xian, are you joking? Yi Zhang asked in disbelief. 5 million taels of silver. This was equivalent to 2 months of the Yi clan's income. Uncle, do you think I'm joking? Or perhaps you think that my aptitude is not worth 5 million taels of silver? Yi Xian glanced at the 5 people. This, Yi Zhang and the 4 elders looked at each other. A 15-year-old mid-stage, 5th stage martial path. This was definitely the first time someone had appeared in Lianyan City. Even in the huge South Forest County, there probably weren't many of them. Currently, the strongest person in the Yi family was in the 7th tier of the martial path. With Yi Xian's aptitude, he could reach the 8th or even 9th tier of the martial path. At that time, Lianyan City would belong to the Yi family. All right, 5 million taels of silver. Yi Zhang immediately nodded in agreement. However, in the next moment, Yi Xian's words stunned him. 5 million is one thing, but I have another condition. Yi Xian continued. What conditions? Yi Zhang asked. I want Chen Song dead. When this sentence spread throughout the Yi family's main hall, the entire hall fell silent. Chen Song was a direct descendant of the Chun family, and he was not an ordinary one. He was the nephew of the Chun family's patriarch. If he died, then the Yi family and the Chun family would immediately start a war. This, Yi Zhang hesitated again. The 4 elders also looked at each other. Yi Xian, you're too ruthless. Xue Qingqing whispered. Ruthless? Yi Xian's eyes flashed with killing intent as he said, making a move on Lu is a capital offense. Xue Qingqing did not speak anymore. Suddenly, she felt that the youth beside her had a unique, domineering aura. Yi Xian, Chen Song's identity is not ordinary. The commotion you caused last time has already caused the Yi family to lose a few experts. If you kill Chen Song, then we will not rest until one of us is dead. Yi Zhang frowned. Uncle, What if I tell you that I've already killed the leader of the Chun family's 4 heroes, Chun Feng, in the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyan? Yi Xian suddenly said. Before he could finish speaking, the 4 great clan elders and Yi Zhang all stood up and exclaimed, "What?" Now, the 5 of them could not remain calm. Yi Xian had actually killed Chun Feng. If this news reached the Chun family's ears, it would be even more shocking than killing Chen Song. Yi Xian, are you sure? You're not joking, right? The first elder asked in disbelief. Elder, do you think that I, a mid-stage, 5th-stage martial artist, can't kill Chun Feng, who has a lot of pills? Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. This question stunned the 4 clan elders and Yi Zhang. Their thoughts were still stuck at the time when Yi Xian had broken through to the early stage of the 4th stage. But now, Yi Xian was already in the mid-stage of the 5th stage. I can testify that Yi Xian killed Chun Feng alone in front of me. Shui Qingqing, who was at the side, suddenly said. Yi Zhang also felt a sense of pressure. He asked again, Yi Xian, who else knows about this matter? Only me and Qingqing. Yi Xian answered honestly. That's good. This matter must not be spread. Otherwise, our Yi family and the Chun family will really not rest until one of us is dead. Yi Zhang hurriedly reminded and said, As for Chen Song, we still have to discuss it. Although Chun Feng's death was a bit more shocking, he had died in the wilderness after all. No one knew. But if Chun Song died now, then everyone would suspect the Yi family. When that happened, the 2 families would start a war. Yi Zhang and the 4 elders walked to the back of the hall to discuss. Yi Xian thought for a moment and shouted, Eldest uncle, for elders, I give up on this condition. Hearing this, the 5 people at the back of the hall hurriedly walked back. That's good, that's good. Yi Zhang sighed in relief. For the sake of Yi Xian, the Yi family and the Chun family had to go to war. This matter needed to be discussed at length. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly added, I can remove the condition of Chun Song's death, but I want an extra 2 million taels of silver. What a guy. He's really asking for a lion's share. The 5 elders all thought in unison. However, if they were to compare Chun Song's death with the 2 million taels of silver, the latter was naturally easier to accept. Wasn't it just 2 million taels of silver? It wasn't like they would throw it away. In any case, they were giving it to Yi Xian. This was equivalent to the family allocating a large amount of funds to nurture him in advance. All right, a total of 7 million taels of silver. Yi Zhang was very straightforward. 7 million taels of silver was equivalent to more than 3 months of the Yi family's income. Moreover, the entire Yi family's monthly expenses were probably not even 1/10 of this amount. Yi Xian agreed to return to the Yi family, but extorted 7 million taels of silver. This was considered a good deal. However, Yi Xian still had a plan in mind. Eldest uncle, I went to the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun a few days ago to train and coincidentally obtained 2 level 5 martial arts. Chapter 21. What? 2 rank 5 martial arts? Yi Zhang and the 4 elders all stood up. Every rank 5 martial art was very expensive. If it was a rare martial art, the price would be even higher. The Yi clan is one of the 4 great clans of Lianyan City. However, there are only a few 7th rank martial artists in the clan, which are the 4 elders in front of Yi Xian. Originally, there was one more elder, which was Yi Xian's grandfather, Yi Zhang's father. However, due to old injuries, he passed away many years ago. Although Yi Zhang is the head of the Yi clan, his strength has not reached the 7th rank of the martial path. He is only at the 6th rank. However, martial artists usually learn martial arts from lower levels. For example, 7th rank martial artists usually learn rank 6 martial arts because it is easier to grasp and master. If one wants to learn martial arts of the same rank, it will take a lot of time to practice, and the results will not be good unless one is a genius. The backbone of the Yi clan is the 6th rank martial artist. Therefore, rank 5 martial arts are suitable for them. Yi Zhang took the 2 books from Yi Xian and muttered, Gale Sword Art and Galloping Steps. These 2 martial arts have never appeared in Lianyun City before. Not bad, not bad. The 7 million taels were well spent. This will increase the overall strength of the Yi clan. The second elder stroked his long beard and laughed. However, in the next moment, his laughter came to an abrupt stop. Sorry, I don't want to give these two martial arts to the clan. I want to sell them to the clan. Fixed price, 2,000,000 taels of silver. Yi Xian said slowly. Want him to hand over the martial arts that he painstakingly obtained? Not a chance. If you want them, buy them with money. He became so snobbish because of the incident of being abandoned. This is what the Yi clan taught him. You bastard, are you addicted to blackmailing? The second elder immediately scolded. Second elder, you are wrong. These two martial arts have never appeared in Lianyun City. If I were to sell them at the auction house, other clans would definitely spend more than 2,000,000 taels of silver to buy them. However, I am selling them to the clan because my surname is Yi. Moreover, martial arts can be freely passed down. The Yi clan can make a copy and sell it to the Lin clan. We can definitely recoup a lot of the cost. Yi Xian said slowly. In any case, he estimated that the Yi clan will definitely spend money to buy them. This is definitely a profitable business. But these two martial arts have not been tested. I don't know if they are real or fake. Yi Zhang said with some doubt. I have already learned them. Uncle, watch. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, his figure instantly flashed and dashed through the lobby. What a fast speed. It seems to be catching up to me. Yi Zhang's eyes widened. He was in the 6th stage of the martial path and also knew a 5th-grade movement technique. However, he felt that this 5th-grade movement technique, called galloping steps, was much better than the one in his family. That was the rushing steps. This is the Gale Sword Art. Yi Xian shouted and displayed 2 moves of the Gale Sword Art. Gale Slash and Gale Triple Thrust. Good. 2,000,000 taels of silver is definitely not a loss. The first elder shouted loudly. Now, he was very sure that Yi Xian's talent surpassed everyone in the Yi clan. No one in the entire Lianyun City could compare to him. Spending 9,000,000 taels of silver to nurture a super genius was definitely worth it. Good. Yi Xian, the Yi clan will buy these two martial arts for a total of 9,000,000 taels of silver. Later, you can go to the treasury and choose something worth 9,000,000 taels of silver. Yi Zhang said with satisfaction. If these two martial arts were to be sold to the Lin clan, they would definitely be able to get back the cost. Deal! Immediately, Yi Zhang ordered someone to inform the treasury. At the same time, he also ordered Yi Xian to have the right to receive 3 stalks of blood ginseng every month. 3 stalks of blood ginseng would be 300,000 taels of silver every month. It seemed that the Yi clan had spent a lot of money. Other than the Yi clan's property in Lianyun City, they also had a hunting team that hunted demonic beasts all year round. Therefore, they still had a lot of treasures. Yi Xian estimated that these 9,000,000 taels of silver would allow him to break through to the 6th stage of the martial path. This was not the main point. The main point was that he could obtain 9 devour points and exchange them for better things. After leaving the Yi clan's main hall, Yi Xian brought Shui Qingqing back to his own house. Qingqing, you can stay next to Lu Er. After a while, we will go to the Shattering Cloud sect together. Yi Xian said to his little follower, Shui Qingqing. Shui Qingqing sneaked out. Her father, Shui Hai, was probably worried to death. Therefore, Yi Xian quickly sent someone to inform Shui Hai so that he would not worry. Okay, but Lu Er is still unconscious. Shui Qingqing was also worried. Although she hadn't been to Lianyun City for 4 years, she still played very well with Lu Er when she was here. Lu Er will be fine, Yi Xian said. He had already used the 100 Blossom Dew to treat Lu Er. She should wake up in a while. Okay, Shui Qingqing nodded. After a while, someone came to inform Yi Xian that he could go to the Yi clan's treasury to choose something. Yi Xian immediately went to the treasury. He estimated that this time, the Yi clan's treasury would be emptied by him at least half. When Yi Xian arrived at the Yi clan's treasury, a figure greeted him from afar. At the same time, the figure said with a smile, Young master, this subordinate has been waiting for a long time. That day, when Yi Xian came to the treasury to receive the blood ginseng, he was ridiculed by a manager of the treasury. Wasn't the person who welcomed Yi Xian the manager of the treasury from that day? Oh, it's you? Yi Xian naturally wouldn't forget this treasury manager. The treasury manager was so scared that he was about to cry. Yi Xian really did remember him. When Yi Xian sent someone over, he thought that he had misheard and was about to pack up and leave the Yi clan. Young Master Xian, this subordinate, was following the clan head's orders that day. Please forgive me, young Master Xian, the treasury manager said respectfully. If Yi Xian really wanted to make trouble for him, he could only brace himself and bear it. Forget it. I, Yi Xian, am not that petty. I'll just deduct half a year's worth of your wages, Yi Xian said casually. If he really wanted to make a fuss, he would definitely stab this treasury manager to death. However, this would only attract gossip. Thus, he felt that letting this treasury manager go would be more magnanimous. Yes. Thank you, young Master Xian, for forgiving me. The huge rock in the treasury manager's heart also sank. Wasn't it just half a year's worth of wages? It was better than dying, right? Yi Xian couldn't be bothered with him. He directly walked into the treasury and picked out a large pile of items. The Yi clan's treasury was stocked with many good things. There were at least 30 million taels of silver. However, there was a wooden plaque with the name and description of each item. This was to prevent thieves from sneaking in and stealing everything. After entering the treasury, Yi Xian began to wantonly plunder. As long as he chose everything valuable, he would come out in less than 10 minutes. Chapter 22. Have a safe journey, young Master Xian. The manager wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He had finally sent Yi Xian away. After leaving the treasury, Yi Xian returned to his own house. Not long after, the experts of the Yi family brought in a few large chests. These chests were filled with items that Yi Xian had chosen beforehand. 9 million taels of silver. TSK. This should be enough for me to break through to the 6th stage of the martial path, Yi Xian thought to himself as he carried the chests into his house. 9 million taels of silver was enough to turn an ordinary person into an expert at the peak of the 6th stage of the martial path. Now, Yi Xian finally understood why using the devouring system to level up was so costly. Ordinary martial artists needed a lot of time to cultivate, but Yi Xian used money to make up for this time. Other people could break through to the 6th or 7th stage of the martial path by spending 9 million taels of silver. However, Yi Xian could only break through from the peak of the 5th stage to the 6th stage of the martial path. This was the difference between them. When Yi Xian swallowed the 9 million taels of treasures and the divine weapon, he really did break through to the early 6th stage of the martial path. Breaking through to the next stage of the martial path is indeed a huge improvement. Not only has my physique improved, but my spiritual power has also doubled. If I were to face Chan Feng now, I would probably be able to kill him with a single punch. Yi Xian was very confident. Right now, he really wanted to find a martial artist at the 6th stage of the martial path to teach him a lesson. However, he still had something more important to do. Chen Song, how dare you touch my lure? If I don't take revenge, I won't be called Yi Xian. When Yi Xian thought about Lure, who was still in a coma, he felt a surge of anger in his heart. He immediately exchanged for a grade 5 martial art, the wind-chasing arrow technique from the devouring system. Apart from that, he also exchanged for a medium-grade mortal weapon heavy bow. He could only draw the black iron bow to its fullest and condense his spiritual power into an arrow that could kill an enemy within 100 meters. The reason why Yi Xian had exchanged these two items was obviously because of Chen Song. That's right, he wanted to kill Chen Song with his own hands. In order to exchange for these two items, Yi Xian spent 2 devouring points. He had a total of 9 devouring points, so he had 7 points left. Then, he spent another 5 devouring points to exchange for a 5 square meter devouring space. If there was anything in the future, he could directly put it into the devouring space. It was very convenient. Everything was ready, but Yi Xian still had a problem. I have never touched a bow before, and this unlucky fellow doesn't know archery either. I should practice first. Yi Xian thought to himself as he prepared to leave. However, just as he left the house, he saw Xue Qingqing come out of Luer's house. Yi Xian, come quickly. Luer is awake, Xue Qingqing shouted at Yi Xian. What? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian hurried over. He walked into the room and saw leaning against the bed. Lu, how are you feeling? Yi Xian quickly went over to check on her. He found that Lu was just a little weak. After all, she had been unconscious for a few days. Young master, you're back, Lu said weakly. She then felt her body and tightened the blanket. It's a little cold. Young master, I'll get you more blankets. Yi Xian did not think much of it. He asked someone to bring him more blankets and asked the servants to cook some nourishing porridge. Then, he went directly to the small forest behind the Yi residence. Not many people came to this small forest, so it was a good place to practice archery. Yi Xian went to the small forest and found a spot. He then took out the medium-grade dark steel bow from the devouring space. This bow weighs 50 kilograms. If I draw it fully, I can easily shoot it up to 100 meters away. Yi Xian held the black iron bow in his left hand and slowly pulled the bowstring. This black iron bow was indeed worthy of being a mid-grade mortal weapon. If he wanted to fully pull the bow, he would need at least 600 kilograms of strength to fully pull it. Now, that Yi Xian was in the 6th stage of the martial path, 600 kilograms of strength was not his limit. Ka! With a crisp sound, the dark steel bow was bent into an oval shape by Yi Xian. At the same time, spiritual energy surged out of Yi Xian's right palm and condensed into the shape of an arrow. Wong! As Yi Xian loosened his right hand, the spirit energy arrow instantly shot out, causing the wind to whistle. Pung! 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 The trees in front of them were all pierced through by the spiritual arrows. The power of the arrows could be seen clearly. A total of 6 trees were shot through. As expected of a medium-grade common weapon, the increase in spiritual energy is much greater than that of a low-grade common weapon. Yi Xian was very satisfied. It seemed that the attack power was enough. A low-grade common weapon could be bought for 100,000 taels of silver. If it was a bow and arrow, it would be even cheaper. However, a medium-grade spiritual weapon would cost at least 1 million taels of silver. Even this dark steel bow would cost at least 1 million taels of silver. A weapon was very important to a warrior. This was because if one's weapon was inferior to the enemy's, one's weapon would be destroyed in battle. When that time came, one would be in danger. Moreover, a common weapon would increase one's spiritual energy. When combined with martial arts, its power would be very shocking. In these few days, Yi Xian was preparing to stay in the Yi family and not go out. He was preparing to learn the wind-chasing arrow technique and use it to kill Chen Song. Originally, the black iron bow could shoot up to 100 meters away. If he used the wind-chasing arrow technique, he might be able to shoot up to 150 meters away. Moreover, the wind-chasing arrow formed by the wind-chasing arrow technique had greater penetrative power and speed than ordinary spirit force arrows. During the time that Yi Xian was practicing his bow and arrow, the news of his return to Lianyun City spread. The Chen family naturally received the news. However, Yi Xian did not leave the house these few days, so the Chen family could not find him. As time passed, the atmosphere in Lianyun City became very strange. Yi Xian had previously stripped Chen Song naked and threw him on the streets, causing the Yi family and the Chen family to become enemies. The common people knew the Chen family's character. They would definitely not let this matter rest. However, on the 3rd night after Yi Xian returned to Lianyun City, a black figure suddenly came out of the Yi family. This person was Yi Xian. In these 3 days, Yi Xian had been practicing his archery in the small forest behind the Yi family. Although it was only 3 days, it was not difficult for him to learn a rank 5 martial arts as a warrior in the 6th stage of the martial path. After 3 days, Yi Xian could already use spiritual energy arrows to kill wild rabbits from 100 meters away. Although Chen Song was in the middle stage 4th stage of the martial path, if Yi Xian used the wind-chasing arrow technique, Chen Song would definitely not be able to react in time. Now that everything was ready, all that was left was the east wind. This east wind was waiting for Chen Song to come out. Chapter 23. Yi Xian crouched on a roof, hiding under the night sky. Only his eyes could be seen. He calculated the time and guessed that Chun Song should be leaving soon. As expected, Chun Song, who had been stripped naked and thrown on the streets, came out in a short while. He's really thick-skinned. He's already been naked once, and he still has the guts to come out. Yi Xian thought to himself, but didn't he just walk right into his trap? Chun Song had just left the Chun residence and was followed by 2 Chun family guards. They seemed to be around the 4th grade of the martial path. Yi Xian wasn't stupid enough to kill Chun Song in front of the Chun residence. If all the experts of the Chun residence were mobilized, he wouldn't be able to escape in time. Therefore, Chun Song could still live a little longer. Chun Song gradually left the Chun residence with the 2 guards following him. On the other side, Yi Xian was also following him on the roof. It was his first time disguising as a man in black, but none of the pedestrians on the streets noticed him. At this time, Chun Song had already left the Chun family for 10 minutes. Yi Xian, who was following him on the roof, also started to have a serious expression. "All right, Chun Song, you hit Lu and caused her to be in a coma for many days. Today is the day you die." Yi Xian thought to himself. Suddenly, he took out the black iron bow from the devouring space. He was only about 60 to 70 meters away from Chun Song. Therefore, he could almost always hit the target. He drew the black iron bow to its fullest and condensed a chasing wind arrow. After adjusting his breathing, he suddenly released his right hand. Buzz! The wind-chasing arrow, formed by spiritual power, shot out instantly. In the blink of an eye, it traversed dozens of meters. "Damn it, you bunch of trash. What are you looking at? Get out of my way." On the streets, Chun Song couldn't stand the stares of the pedestrians and shouted. However, just as he finished speaking, he felt a chill at the back of his head. Then, he fell forward uncontrollably. Plop! Chun Song's forehead hit the ground. Blood spurted out like a fountain. He died tragically in an instant. Young master. The 2 guards were stunned. Their young master had actually died in front of their eyes. What was going on? They immediately went forward to check on Chun Song, only to find that he was no longer breathing. His brain had been pierced through, and he had died instantly. "Quick, go back and inform the patriarch." After Chun Song died, Yi Xian kept the black steel bow into his devouring space and quickly jumped off the roof, disappearing into the darkness. Only the Yi family and Shui Qingqing knew of his strength, so as long as he did not take out the black iron bow, no one would suspect him. However, the Qin family would definitely guess that it was the Yi family who did it. However, there was no evidence, right? It was also possible that a third party deliberately shot Chun Song to cause a conflict between the 2 parties. "Since you dare to touch my people, I've already done my duty by letting you live for so long." Yi Xian, who was on his way back to the Yi family, thought to himself that if he had the ability, he would have done it 3 days ago. Although Yi Xian was not a person who liked to cause trouble, he had a vengeful personality. Whoever dared to provoke him would have a tragic ending. Very quickly, Yi Xian rushed back to the Yi family. He directly went to the forest behind the Yi family and kept Yi into his devouring space before returning to his own residence. Although this was the Yi family's residence, he was afraid that there would be spies in the Yi family's residence. As for the arrow holes in the forest, Yi Xian had deliberately disguised them. He did not practice archery in the forest, but swordsmanship. "Hey, young master, you're back." When Yi Xian returned to the courtyard, Lu also jumped up to welcome him and wiped away Yi Xian's sweat. "Yes, Lu quickly prepare some hot water for me. I want to take a bath." Yi Xian lovingly patted Lu's head. He had run all the way back and practiced the Gale swordsmanship several times in the forest behind the Yi family's residence, so his clothes were already drenched in sweat. Okay, Lu happily ran away. Recently, Yi Xian had returned to the Yi family and was even more valued than before. This made her very happy. Apart from Lu, there was one other person in the courtyard, and that was Shui Qingqing. After Lu ran away, Shui Qingqing looked at Yi Xian with a strange gaze and said, "You've been cultivating too hard these past few days. Why do I feel like you're doing something shady?" A girl's sixth sense was very sharp. Although Yi Xian disguised himself well, Shui Qingqing still felt that something was wrong. "With my talent, I can only be specially nurtured in the Shattering Cloud sect. There are many senior brothers in the sect who are much stronger than me. If I don't work hard, how can I surpass them? Yi Xian casually made up a reason. Liar, you're cultivating and you're not allowing me to go over. You're clearly doing something else. Hurry up and tell me. What have you been doing these past few days? Xue Qingqing did not believe him. Hee, you'll know tomorrow. Yi Xian purposely kept her in suspense. However, his reply confirmed Xue Qingqing's suspicions. She pondered for a moment in her heart before revealing a shocked expression. You killed Chen Song? Yi Xian, who had just sat down to drink a cup of water, almost choked to death. Wasn't Xue Qingqing's IQ a little too high? That's right. He died half an hour ago. Yi Xian was not going to be tone deaf. After all, Xue Qingqing had seen him kill Chen Feng with her own eyes, so it was not a big deal to know that he had killed Chen Song. Hearing Yi Xian admit it personally, Xue Qingqing cried out in alarm. Are you crazy? If you kill him, your Yi family will start a war with the Chun family. When that happens, many people will die. I know, but Luer's death must be avenged. Yi Xian naturally understood what would happen when the two families started a war. Xue Qingqing was also speechless. She suddenly felt that the Yi Xian in front of her was different from the Yi Xian of a few years ago. He had become more charming. Don't worry. Even if the Chun family comes looking for me, they won't have any evidence. Moreover, I used a bow and arrow to kill Chen Song from dozens of meters away. No one will know. Yi Xian said. Then how did you find Chen Song? Xue Qingqing's beautiful eyes moved as she asked. This question caused Yi Xian to be stunned. I spent 5,000 taels of silver to bribe a steward of the Chun family. He should have already left the city yesterday. Yi Xian said. 5,000 taels of silver was not a small amount. It was enough for a family to enjoy a lifetime of wealth. What if the Chun family caught him? Xue Qingqing asked again. Chapter 24. I hope your plan is as perfect as you say. Xue Qingqing also heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the Chun family did not have evidence, they could not say that Chen Song was killed by the Yi family. Tonight, the Yi family was very peaceful, but the Chun family was different. At this moment, in the Chun family's main hall, there was a coffin. Lying in the coffin was the young master of the Chun family, Chen Song, who was shot in the head by Yi Xian. Around the coffin sat the upper echelons of the Chun family. Patriarch, this must be the work of the Yi family. A Chun family upper echelon said. The Chun family was one of the 4 great families in Lianyan City. Over the years, there had never been a case of a Chun family member being killed. However, today, the nephew of the Chun family's patriarch had died. It was not difficult to link this to the Yi family. I think so too. However, there are many suspicious points about Chen Song's death. The Chun family's patriarch, Chen Xiang, frowned. After a pause, he said, First, Chen Song was killed by a bow and arrow. Second, the murderer shot him from at least 50 meters away. Third, the Yi family did not have a motive to kill Chen Song. Could it be that Chen Song only hit Yi Xian's maid? Then, patriarch means that someone is framing the Yi family? The Chun family upper echelon said. There is this possibility. However, the Yi family is not completely free of suspicion. This could be a method used by the Yi family to confuse us. Other than the 3 suspicious points, there is another point. Our Lianyan city does not seem to have a high-level martial artist who uses a bow and arrow. To be able to kill Chen Song by condensing spiritual energy into an arrow, this person must be at least a 6th-stage martial path expert or a 5th-stage archery martial art. Chen Xiang was still frowning. Chen Song was his nephew and one of the 4 heroes of the Chun family. His death made him very sad. When everyone heard this, they nodded silently. Indeed, Lianyan City did not seem to have heard of an expert who used a bow and arrow. Patriarch, even if the experts of the other families practiced bow and arrow, we would not know. Moreover, the murderer could have come from somewhere else. What should we do? Someone asked. This matter needs to be considered at length. However, since he dared to kill a member of my Chen clan, I will definitely not let this matter rest. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I will drag out the murderer. Chan Xiang angrily turned his head and said, You guys send people to the major families to find out if there are any foreign experts. Yes. The group of people retreated. After they left, Chun Xiang did not leave. He sat on the chair and muttered, "Damn it. Second brother will be back tomorrow. If he knows that his son is dead, I wonder what will happen." The next day, the news of Chun Song's death spread to all the big families and the Yi family. After learning of this matter, Yi Zhang and the four elders were shocked and hurried to Yi Xian's residence. "Yi Xian, is Chun Song's death your fault?" Yi Zhang went straight to the point as soon as he entered the house. At this time, Yi Xian was sitting in the courtyard with Shui Qingqing and Lu Er drinking breakfast. When Yi Xian heard this, he pretended to be stunned and said, "Chun Song is dead? Yi Xian, let's not beat around the bush. Did you kill him?" Yi Zhang asked. Lu Er was also shocked as she turned to look at Yi Xian. "No." Yi Xian shook his head. This answer disrupted Yi Zhang's thoughts. He frowned and said, "Last night, when Chun Song went out, he was shot in the head with a bow and arrow. He died in one hit. It's good that he's dead. He deserved it." Yi Xian replied calmly. He killed Chun Song with his own hands, but he felt that it was better not to let Yi Zhang and the others know. "But why do I feel like you killed him?" Yi Zhang frowned and continued. According to the witnesses, Chun Song had two peak fourth-stage martial path fourth-stage bodyguards behind him. However, Chun Song was shot dead by a bow and arrow from dozens of meters away. Even a peak fifth-stage martial path cultivator couldn't react in time. Therefore, I speculate that the person who killed him is at least a sixth-stage martial path cultivator who is proficient in archery or has a fifth-grade archery technique. Uncle, there should be a limit to your suspicions. Firstly, I'm not a sixth-stage martial path cultivator. Secondly, I've never touched a bow and arrow. Thirdly, I don't have a fifth-grade archery technique. Why are you suspecting me?" Yi Xian put down his teacup and asked slowly. Yi Zhang was also stunned. Indeed, Yi Xian didn't fulfill any of the conditions, but why did he feel that Yi Xian was the one who killed Chun Song? "Apart from you, I don't think I've heard of anyone wanting to kill Chun Song. Furthermore, your performance is a little too calm," the first elder said. "Grand Elder, should I be afraid now that Chun Song is dead? It's not like I killed him." Yi Xian still had a carefree expression on his face. "You really didn't kill him?" Yi Zhang still asked doubtfully. "No." Yi Xian shook his head, refusing to admit it even if he was beaten to death. Although Yi Zhang and the four elders felt that Yi Xian was a little strange, the facts proved that Yi Xian didn't have the ability to do so, so they could only choose to believe him. After they left, Lu Er didn't wait for Shui Qingqing to speak before whispering, "Young master, thank you." "Silly girl." Yi Xian only smiled and didn't say anything else. News of Chun Song's death had already spread throughout Lianyan City. The Chun family had also sent people to the Yi family, but they returned without success. Yi Xian originally thought that this matter was over, but on the third day after Chun Song's death, a letter was suddenly delivered to him. Who sent this? Yi Xian looked at the Yi family's guard in surprise. "I'm not very sure. The person who sent the letter was just an errand boy, but he said that this letter needs to be opened by you, young master." The Yi family's guard shook his head. "All right, then you may leave." Yi Xian nodded. Yi Xian felt that, logically, no one would write a letter to him. Moreover, the letter in his hand had nothing written on it, which made him feel a little strange. He tore open the envelope and took out the letter. After he finished reading the contents of the letter, a burst of spiritual energy surged out and shook the letter into countless pieces. "Young master, what's wrong?" Lu Er, who was sitting on a stone chair and sewing a set for Yi Xian, asked in surprise. "Lu Er, how long has Qingqing been out?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked. "Sister Qingqing has been out for more than 4 hours." "Young master, did something happen to Sister Qingqing?" Lu Er asked. Yi Xian forced a smile and said, "No, that girl wanted to buy something but didn't bring money, so she called me over." "Lu Er, you stay at home. I'm going out to buy something as well." "Okay." Chapter 25. Yi Xian left the courtyard, but his expression was not very good. Although he didn't know who sent the letter he received just now, Yi Xian knew that it was definitely from the Qin family. "Yi Xian, if you want to save your little girlfriend, come to the forest 5 miles north of Lianyan City alone. Otherwise, I will play with her once, strip her naked, and hang her in front of the Yi family's gate." This was the content of the letter. When Yi Xian finished reading it, he was furious. The Chun family was courting death again. After leaving the Yi family, Yi Xian directly left Lianyan City and rushed to the small forest 5 miles north of Lianyan City. It was already evening, and the sky was beginning to darken. I don't know who kidnapped Qingqing. If it is a 6th or even 7th stage martial artist, then I will be in trouble. On the way, Yi Xian was constantly planning in his heart. He was currently in the early 6th stage of the martial path. If the other party was also in the 6th stage of the martial path, then they would be a threat to him. Moreover, the other party had Xue Qingqing as a hostage, so Yi Xian had to think twice before acting. I still have 2 devouring points. I can exchange them for a spiritual explosion pill and fight to the death. Yi Xian suddenly thought of a pill in the devouring system. The spiritual explosion pill was worth 2 devouring points. It could raise one's cultivation by 1 stage in a short time, and sometimes even 2. However, it could only be used by people in the 7th stage of the martial path, or it would have no effect. Therefore, Yi Xian was currently in the middle of the 6th stage of the martial path. However, if the other party was at the peak of the 6th stage of the martial path, then he did not have much chance of winning. Forget it. Since he is here, then let's take it as it comes. If he dares to touch a hair on Qingqing's head, I will kill him even if I have to risk my life. Yi Xian did not think too much about it. Since the other party wanted him to go alone, they must have planted spies in the Yi family. Therefore, if he informed Yi Zhang to send experts, Xue Qingqing would be in danger. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the forest, but he purposely took a detour. He did not enter from the main road, but through the bushes. He wanted to investigate first. This forest was not big, and there were no demonic beasts inside, so generally no one would come here. Yi Xian carefully snuck in. He held his breath and moved towards the center of the forest. After walking for a while, he heard a person's voice, reporting, "Yi Xian has entered the forest alone." Behind this voice was a man's voice. "You're here? Seems like you want to see who I am. Yi Xian, come out." Obviously, this man was the one who kidnapped Xue Qingqing. Furthermore, Yi Xian also recognized this voice. That person was indeed from the Chun clan. Furthermore, he was Chun Song's father, Chun Chong. It's him. Yi Xian's expression didn't look too good, because Chun Chong was a mid-stage, 6th-stage martial artist. "Yi Xian, come out!" Chun Chong shouted from the spot again. Yi Xian's expression froze, but he continued to move forward. After a while, he saw 2 figures in an open space. It really is Chun Chong. Yi Xian recognized him at a glance. However, the other figure was not Xue Qingqing, but a guard in the Chun clan uniform. Xue Qingqing was not here. "Yi Xian, I know you are here. Are you trying to ambush me? Come out." Chun Chong continued to shout. Chun Chong probably kidnapped Qingqing, but did not bring her out of the city. He just locked her up somewhere. If I didn't come, then Chun Chong would have killed Qingqing when he returned. But why is Chun Chong looking for me? I'm not a suspect at all. Could it be that he can't find the culprit and wants to vent his anger on me? The more Yi Xian thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. It seemed that he had no choice but to go out this time. Fortunately, Xue Qingqing was not here, so Chun Chong did not have a hostage. As long as he killed Chun Chong and forced the Chun clan guard to reveal Xue Qingqing's location, everything would be fine. That Chun clan guard is probably at the 4th level of the martial path. Let me cripple your legs first. Yi Xian took out the black iron bow from the devouring space and quietly pulled the string. Wong! A wind-chasing arrow was shot out. Be careful! Chun Chong was at the middle stage of the 6th level of the martial path, so his senses were extremely sharp. He shouted, but the Chun clan guard did not react in time. Kacha! With a crisp sound, the Chun clan guard knelt down on one knee. His kneecap had been pierced by the wind-chasing arrow. Following that, the sound of the wind could be heard. Kacha! The Chun clan guard's other leg was also crippled. Now, the only threat left was Chun Chong. Yi Xian, so is you who killed my son. Today is the day you die. Even though Chun Chong was a burly man. At this time, he finally understood who killed his son. Here it comes. Yi Xian hurriedly used 2 devouring points to exchange for a spiritual explosion pill. He swallowed the spiritual explosion pill, and his spiritual energy instantly soared by a level. Middle stage of the 6th level of the martial path. Damn it, only 1 level. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. The devouring space stated that the spiritual explosion pill could sometimes raise a martial artist's spiritual energy by 2 levels, but this was a rare occurrence. Yi Xian, who had temporarily broken through to the middle stage of the 6th level of the martial path, immediately raised his black iron bow and shot a wind-chasing arrow at the charging Chen Chong. Stinking brat, I will bury you with my son. Chen Chong roared and easily dodged the wind-chasing arrow. After all, he was at the middle stage of the 6th level of the martial path, and he also had the 5th level movement technique of the Chen clan. His strength was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Yi Xian took advantage of the time Chen Chong took to shoot a few more wind-chasing arrows, but they were all dodged by Chen Chong. In the next moment, Chen Chong was in front of him. Therefore, he could only put away his black iron bow. Die, brat! Chen Chong shouted and arrived in front of Yi Xian. He then raised his right fist and aimed a punch at the latter's head. What a powerful attack! If my head was hit, I am afraid I would faint or even die on the spot. Yi Xian's heart froze. Today, if he did not kill Chen Chong, he would die at Chen Chong's hands. Therefore, he could not afford to make any mistakes. Galloping steps. Yi Xian had already condensed spiritual energy in his feet. Facing this punch, he dodged to the side and instantly took out a long sword from the devouring space. Gale triple stab. The long sword suddenly appeared in Yi Xian's hand. Chen Chong did not expect this. Before Chen Chong could react, the long sword had already pierced his body. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Chapter 26. Interspatial ring? I'm going to kill you. Chen Chong covered his abdomen with one hand as greed flashed through his eyes. Although Yi Xian's technique was the devouring system, it seemed to be the effect of an interspatial ring. An interspatial ring was priceless. Even if Yi Xian and Chen Chong did not have a grudge against each other, the latter would still choose to kill Yi Xian. Yi Xian was originally aiming for Chen Chong's heart, but the latter did not attack with his left hand, so he could only aim for his abdomen. This Gale triple stab was a good start for Yi Xian. Because he had been very ruthless, the wound was very deep. As long as he could stall for time, Chen Chong's strength would definitely decrease. However, Chen Chong was tempted by the interspatial ring. At this moment, he wanted to kill Yi Xian on the spot, so he instantly revealed his peak combat strength. Ferocious Tiger Fist. Die. Chen Chong ignored his wound and attacked Yi Xian again. However, Yi Xian's galloping steps were better than the average level 5 martial arts, so he dodged again. At the same time, Yi Xian raised his right hand and prepared to use the Gale triple stab again. Chen Chong learned his lesson this time. Although his mind was occupied by greed, he was not stupid enough to be hit by Yi Xian again. At this moment, he also prepared to dodge Yi Xian's 3 stab attacks. However, when Yi Xian saw his movements, he suddenly stopped and quickly retreated. At the same time, the long sword in his hand disappeared and was replaced by the black iron bow. What? Chen Chong was shocked. By the time he reacted, a wind-chasing arrow had already shot towards him. Pooh! The wind-chasing arrow directly pierced through Chen Chong's body, causing blood to spurt out like a fountain. Haha! The devouring space can be used like this. See if I don't kill you. Yi Xian was surprised and delighted. This was something he had just discovered. With a long sword in close combat and a bow in long-range combat, even Chen Chong could not do anything to him. I want you dead. Chen Chong was enraged after being hit twice. He lifted his leg and rushed towards Yi Xian. Gale slash. The black iron bow was replaced by a long sword. Aiming at Chen Chong's body, he suddenly slashed. Bang! The Gale slash had been destroyed by Chen Chong's punch. The difference in spiritual energy between the two was not large, so Chen Chong was directly blown back by the shockwave produced by the spiritual energy explosion. Take another arrow from me. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian drew his bow once more. The wind chaser arrow mercilessly pierced through Chen Chang's shoulder, injuring him once more. However, Chen Chang was not someone to be trifled with. He had been training outside for many years, so his reaction speed was extraordinary. That was why he was able to avoid the attack. Let's see how many arrows you can take. Yi Xian snorted in his heart and drew his bow again. But at this moment, he suddenly saw a cold light flash past. Hidden weapon. It turned out that Chen Chang was not taking a beating. He deliberately allowed himself to be hit by Yi Xian. At the same time, he threw a dart. Swish! This dart brushed past Yi Xian's head. Yi Xian broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, his reaction was not slow. Otherwise, this dart would have pierced his face. However, when he heard the sound of footsteps in front of him, his face suddenly sank to rock bottom. Die for me. It was unknown when Chen Chang had rushed in front of Yi Xian. Then he threw a punch. Bang! The casserole-sized fist accurately landed on Yi Xian's body. The huge impact leaked out and sent Yi Xian flying. Gotcha! Yi Xian only felt a sharp pain in his chest. It seemed that several of his ribs had been broken. He endured the pain and took out his long sword. Aiming forward, he used another gale slash. This attack had already seriously injured him. If Chen Chang caught up, then he would definitely die. Therefore, he had to stop Chen Chang's footsteps. Bang! Chen Chang was prepared to follow up with another attack to kill Yi Xian. However, he was blocked by the gale slash. He scattered the gale slash with a punch. The air billowed and dust filled the air. When he rushed out, he realized that he had lost sight of Yi Xian's figure. Oh no, he's running. Chen Chang immediately reacted. Yi Xian was obviously not a match for him. Therefore, he wanted to escape. However, it was already nighttime. His vision was dim. Coupled with the continuous chirping of insects in the forest, he could not tell where Yi Xian's footsteps were. Stinking brat, don't even think of escaping from my grasp. I will kill you. Before Chen Chang's roar could spread, there was an unusual sound of wind blowing in the surroundings. Sneak attack. Chen Chang was surprised and happy because the person who had sneak attacked him was definitely Yi Xian. Rip! Several cold lights flashed as Yi Xian's gale triple stab was dodged by Chen Chang. However, just as Yi Xian was preparing to escape and hide, he saw a small brocade box fall from Chen Chang's chest. Although his gale triple stab had not injured Chen Chang, it had pierced through his clothes. Let's fight! Yi Xian did not turn around and run. Instead, he took a step forward and grabbed the brocade box. At the same time, he shouted in his mind, "Devour!" Bang! Before the voice in his mind could fade, Chen Chang kicked Yi Xian in the abdomen and sent him flying again. However, what Chen Chang did not notice was that Yi Xian, who was sent flying by his kick, smiled in the air, devouring a small revitalizing pill. The host has received 3 devour points. The small revitalizing pill was a precious elixir used by martial artists to achieve breakthroughs. Chen Chang had spent nearly a year on this trip to buy this small revitalizing pill, intending to use it when he was at the peak of the 6th stage of the martial path. He had not expected that Yi Xian would obtain it. However, Chen Chang did not care because he did not know that Yi Xian could devour. He only thought that Yi Xian had the interspatial ring. As long as he killed Yi Xian, the ring would return to him. However, he was very wrong. After Yi Xian obtained the 3 devour points, he quickly used a slash to prevent Chen Chang from approaching him. Just like last time, Chen Chang was blocked by the gale slash. By the time he reacted, Yi Xian had disappeared again. Yi Xian, who was hiding behind a tree, was thinking quickly in fear. Right now, he had a great enemy. If he did not get rid of him, there would be endless trouble in the future. Therefore, Yi Xian was thinking about how to use the 2 devour points to kill Chen Chang. If I run now, Chen Chang will definitely not be able to catch up with me. However, if he returns to Lianyun City, Qing Qing will be in danger. Therefore, Chen Chang must die. He thought to himself. At the same time, he quickly browsed through the Devour System's menu to see if there were any suitable cultivation techniques. There were many things on the Devour System's menu. However, Some of them could only be exchanged after reaching a certain condition, such as breaking through to the sixth stage of the martial path. Ah, I got it. Tiger roar, shattering dragon roar. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he immediately exchanged for the cultivation technique. Chapter 27. This martial art was called Tiger Roar, Shattering Dragon Roar. Although it was only a level 5 martial art, it required 3 devour points. Moreover, it was definitely worth it because it was a sound wave martial art. It could instantly release a sound wave attack to stimulate the enemy's brain and cause them to pause. Chen Chang died. After exchanging for this martial art, Yi Xian immediately rushed out. This time, he wanted to kill Chen Chang to prevent future troubles. Kid, give me your life. Chen Chang also turned around in an instant and threw out a punch. However, just as his fist was about to land on Yi Xian's body, the latter suddenly channeled his spiritual energy to his throat. Roar! An earth-shattering sound instantly reverberated. It sounded like the roar of a ferocious tiger. At the same time, an invisible sound wave spread out. Chen Chang only felt a roar in his ears. It was as if there were tens of thousands of needles in his head. It was extremely painful. Go to hell. While Chen Chang was in a daze, Yi Xian came to his side and swept out his sword. Immediately after, Chen Chang's head flew out horizontally. Dead. Plop. The headless corpse fell to the ground. Blood splattered more than a meter high. This big boss was finally killed by Yi Xian. It was extremely difficult. Uff. Yi Xian looked at Chen Chang's corpse at his feet and heaved a sigh of relief. The key to this battle was the small revitalizing pill that Chen Chang dropped. Without it, Yi Xian was afraid that he could only run. Moreover, there was the danger of being caught by Chen Chang. That was close. If I knew this move was so useful, I wouldn't have exchanged for the bursting spiritual pill. Yi Xian muttered. Sound wave attacks were extremely rare. There was probably none in the entire Lianyan city. If this martial art was taken out, it would probably cause a bloodbath. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to keep it for now. He still had to consider whether to sell it to the Yi family. After Chen Chang died, Yi Xian searched his body for a while. However, he did not find anything valuable. Immediately, he went back the way he came and found the Chun family's guard who could not walk. Second Master? The Chun family guard could not help but shout out when he saw a figure slowly walking towards him from a short distance away. However, after he spoke, that figure did not reply. This caused his heart to beat violently. Could it be Yi Xian? A possibility flashed in the Chun family's guard's mind. Just now, he heard Yi Xian and Chen's cries, but he did not know who was the one who had survived. At this moment, Yi Xian's guard's guard. Your second master is dead. Tell me, where's the girl you captured? Yi Xian asked while enduring his heavy injuries. After seeing Yi Xian's face, the Chen family guard's heart turned cold. Chen Chang was a martial artist at the middle stage of the 6th level of the martial Dao. How is that possible? But this was the truth. The Chen family's guard was still in shock. Suddenly, a cold light flashed. Yi Xian held his sword to his neck and said coldly, I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't answer, you can go and accompany your second master. 3, 2, no, I'll talk. In a house in the west of the city. The exact location is... The Chen family's guard did not want to die, so he quickly confessed. Very well. If what you said is true, I'll give you 5,000 silvers. But if it's false, I'll tear you apart. Yi Xian said coldly. Then he found a few vines and tied the Chun family's guard up. At the same time, he stuffed the guard's mouth. Although the Chun family's guard confessed, Yi Xian could not completely trust him. If it was a lie, who would know where Xue Qingqing was? After that, Yi Xian quickly returned to Lianyan City. In a certain courtyard in Lianyan City. TSK. This little girl is so tender. Second Master said that if he doesn't come back tonight, then this little girl will be ours. Where did Second Master go? How would I know? But since Second Master said so, why don't we 2 brothers have some fun first? Anyway, Second Master doesn't seem to like women. That's a good idea. 2 people's lascivious laughter came from the courtyard. There was also the sound of a young girl sobbing. Obviously, this young girl was Xue Qingqing. She remembered that she was originally eating in a restaurant. As she ate, she suddenly fell asleep. When she woke up, she heard the conversation between these two people. Immediately, she anxiously wanted to shout, but her mouth was stuffed with a piece of cloth, so she couldn't speak. In the darkness, two figures gradually walked towards her. However, Shui Qingqing, whose 4 limbs were tied, could only shake her head with all her might. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she was already crying. "Little girl, don't be anxious. We brothers will feed you soon." When his voice fell, the sound of clothes being undone could be heard. "Big brother, you can't do this. Last time, you were the one who went first. This time, it should be my turn." "Fine. Second brother, why are you being so calculative? Why don't we do it together? We'll take turns." Shui Qingqing wanted to die. However, her mouth was stuffed with cloth, and she could not even speak, let alone commit suicide by biting her tongue. Moreover, her 4 limbs were tied, and she could not move. If she wanted to kill herself, she would have to rely on the big rock next to her. However, just as she was preparing to kill herself, a series of footsteps came from outside the courtyard. Then, the door was suddenly kicked open. A cold light flashed twice, and the 2 figures in front of Shui Qingqing fell backwards. Shui Qingqing was stunned. Could it be that an expert passed by and heard the conversation between the two and saved her? Or perhaps they wanted to kidnap her and do all kinds of things? However, when she heard the voice of the person who came, her tense nerves finally relaxed, and she fell into the embrace of the person who came. This person who rushed over was Yi Xian, who dragged his injuries back to Lianyan City. "Don't cry. Quickly help me back to the Yi family. I'm seriously injured and I'm going to die." Yi Xian's face was pale as he used his sword to cut off the ropes on Shui Qingqing's body. Just now, after the battle with Chun Chong and obtaining 3 devour points, he did not exchange for the 100-flower dew. Instead, he exchanged for the tiger's roar, shattering dragon's roar. In addition, he ran all the way back, and his injuries were serious. At this moment, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He estimated that any random person in the 4th stage of the martial path could kill him. "Oh, I'm sorry," Shui Qingqing cried as she helped Yi Xian up and rushed back to the Yi family. On the way, Yi Xian's consciousness was also rapidly fading. Shui Qingqing simply carried him on her back and ran all the way back to the Yi family. When the 2 of them reached the Yi family, Yi Xian had already fainted. However, before he fainted, he told Shui Qingqing about Qin Chong. When Yi Zhang and the 4 elders heard about this, they immediately brought a large amount of healing medicine. Yi Xian was the future of the Yi family. If he died, then everything would be ruined. Chapter 28. That night, the entire Yi family was in an uproar. Yi Zhang, the 4 elders, and the other higher-ups were so shocked that they could swallow an egg. Yi Xian had actually killed Chun Chong of the Chun family. That was a mid-stage, 6th-stage martial path martial artist. Yi Xian was only 15 years old. Was he still human? When Yi Zhang and the others found out about this, they immediately sent people to the small forest to kill the guard. At the same time, they buried Chun Chong's body as if nothing had happened. After a night of recovery, Yi Xian's injuries were slightly better. When he woke up, he found 2 beautiful figures lying on his bed. They were Shui Qingqing and Lu Er. "Ouch, it hurts so much." Yi Xian sat up and clutched his chest with a frown. Although the pills and medicine he had taken yesterday were the best in the Yi family, they were definitely not as effective as the 100-flower dew. Thus, he would need some time to recover. "Yi Xian, you're awake." Shui Qingqing suddenly raised her head. She was worried that Yi Xian would show symptoms in the middle of the night, so she didn't sleep. Shui Qingqing's voice woke Lu Er up. Lu Er wasn't a martial artist, so she couldn't stay awake like Shui Qingqing. "Young master, you're awake. You scared Lu Er." Lu Er had just woken up, but she immediately rushed over and hugged Yi Xian as she cried. "Lu Er, hold my wound." Yi Xian sucked in a breath of cold air as the veins on his forehead bulged. Lu Er hurriedly let go of him. Yi Xian stroked her hair and said, "Young master won't die so easily. That Qin family's second master was a mid-stage, 6th-stage martial path, but I still killed him." "All right, Go and inform eldest uncle. I have something to tell him. Lu Er will go now. Lu Er hurriedly got up and left. After she left, Shui Qingqing carefully sized up Yi Xian and asked, "Is your body okay?" "Not bad. I won't die. However, at this rate, it will take at least 10 days to half a month to recover." Yi Xian sighed. It was impossible for him to lie in bed for 10 days to half a month. Therefore, he had to get some devour points and exchange them for a bottle of 100 flower dew. "Fortunately, you arrived in time yesterday, otherwise I would have." Shui Qingqing blushed. When she thought of what happened last night, she had goosebumps. "Ha! Or else you'll be done by those two old men." Yi Xian grinned. "Ha!" Before he could finish his words, Shui Qingqing gave him a slap on the thigh. At the same time, she said coquettishly, "What do you mean by that? If you say that again, I'll slap you to death. Moreover, this matter was caused by you in the first place. Don't expect me to repay you with my body." Yi Xian was heartbroken and said helplessly, "Who wants you to devote yourself to me? There are so many beautiful girls on the streets." "What? You're comparing me to them?" Shui Qingqing glared and gave Yi Xian another slap. Yes, they can't compare to you." Yi Xian hurriedly agreed. At the same time, he thought in his heart, "Of course they aren't as violent as you." In his memory, Shui Qingqing was a goddess when she was young. However, he didn't expect that when he met her again a few years later, she would become a tough woman. Very soon, Yi Zhang and the 4 elders arrived. When they saw that Yi Xian had recovered, they were overjoyed. They were even happier than when Yi Xian returned to the Yi family. Their concern made Yi Xian a little uncomfortable. Therefore, Yi Xian directly said, "Uncle, have you cleaned up Chun Chang's body and the body in the house in the west of the city? I've already sent people to take care of it. The Chun family definitely won't be able to find any clues. As for you, how did you kill Yi Zhang?" Yi Zhang asked the question that had troubled them all night. "At that time, I ambushed him. In addition to the explosive spirit pill I obtained from the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun, I temporarily broke through to the mid-6th level of the martial path. That's why I was able to kill him." Yi Xian casually made up a reason. "What, the explosive spirit pill?" Yi Zhang exclaimed. However, after thinking about it, this didn't seem to be the main point. Therefore, he shouted again, "The explosive spirit pill can temporarily raise a martial artist level. It's very precious. So, before you took it, you had already broken through to the 6th level of the martial path." "That's right." Yi Xian didn't hide it this time and directly nodded. Boom! After receiving Yi Xian's confirmation, everyone, including Shui Qingqing, was shocked. A 15-year-old 6th level martial artist was definitely a super genius. If he was placed in the Shattering Cloud sect, he would definitely be heavily nurtured and even become a disciple of an expert. Ha ha ha! The heavens are really blessing my Yi clan. In the future, your achievements will at least be at the 8th level of the martial path. Maybe even the 9th or 10th level of the martial path. Who knows, you might even have the chance to break through to the true spirit realm." Yi Zhang was already somewhat incoherent. The true spirit realm was a realm above the 10th level of the martial path. It was said that the Shattering Cloud sect's sect master was a true spirit realm expert. Yi Zhang and the 4 elders were happy for a while. Then, they said, "Yi Xian, the stronger your strength, the more recognition you will receive after entering the Shattering Cloud sect. If you need anything, just tell me." "Oh, then I won't be polite." Yi Xian's eyes also lit up. What did he lack right now? Of course, it was money. Silver. When I was training in the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun, I accidentally obtained the inheritance of a senior. He said that my physique is very special and can swallow any heavenly material and earthly treasure and convert it into spiritual power. So, uncle, if you have anything good, just give it to me. Yi Xian made up another reason. What? Yi Zhang and the others were stunned. What kind of physique was this? Yi Xian, are you joking? You can swallow any heavenly material and earthly treasure and convert it into spiritual power? Yi Zhang asked in disbelief. Uncle, do you think that I can break through to the early 6th level of the martial path from a cripple in such a short time? Yi Xian turned his head and asked. Indeed, this cultivation speed was absolutely unique. It was very shocking. Even in the Shattering Cloud sect, there was no one like this. Then, how much do you need? The first elder asked doubtfully. About 10 million silvers worth of heavenly material and earthly treasure. Of course, weapons and the like are also fine. With my physique, I can swallow anything, even the corpses of demonic beasts. Yi Xian didn't plan to hide it. The most important thing now was to increase his strength. If the Yi clan and the Chun clan fought, he would be able to help. 10 million silvers can only help you break through once. Yi Zhang swallowed his saliva. Chapter 29. Yi Zhang and the others were shocked, speechless. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. Our Yi clan's treasury probably only has a little more than 10 million silvers. Yi Zhang hesitated. At this time, Lu Er, go get a pen and paper. Yi Xian suddenly said to Lu Er. Lu will return in a short while. Yi Xian then wrote down the tiger roar, shattering dragon roar, in front of Yi Zhang and the others. What? A sound wave martial art? Yi Zhang and the others were shocked. The four elders behind them were even more shocked. They were all in the 7th stage of the martial path and could see that this martial art was extraordinary. A 5th grade martial art, the tiger roar shattering dragon roar, is definitely comparable to a 6th grade martial art. I estimate that it is worth at least 5 million silvers. The first elder said in shock. Now, Yi Zhang and the others were convinced. They had never heard of this martial art before. With these martial arts, our Yi clan's overall strength will increase by 1 or 2 levels. When the time comes, it won't be a problem to deal with the Chun clan. After Yi Zhang finished speaking, he turned to Yi Xian and said, All right, I'll get someone to bring all the good stuff from the treasury over. After he finished speaking, he left and returned in a short while. He even personally carried a large treasure chest over. This is all of our Yi clan's treasury. It's worth about 13 million silvers. Yi Xian, our Yi clan depends on you. Yi Zhang solemnly said to Yi Xian. The reason why he was willing to give these cultivation resources to Yi Xian was because as long as they could eliminate the Chun clan, wouldn't the Yi clan's treasures belong to the Chun clan? All right, eldest uncle, you all leave first. Yi Xian chased everyone out and began to devour the treasures one by one. Medicinal herbs, pills, ores, weapons, all of them were devoured by Yi Xian. He had already devoured a small, revitalizing pill worth 3 million silvers. With these items, he could definitely break through to the mid-6th stage of the martial path. In less than a minute, he had devoured all of these heavenly treasures and earthly treasures. Amidst the sound of the system notification, he had also broken through. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the middle stage of the 6th level of the martial path. Currently, he had a total of 13 devouring points. Immediately, he exchanged for a bottle of 100 Flowers Dew and drank it. The 100 Flower Dew was a good thing. It could quickly heal internal injuries. He estimated that he would only need a day to recover to his peak. The 100 Flowers Dew required 1 devouring point, so he still had 12 points. Next, he used the devouring points to exchange for a few rank 5 martial arts. In the Yi family, the core strength was still the 6th and 5th stage of the martial path, so it was best to exchange for grade 5 martial art. Uncle, these are 6 rank 5 martial arts and 1 rank 6 martial arts. Quickly get someone to copy them down for the clansmen to learn. Also, if possible, sell it to the Lin clan directly. I still need a large amount of cultivation resources. Yi Xian handed over a few martial arts techniques. Yi Zhang took the stack of martial arts techniques that were worth more than 10 million silvers. His hands trembled as he hurriedly said, Okay, I'll get someone to copy them down immediately. He could see that these rank 5 martial arts techniques were much better than the ones in the Yi family. The total value was definitely more than 13 million silvers. After sending off Yi Zhang and the others, Yi Xian collapsed. During that short period of time, he felt like he was back in school, copying homework in the morning. His hands were so sore that they could die. Young master, you've worked hard. Lu, it will help you massage. Lu walked behind Yi Xian and began to massage his shoulders. Shuet Xingqing, who had been silent all this time, finally opened her mouth and asked, "Is your body constitution real?" "Of course it's real." Yi Xian nodded comfortably. "But there are weapons in the box," Shui Qingqing said in disbelief. "If you don't believe me, give me a knife. I'll devour it right now for you to see." Yi Xian replied without thinking. Unexpectedly, Shui Qingqing actually took out a small knife and handed it to Yi Xian. "Take it." Yi Xian was also helpless. However, since he had already been exposed, he might as well demonstrate it once. He picked up a small knife and put it in his mouth. His expression was serious. "Young master, be careful," Lu said worriedly from behind him. At this moment, Yi Xian clapped his hands and swallowed the entire small knife. Of course, after he pushed the small knife in, the small knife quickly shrank and was swallowed. "You really swallowed it. Your body constitution is actually real?" Shui Qingqing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. She stood in front of Yi Xian and saw Yi Xian swallow the small knife with her own eyes. Now, she had no choice but to believe it. "Of course, that mysterious senior said that I have the devouring physique and can devour the entire world. If you don't believe me, then take a step forward and watch me devour you as well." Yi Xian suddenly threatened. "If you dare to swallow me, I'll make a big hole in your stomach." Shui Qingqing was a little angry. However, in the next moment, her small face suddenly changed. She giggled and said, "After this matter is settled, can you do me a favor?" "What favor?" Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. "We'll talk about it when the time comes. Don't worry, you'll definitely gain a lot." Shui Qingqing deliberately kept Yi Xian in suspense. "Why are you being so mysterious? Let's talk about it after this matter is settled." Yi Xian didn't ask any more questions. After all, they were facing a great enemy. Although Chen Chang's body had been buried, Chen Chang had disappeared as soon as he returned to Lianyan City. The Chen family would definitely conduct a large-scale search. In a few days, they would find out that Yi Xian was involved. After all, every family had informants at the 4 city gates. Yi Xian returned so late that night with heavy injuries and bloodstains on his body. After Yi Xian took the 100 Blossom Dew, he stayed in his room and rested. He rested for half a day. In the afternoon, Yi Zhang came looking for him again. "Yi Xian, I've already asked people to make copies of those martial arts. Here's one copy. I'm going to sell it to the Lin family. Come with me." Yi Zhang said. "Go to the Lin family?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. The Lin family and the Yi family had the same ancestor. Therefore, the two families had a very good relationship and often had marriage alliances. Previously, Lin Shui was already engaged to Yi Xian. However, something happened later. Yi Xian obtained the devouring system and lost his cultivation. Therefore, the Lin family came to cancel the engagement. Yi Xian also received 3 times the betrothal gift. Both parties were unhappy. "That's fine." Yi Xian nodded. In any case, his strongest defense was his face. "Then your injuries." Yi Zhang suddenly thought of a problem. "It's fine. I've taken so many good things. My injuries will heal quickly." Yi Xian waved his hand. Chapter 30. Then, Yi Xian followed Yi Zhang to the Lin family. He estimated that these martial arts techniques could be exchanged for another 10 million taels of silver. Then, he might be able to break through again. However, as his cultivation level increased, he was not so sure about the amount of resources he needed to break through. He might need another 10 million taels of silver, or even 15 million taels of silver. However, the amount of resources he needed each time would definitely increase exponentially. This time, Yi Zhang only brought Yi Xian to the Lin family. On the way, Yi Xian reminded him not to reveal his secret. Although the Lin family and the Yi family had a good relationship and shared a common ancestor, it was hard to say for sure after so many generations. Soon, Yi Zhang brought Yi Xian to the Lin family. When the guards saw Yi Zhang, they immediately let him in. In the reception hall of the Lin family, Yi Xian saw the head of the Lin family, Lin Ming, who had come to cancel the engagement. "Old brother Yi, what brings you here?" Lin Ming entered the hall and quickly walked over. When he saw Yi Xian, he was stunned. How could he not know about the commotion caused by Yi Xian? "Oh, I'm here to discuss something with you, Brother Lin." Yi Zhang replied with a smile. This was a serious matter, and Yi Zhang did not want to drag it out. Of course, he did not mention that Yi Xian had broken through by swallowing treasures. What? You killed Chen Chong at the mid-stage of the 6th realm and obtained the inheritance of an expert in the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyan? Lin Ming was shocked after hearing Yi Zhang's story. This was the first time he had seen a 15-year-old mid-stage of the 6th realm. There were many talented youths in the Lin family, but the most talented one was at the mid-stage of the 4th realm at the age of 15. This was decades ago. However, Yi Xian was 2 realms higher than him. Lin Ming could not believe it. He walked over to Yi Xian and felt his spiritual energy. Indeed, it was the mid-stage of the 6th realm. Is this the legendary break and then rebuild? Lin Ming could not help but ask. At the same time, he muttered in his heart, if Lin Shuo had not been chosen by the expert, then Yi Xian would have been the best son-in-law in the Lin family. I still have to thank Uncle for the 2 spirit-gathering pills. Yi Xian stood up and clasped his hands in thanks. If it was not for the pills, he would not have been able to activate the devouring system and achieve his current achievements. You seem to still mind the matter of my Lin family breaking off the engagement, Lin Ming said helplessly. Yi Xian shook his head. No, I am sincerely grateful to Uncle. I believe in fate. If it is mine, it is. Haha, it's good that nephew is open-minded. Lin Ming nodded in satisfaction. He suddenly had a plan in his mind. How about this? I'll gather all the unmarried girls in my Lin family. Nephew, you can take a look, if there's one you like. Uncle, let's talk about business first. Yi Xian blushed with shame. He understood Lin Ming's intention. Lin Ming wanted to gather all the girls in the Lin family and let him pick one by one. Even if he picked a few, it would not be a problem. Then, Yi Zhang took out the martial arts manuals that he had ordered people to copy and bind and handed them to Lin Ming. These are. Lin Ming took a look at it in astonishment and said with a surprised expression, these martial arts have never appeared in my Lianyan city before. That's right. These were left behind by the expert in Yi Xian's mind. So I brought them here to exchange for some cultivation resources. Brother Lin, you also know that Yi Xian's aptitude is superior. If he enters the Shattering Cloud sect, he will definitely be heavily nurtured. So I want to nurture him with all my strength. When he enters the Shattering Cloud sect, he might be chosen by the elders and be accepted as a direct disciple. Yi Zhang said, Brother Yi is right. With your aptitude, it is already enough for you to be accepted as a disciple by the elders of the Shattering Cloud sect. Lin Ming was a straightforward person. He immediately appraised the martial arts manuals. His strength was higher than Yi Zhang's by 2 grades, reaching the 7th grade of the martial path. The more he looked, the more fascinated he became. Then, he estimated that if they were to be auctioned in a big city, they would be worth at least 15 million taels of silver. Lin Ming wanted to marry the girls of the Lin family to the Yi family. So, he directly offered 15 million taels of silver to push the boat along the current. The better Yi Xian was, the better the Lin family would be. The Sky Yuan sect protector called Eugene did not leave anything for the Lin family. He only gave some pointers to the Lin family. Otherwise, Lin Ming would not be interested in these things. The matter of the martial arts manuals was settled. Next was the matter of the Chun family. Brother Lin, now that Yi Xian has killed Chen Chong, I'm afraid the Chen family will soon know of this matter. When the time comes, the Chen family will definitely start a war with our Yi family. I hope, before Yi Zhang could finish, Lin Ming waved his hand and said, Brother Yi, don't worry. The Lin family and the Yi family share the same bloodline. If the Chun family dares to come, our Lin family will definitely help. However, the Chun family has recently been very close to the Wu family of the City Lord Manor. I'm afraid. What? There's such a matter? Yi Zhang was surprised. There were 4 great families in Lianyan City. Besides the Yi, Lin, and Chun families, there is also the Wu family, which was the City Lord's family. The City Lord had the One-Finger City Guards. If they were to help the Chun family, even if the Yi family and the Lin family worked together, they would have to think twice. Yes, this is the news I received recently. However, Brother Yi, don't worry. Before Senior Yu left, he gave my father a day of pointers. My father is currently in seclusion. As long as he comes out, even the Wu family will not be able to cause any trouble. Lin Ming said slowly. Yi Zhang naturally knew who Senior Yu was. This Senior Yu was the Sky Yuan sect's law protector, Eugene, who came with Lin Ming to the Yi family to cancel the engagement. At the same time, Yi Zhang also remembered that the Lin family's patriarch had long been at the peak of the 7th rank of the martial path. If he successfully broke through this time, he would be at the 8th rank of the martial path. At that time, why would he be afraid of the Wu family? Then I'll congratulate the patriarch first. Yi Zhang smiled and cupped his fists. Many thanks, Brother Yi. Lin Ming also cupped his fists. In Lianyun City, the strongest person was at the peak of the 7th rank of the martial path. Other than the Lin family's patriarch, the Lianyun City's city lord's father was the strongest. As long as the Lin family's patriarch broke through, he would become the strongest person in Lianyun City. With him around, the Lin family and the Yi family would be fine. Chapter 31. Now that the two matters had been discussed, it was time for the third matter, which was Yi Xian's marriage. After that, Lin Ming wanted to gather the unmarried ladies of the Lin family, but was stopped by Yi Xian. Are you kidding me? I'm going to become strong in the future. How can I marry an ordinary person? At least, she has to be someone like Lin Shui. Yi Xian had seen Lin Shui once, and her beauty could be considered heavenly. But in terms of background, the mysterious Heavenly Yuan sect was what Yi Xian yearned for. It was impossible for him to marry an ordinary person as his wife, so he directly refused. Lin Ming was also helpless, so he could only give up. Then, he called for two experts of the Lin family, who were at the peak of the 6th stage of the martial path, to carry the two large chests and follow Yi Xian and Yi Zhang back to the Yi family. Yi Xian, with these 15 million silvers worth of cultivation resources, can you break through again? Yi Zhang asked curiously on the way back. Uncle, definitely. Yi Xian nodded. Previously, when he had devoured half of the cultivation resources worth 13 million taels of silver, he had already broken through. Therefore, the rest was experience. Now, with the 15 million silvers worth of cultivation resources, breaking through to the peak of the 6th stage of the martial path was a certainty. Good, then hurry up. If you can break through to the 7th stage of the martial path in the Shattering Cloud sect, then you might be able to become the sect leader's disciple. Yi Zhang also made up his mind. Even if he had to use up everything in the Yi family, he would nurture Yi Xian. And Yi Xian actually had the same thought. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to expose his devouring ability, Yi Xian actually wanted to devour everything in the Lin family. That way, he could directly break through to the peak of the 6th stage of the martial path. If he took another bursting spirit pill, then he would be able to break through to the 7th stage of the martial path. On the way back to the Yi family, Yi Xian, Yi Zhang, and Yi Xian attracted many people's attention. These two large chests clearly contained good things. Otherwise, the Lin family wouldn't have sent two experts to escort them. However, halfway through the journey, the sound of wind suddenly appeared. Be careful, there's a sneak attack. Yi Zhang also reacted in an instant and hurriedly yelled. Yi Xian and the two experts from the Lin family paused for a moment. They turned around and saw two black figures jump out from the wall. You actually want to snatch it in broad daylight. Yi Zhang's eyes flickered as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't need to use his, but to think to know that these people were definitely from the Chang clan. However, in the next moment, his face turned pale because the two men in black were both in the 7th stage of the martial path. Pung! The two guards of the Lin clan did not react in time and were successfully ambushed by a black-clothed man. Immediately, one of them flew out horizontally, spitting out blood. Xian to return to the Lin family. Yi Xian returned. They had to go to the Yi Xian to get reinforcements. Was the Yi Xian Yi? Uncle, let me help you. Yi Xian didn't listen to the command, because if he were to return to the Lin family to get reinforcements, Yi Zhang would very likely die here. They were both at the 7th stage of the martial path. Yi Zhang and the other two were all at the peak of the 6th rank. A cultivator in the 7th stage of the martial path could easily fight against 3 cultivators in the peak 6 stage of the martial path. The Chen family had put in a lot of effort this time. They had actually sent out 2 experts. Perhaps their focus was not on the treasure chests, but on the head of the Yi family, Yi Zhang. When Yi Xian saw one of the black-clothed men rushing towards Yi Zhang, he immediately understood that their target was Yi Zhang. Damn it, this is the only way. Yi Xian looked at the 2 treasure chests a few meters in front of him and clenched his teeth. At this moment, there was a black-clothed man fighting with another guard from the Lin family. If he were to barge in at the middle of the 6th level of the martial Dao, it might be fatal if he were to be affected. However, if he didn't go, Yi Zhang and the 2 guards from the Lin clan might really die here. Charge! Yi Xian couldn't care less. He immediately used the running attack and rushed a few meters forward. He arrived in front of one of the treasure chests and placed his hand on it. Keep! Yi Xian put the entire treasure chest into his devouring space and chose to devour. This was a small trick Yi Xian had discovered. If he wanted to devour a large amount of items, he just had to pile them up and put them into his devouring space. Thus, the entire treasure chest disappeared in broad daylight. Damn it, this treasure chest doesn't have enough items. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. He had reached a bottleneck and was just a little bit away from breaking through. However, at this moment, the black-clothed man was stunned for a second. He didn't care about the Lin family's guard and directly kicked Yi Xian. An interspatial ring. Even a fool could guess that Yi Xian had an interspatial ring. Damn it, charge! Yi Xian clenched his teeth as he stared at the black-clothed man's attack and jumped forward. The black-clothed man's leg technique was impressive, but he was still one step too slow. When his leg hit Yi Xian, the latter's hand was already on the other treasure chest. Devour. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to peak LV6 of the martial path. You have gained 6 devour points. He finally broke through. Pum! Just as the system beeped, the black-clothed man's leg kicked Yi Xian, sending him flying. Fortunately, Yi Xian reacted quickly. When he leveled up, he released his peak LV6 spiritual power to protect his body. Otherwise, this kick would have seriously injured him. Haha, you're dead meat. Yi Xian laughed in his heart. He exchanged for an explosive spiritual pill and swallowed it. In an instant, his spiritual power increased by another level. LV7 of the martial path. At the same time, he took out his black steel bow and pulled the bowstring. Wind-chasing arrow. He was only a few meters away from the black-clothed man. At such a close distance, the black-clothed man could not dodge the wind-chasing arrow. Wong! Pooh! The black-clothed man's chest was pierced through, but he did not die on the spot. He cried out in alarm and hurriedly fled. You want to leave after courting death? Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He pulled the bowstring again. This time, there were 3 arrows. Rank 6 martial art, chaotic star arrow. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The black-clothed man wanted to jump over the wall, but he was hit by the 3 arrows. He immediately fell and crashed into the wall. To be safe, Yi Xian pulled the bowstring again and shot another chaotic star arrow. This time, the black-clothed man had no choice but to die. His head turned into a sieve. A martial artist in LV7 of the martial path had fallen. However, Yi Xian's expression was still solemn. This was because Yi Zhang was still dealing with another black-clothed man. Chapter 32. Just now, he had killed a black-clothed man, but that was out of his opponent's expectations. Now, this black-clothed man was on guard, so he could only fight in close combat. Although Yi Zhang was at the peak of the 6th stage of the martial path, his strength was not to be underestimated. He fought with the man in black for a while. With the addition of Yi Xian, a martial artist at the 7th level of the martial Dao, the black-clothed man also felt an enormous pressure. He was actually beaten back by the 2 of them. This can't go on. This person is definitely from the Chen family. If we let him go, we'll be letting a tiger return to the mountain. Yi Xian thought for a while, then used 2 devouring points to exchange for an explosive spirit pill. Uncle, take it. Eat it. Kill. Yi Xian threw the explosive spirit pill to Yi Zhang. He had already eaten one, so he could only give it to Yi Zhang. When the time came, they would both be in the 7th stage of the martial path. How could they not deal with the man in black? Okay, Yizhong did not doubt it at all and directly swallowed it. In an instant, the strength of his spiritual energy skyrocketed by a level. He turned pale with fright and laughed loudly. Ha, die. At this time, Yi Xian and Yi Zhang were both in the 7th stage of the martial path. Although there was a time limit, it was enough. Impossible, it's actually an explosive spirit pill. You actually got an explosive spirit pill. The man in black panicked and exclaimed, "Haha, cut the crap. Die." Yi Zhang's morale increased, and he threw a punch full of power. With Yi Xian's help, he punched the man in black's chest. Good chance. While the man in black was flying, Yi Xian suddenly took out his black iron bow. Chaotic Star Arrow. A spiritual arrow was shot out, but in an instant, it split into 2. 3 arrows flashed and pierced the man in black's body. One more time. Die for me. Seeing that the arrow did not hit the vital points, Yi Xian immediately shot another chaotic star arrow. This time, the man in black's heart was pierced and he died instantly. Plop! The black-clothed man's corpse fell to the ground, no longer showing signs of life. Huff, huff, that was close. Looking at the corpse of the man in black, Yi Xian let out a deep breath. He never thought that the Chan clan would actually kill someone in broad daylight. At this time, Yi Zhang shot forward like an arrow and grabbed the black-clothed man's face cloth. He is indeed from the Chun family, an elder of the Chun family. After Yi Zhang finished speaking, he quickly walked over to the man in black who had been killed by Yi Xian and took off his mask. But when Yi Zhang saw the face of the black-clothed man, his face turned pale. This person was not from the Chun clan, but the Wu clan. Damn it, the Chun clan has indeed allied with the Wu clan. Brother, hurry back to the Lin clan and inform your clan head. Yi Zhang hurriedly shouted at the injured Lin clan guard. As for the Lin clan guard who had been ambushed by the black-clothed man, he had died at the side. He had been killed by the black-clothed man in an instant. Okay. The Lin clan guard understood the seriousness of the matter and hurriedly dragged his heavily injured body back to the Lin clan. In this incident, the Lin clan had lost a peak 6-stage martial path cultivator, but the Chun clan and the Wu clan each lost a 7th-stage martial path cultivator. Presumably, this news would spread to the 2 clans very soon. Therefore, Yi Zhang had to return to the Yi clan as soon as possible and organize his men to prevent further accidents. After Yi Zhang and Yi Xian hurriedly returned to the Yi clan, they also informed the experts of the Yi clan. Not long after, the Lin clan head also brought a large group of experts over. Brother Yi, the Chun clan and the Wu clan are too arrogant. They actually dared to attack in broad daylight and even killed one of our Lin clan's consecrators. This grudge must be avenged. In the Yi clan's main hall, Lin Ming said angrily, "That's right. Now that the Chan clan and the Wu clan want to eliminate our 2 clans, I'm afraid that they will make a big move soon. Rather than that, why don't we act first?" Yi Zhang nodded. Lin Ming was startled. "Brother Yi, what do you mean? Let's quickly attack the Chun clan and eliminate them first. We'll catch them off guard." Yi Zhang's eyes flashed with a fierce light. If it wasn't for Yi Xian today, he would have died at the hands of the other party. Hearing this, Lin Ming hesitated for a moment. He glanced at Yi Xian. One had to know that Yi Xian had just killed a 7th-stage martial path cultivator. Moreover, both the Chun clan and the Wu clan had lost a 7th-stage martial path cultivator. If they didn't attack now, when would they? Okay, I'll immediately go back and gather the experts of my Lin clan. We'll massacre the Chun clan. Lin Ming nodded. After they discussed the plan, Lin Ming hurriedly left. Although Yi Xian's martial arts were useless, it was too late. If the Chun clan and the Wu clan joined forces, then they would be in a passive position. They had to eliminate one of the clans first. In less than 10 minutes, the Yi clan gathered hundreds of experts. Among them were members of the Yi clan and the Yi clan's consecrators. Most of them were 5th-stage martial path cultivators. Only a dozen of them were 6th-stage martial path cultivators. In addition, there were 4 7th-stage martial path elders. Yi Xian, after we kill our way into the Chun clan, follow the 2 of us. We'll take you to the Chun clan's treasury. The Yi clan's third elder said to Yi Xian as they were about to leave the Yi clan. Now, that Yi Xian was at the peak of the 6th-stage martial path. He was one of the top experts in the Yi clan. As long as he broke through again, he would reach the 7th-stage martial path, which would greatly increase the strength of the Yi clan. Okay, Yi Xian nodded. He liked this kind of treasure. At this time, Yi Zhang and the 4 elders took out some things. The former said, "Today's battle is very important, so we took out some of our treasures. You can take them all." Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He had forgotten that these people still had their own private savings. He estimated that these things added up to at least 10 million taels of silver. He didn't act pretentious and absorbed all of these things in front of them. Ding! The host has received 12 devouring points. 12 devouring points. In addition to the 7 points he had left, he had a total of 19 devouring points. Immediately, he exchanged them for 5 explosive spirit pills and distributed them to the 4 elders and Yi Zhang. The Qin clan only had 1 mid-stage, 7th-stage martial path cultivator and 3 others. Excluding the black-clothed man who was killed by Yi Xian, there were only 2 people left. After the 4 elders of the Yi clan obtained the explosive spirit pills, their strength would increase by a level. At the same time, the first elder could temporarily break through to the peak of the 7th-stage martial path. In addition to the support of the Lin clan, the Chun clan was definitely going to be destroyed. Chapter 33. When the passers-by saw the Yi family gathering so many people, they retreated and followed them. They didn't know what was going on, but when they saw the direction the Yi family was heading, they instantly understood. The Yi family's target was the Chun family. 10 minutes later, the 100 experts of the Yi family gathered at the entrance of the Chun family. Lin Ming also arrived 2 minutes later. More than 200 experts gathered in front of the Chun family's entrance, scaring the Chun family. The overall strength of the Lin family's team was slightly stronger than the Yi family's. Other than the Lin family's old master, all the experts in Lianyan City had already arrived with weapons. Among them, there were even 5 7th-stage martial artists. However, Yi Xian had used the remaining points to exchange for martial arts, so he couldn't give the Lin family the spiritual explosion pill. "Brother Lin, let's go," Yi Xian said to Lin Ming. "All right, all Lin family disciples listen to my order, kill," Lin Ming shouted. In an instant, the experts of the 2 families rushed into the Chun family's residence. Both families were wearing their families' uniforms, so they couldn't recognize the wrong person. As for the Chun family, they didn't have enough time to gather all the experts in the family. Even if they did, they wouldn't be a match for the 2 families. After Yi Xian rushed into the Chun family's residence, he followed the 3rd elder and the 4th elder into the Chun family's residence. "Chun family trash. Watch me loot your treasure trove." Yi Xian was very excited because there were definitely many good things in the Chun family's treasury. He could at least break through once, maybe even twice. The 2 clan elders were both at the middle stage of the 7th stage of the martial Dao. Those Qin clan martial artists weren't even a match for them. Furthermore, there was Yi Xian, who was wielding a black iron bow. The 3 of them were enough to deal with more than 10 martial artists at the 6th stage of the martial Dao. "Bastard, how dare you kill my Chun family's disciples, die for me." Suddenly, a person rushed out and chopped down at Yi Xian's head with a broadsword. "A mere 6th-stage martial path expert dares to show off in front of me." Yi Xian's eyes were cold. He instantly took out a long sword and stabbed at an extremely fast speed. Gale triple stab. Rip! The long sword pierced through the heart of this Chun clan expert, instantly killing him. Yi Xian was already an expert. He didn't need to use a level 6 martial art to deal with those who were weaker than him. He could just use the Gale sword technique. Originally, the 2 elders were still worried about Yi Xian. However, after witnessing Yi Xian's strength, they calmed down. "Let's go. We're almost at the Chun clan's treasure vault," shouted the 3rd elder. The treasure vault was an important place for every family. Normally, there would be experts guarding it. As Yi Xian and the other 2 went deeper, the number of experts from the Chun family increased. However, Yi Xian could easily kill those people with his chaotic star arrows. Human wave tactics were completely useless against him. We've arrived at the treasury. Let's go, we'll kill our way in. The third elder shouted and opened up a path for Yi Xian with the fourth elder. Intruders! Some people from the Chun clan shouted. However, their news was too slow. They only found out now that the Yi clan and the Lin clan had already killed their way in. Yi clan, how dare you barge into my Chun clan and plunder my Chun clan's treasury? A loud shout drifted out. A figure suddenly jumped out from the pavilion beside the treasury. It's Chun Xin from the Chun clan. The third elder recognized the other party and immediately charged over with the fourth elder. Chun Xin was only in the early level 7 martial path. The two of them were also in the early level 7 martial path. In a 2 versus 1 situation, how could they not kill each other? However, in the next moment they were wrong. After exchanging one move with Chun Xin, they immediately realized that Chun Xin wasn't in the early level 7 martial path. He was in the middle level 7 martial path. Haha, looks like I hid well. Today is the day the two of you die. Chun Xin laughed. The third elder's expression changed. He exchanged glances with the fourth elder and took out a pill. Fourth elder, let's end this quickly. Hearing this, the fourth elder also took out an explosive spirit pill and swallowed it. In an instant, the two of them rose a level and reached the middle level 7 martial path. What? 2 explosive spirit pills? Chun Xin was shocked. One explosive spirit pill was extremely precious. He had never heard of it in Lianyan City. Even in big cities, it was rare. However, now was not the time to be shocked. He had to escape. What a joke. He had just broken through to the middle level 7 martial path. How could he deal with 2 martial artists of the same level? Stop him and kill him. The third elder shouted, his battle intent surging. The Yi clan only had 1 person in the middle level 7 martial path. However, the Chun clan had 2. Fortunately, they had attacked early. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. While the 3 of them were fighting, Yi Xian continued to shoot and kill the experts of the Chun clan. Yi Xian, you go in first. Remember what I said. The third elder suddenly shouted. Okay. Yi Xian nodded. Then, he kicked open the door of the Yi clan's treasury and rushed in. Now that Chun Xin was stopped by the third and fourth elders, it would not be long before he died. Yi Xian also had an explosive spirit pill. Even if there was another level 7 martial path martial artist, he was not afraid. The Chun clan's treasury was similar to the Yi clan's. There were some wooden boards with names written on them. However, Yi Xian did not even look at them and walked toward the end of the treasury. The third elder said that the Chun clan's treasury is just an empty shell. Everything is actually at the bottom of the treasury. Yi Xian walked to the end of the treasury and looked around. Sure enough, he found a mechanism. This mechanism was behind a mural. Yi Xian gently pressed the mechanism, and the entire wall cracked open, revealing a path that led underground. The Yi clan spies are really good. They even found out about the mechanism of the treasury. Yi Xian could not help but sigh. Then he took out his long sword and walked down. He heard that there was a level 6 demonic beast guarding the treasury, so he could not let his guard down. Roar! Before Yi Xian could finish walking down the stairs, a low roar came from the treasury. Yi Xian turned the corner and saw a red leopard. Level 6 demonic beast, fire cloud leopard. Yi Xian recognized this demonic beast. When it reached adulthood, it was equivalent to a mid-stage level 6 martial path martial artist. Roar! When this fire cloud leopard saw Yi Xian, it directly pounced on him. Go to hell. Yi Xian coldly snorted and directly slashed out. Level 6 martial technique, thunderclap sword. ZZ. The entire fire cloud leopard was cut in half by Yi Xian's sword. There was a sound of thunder coming from the wound. Yi Xian stepped forward and pierced the fire cloud leopard's head with his sword. Chapter 34. A rank 6 demonic beast is indeed different. One of them is worth at least 100,000 taels of silver. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Then, he looked at the 4 stone rooms on both sides. All the treasures of the Chun family were probably in here. Haha, Treasures, here I come. Yixian laughed and cut the lock on the first stone room. He rushed in and began to devour everything. Ding! Host has devoured a heavenly heartgrass. Host has gained 1 devouring point. Ding! Host has devoured a blazing fire rock. Host has gained 1 devouring point. Ding! Host has devoured a medium-grade ordinary weapon. Host has gained 2 devouring points. Yixian's spiritual power was increasing rapidly. He had absorbed a lot of good things just now. After he devoured all the good things in this treasure house, he finally broke through. Ding! Host has broken through to rank 7 of the martial path. He finally broke through. Haha, I broke through. My spiritual power is so high. My physique has also improved a lot. Yixian was surprised and happy. He rushed into the second room and began to devour. Then, he went into the third stone room and the fourth one. However, after breaking through to rank 7 of the martial path, the cultivation resources needed to break through had increased greatly. After breaking through, he had absorbed more than 20 million taels of silver, but he still hadn't reached the bottleneck. Well, it's good that I broke through once. There's one last bottle of elixirs. I'll eat it first. Yixian picked up the last jade bottle, but he found that it didn't contain elixirs, but a liquid. He was surprised because the liquid inside looked very thick. It didn't look like a healing medicine like the 100 flowers do. Forget it. Devour. Host has devoured the blood essence of the dragon steel turtle. Current blood essence of the 100 beasts is 1 out of 100. When the blood essence of the 100 beasts is full, the blood essence of the 100 beasts can be activated. Yixian was stunned. What the hell was the blood essence of the 100 beasts? In the next moment, he suddenly remembered that this was the low-level blood essence that was worth 100 devouring points in the blood essence section. That dragon steel tortoise seems to be a 7th rank demonic beast. Could it be that if I devour 99 more 7th rank demonic beast corpses, I will be able to obtain the 100 beast bloodline that increases the strength of my body? Yixian thought to himself that if that was really the case, then he would have made a huge profit. A bottle of 7th rank demonic beast blood essence was not expensive. If he collected 100 types of blood essence, it would only cost tens of millions at most. Moreover, Yixian could hunt 7th rank demonic beasts himself. Haha, a 100 beast bloodline that can strengthen one's physical body. In the future, it can even be upgraded to an intermediate bloodline. Good stuff. Yixian laughed a few times. Unfortunately, there were not many items in the treasury that were worth more than 1 million. He only received 20 devour points. The harvest from this trip to the Chun family's treasury was simply too great. Not only did he devour nearly 30 million worth of good stuff, he even learned the special method to activate the 100 beast bloodline. Forget it. Let's go out and destroy the Chun clan first. Yixian also directly left the treasury. Now that he was in the middle of 7th rank martial path, he had an explosive spirit pill and 20 devour points. At this time, he estimated that even the Great Elder would not be his opponent. After all, he had already used his devour points to exchange for a few 7th rank martial arts. In the entire Lianyan city, there was no news of a 7th rank martial art. However, there was one now. When Yixian came out, he coincidentally bumped into the 3rd elder and the 4th elder. It seemed that they had already killed Chen Xian. Yixian, how is it? The 3rd elder asked curiously. Completely wiped out. 7th rank martial path. Yixian replied concisely. Good. Our Yi clan has another 7th rank martial path expert. The 3rd elder laughed a few times and continued. The Chun clan is probably almost wiped out. Only the old and the weak are left. Let's go back and take a look. Immediately, the 3 of them rushed back. More than 10 minutes had passed since the Yi and Lin clans rushed into the Chen clan. More than 200 experts were definitely able to kill the Chun clan members who had not yet gathered together. However, Yixian and the other 2 were too relaxed because they found that the battle was still going on and the intensity was not small. Not good. It must be the Wu clan's reinforcements. These are the city guards. The 3rd elder's expression changed and he quickened his pace. Along the way, they encountered quite a few city guards, but they were all killed by Yi Xian's bow and arrows. Now that he had broken through to the 7th level of the martial Dao, even an expert at the 6th level of the martial Dao wouldn't be able to dodge his wind-chasing arrow. The three of them quickened their pace because they found the corpses of the Lin and Yi clan members on the ground. HM, it's Uncle Lin. Yi Xian killed a city guard with one arrow and found a familiar voice in front of him. It was the Lin clan's patriarch, Lin Ming. Immediately, they went to provide support and killed the few city guard experts who were besieging Lin Ming. Lin Ming, what's the situation now? The third elder hurriedly asked. When Lin Ming saw the third elder, he let out a sigh of relief and said, Wu Tian suddenly brought a large group of experts and surrounded the entire Qin clan. An 8th rank martial path cultivator also rushed in and scattered our people. What? 8th rank martial path? Who? The third elder was astonished. Logically speaking, Lianyun City should not have an 8th rank martial path cultivator. It's Wu Yang. He broke through to 8th rank martial path. Lin Ming said with a dignified expression. Yi Xian had heard of Wu Tian and Wu Yang. Wu Tian was the Lianyun City's city lord, and Wu Yang was the previous city lord of Lianyun City, Wu Tian's father. 8th rank martial path. I'm afraid we are not his match. We need to gather our people. The third elder frowned. Yes, now that most of the Chun clan's experts are dead, even the Qin clan's patriarch, Chun Xiang, was killed, only the women and children are left. We just need to gather and turn the tables. Lin Ming nodded. Immediately, he followed Yi Xian and the other two and wandered around the Qin clan, looking for experts on their side. In a short while, they had gathered dozens of people, and the number was still increasing. At this time, they were gathered in the Chun clan's martial arts field. However, when Yi Xian saw Yi Zhang alone, he could not help but ask, Uncle, where are the first elder and second elder? Although Yi Zhang did not have any injuries, he looked like he had fought a big battle. When he saw Yi Xian, he could not help but answer, Wu Yang of the Wu clan suddenly attacked and scattered our group. Yi Xian nodded silently, but he had a bad premonition in his heart. Chapter 35. The Yi family and the Lin family weren't fugitives, so they normally wouldn't kill the old, the weak, the women, and the children. After hearing the voices of Yi Xian's group, they quickly rushed over. After a while, the number of people increased to about 150, but the Yi family's first elder and second elder were still nowhere to be seen. Even the Lin family's mid-stage, 7th stage martial path elder was nowhere to be seen. It seemed that there was a problem. Come, let's go out together. Yi Zhang's face was gloomy. This time, the destruction of the Chun family was a done deal, but they didn't expect the Wu family support to come so quickly. Furthermore, the Wu family's Wu Yang had broken through to the 8th stage martial path. This wasn't a good sign. However, with the two families joining hands, even the Wu family would have to think twice. After all, the 8th stage martial path wasn't omnipotent. The Yi and Lin family's 100 people walked out just like that. When the city guard saw them, they immediately retreated. Soon, they arrived in front of the Chun family's gate. At this time, there was also a large number of people gathered in front of the Chun family's gate. There were armored city guards, but there were also some unfamiliar figures. Without surprise, they were the Wu family's people. There were at least 300 to 400 people here, more than the Yi and Lin family's people. However, most of them were recruited city guards. Their strength was between the 3rd and 4th stage martial path. Very few of them were at the 5th stage martial path. They could be considered cannon fodder. Yi Zhang, Lin Ming, you are really bold. You dare to act so recklessly in my city? Do you think that I Wu Tian don't exist? When Yi Zhang and the others walked out, a middle-aged man at the gate shouted. He was the Lianyun City's city lord, Wu Tian. Wu Tian, don't put on airs. Now that the Chun family is destroyed, your Wu family won't be able to survive for long. Yi Zhang coldly snorted. Is that so? Fine, then I won't say anything more. Bring him in. As soon as Wu Tian's voice fell, 2 Wu family experts walked out from the crowd with a person whose hands and feet were tied behind his back. First elder, Yi Zhang's eyes widened when he saw the person who was tied up. Isn't this the Yi family's first elder? Yi Zhang, they definitely want to use me to threaten us. Don't worry about me. The great elder of the Yi clan roared. As long as one was an idiot, they would be able to tell. Otherwise, why would Wu Tian capture the Yi family's great elder? Shut up. Before the Yi family grand elder could finish his words, a person walked out from the side and directly slapped the Yi family grand elder's face. It was Wu Tian's father, Wu Liang, who was in the 8th stage of the martial path. Wu Liang, I didn't expect you to break through. Damn it. Lin Ming gritted his teeth and said after seeing this person. Today, if it wasn't for Wu Liang, they could have easily exterminated the Chun clan and then rushed to the city lord's mansion to exterminate the Wu clan. Unfortunately, an unforeseen event occurred. In addition to the great elder of the Yi clan, many other experts were captured, including an elder of the Lin clan who was also in the middle stage of the 7th rank. This was going to be difficult. Family head, don't worry about us. Just attack directly. As long as we exterminate the Wu family, Lianyun City will belong to our 2 families. Yes, don't worry about us. We can sacrifice ourselves, but we can't be threatened by them. To achieve great things, some sacrifices must be made. We are already prepared. A total of 15 people were captured by the Wu clan. They were all prepared to sacrifice themselves. After all, under the situation where the 2 families joined hands, even if the Wu clan had an 8th-stage martial path expert, they would not be able to resist. All of you shut up. Wu Liang shouted and waved his hand to signal the people around him to take the captives away and seal their mouths. The city lord of Lianyun City, Wu Tian, also took a step forward and said, Chun clan, Yi clan, you dare to act recklessly in my Lianyun City. Now, I will give you a chance. Put down all your weapons, and I will consider letting you go. Bullshit, someone immediately yelled out. What a joke. As long as the Yi clan and Lin clan were exterminated, Lianyun City would belong to the Wu clan. Would the Wu clan let them go so easily? Yi Zhang and Lin Ming looked at each other. They were the leaders of the 2 families, so they naturally had to think for their families. Although the great elder of the Yi clan and the others were captured, they understood that the bigger picture was more important. Therefore, they had already planned to give up on the captives and fight to the death with the Wu clan. However, just as they were about to give the order, Wu Liang suddenly said, Chun clan is only a chess piece of my Wu clan. I just wanted to borrow your hands to exterminate the Wu clan, but I did not expect that your actions would be so fast. However, it's best for you to know that I don't only have these 15 captives. Before I led the team here, I had already sent the city guards to your 2 clans. Now, I guess your wives and children have already been captured. What? When the Yi clan and the Lin clan heard this, they were all astonished. The Wu clan actually still had a backup plan? Bullshit. Wu Yang, do you think we'll believe you? An expert of the Yi clan stood out. Hee, it is up to you whether to believe it or not. Anyway, the overall situation has already been decided. Lianyun City will still belong to my Wu clan. Wu Yang coldly snorted. That's right. If you don't believe me, then wait for a while. I think my guards are already on their way. Lianyun City's city lord Wu Tian coldly smiled. Everyone from the Yi clan and Lin clan were silent. In their hearts, they also faintly believed him. Originally, they thought that the Wu clan and Chun clan were working together. However, they did not expect that the Wu clan was using the Chun clan as cannon fodder. Taking advantage of the fact that they were mobilizing all their forces, they took their family members hostage to threaten them. This was something that no one expected. The atmosphere became very strange. Both sides did not make a move and only waited silently. Yi Xian, if the situation is not right, immediately enter the Chun clan and escape by jumping over the wall. In the crowd, the 3rd elder softly said to Yi Xian, who was beside him. Yi Xian did not say anything. He only silently stood there. It was absolutely impossible for him to leave by himself. Moreover, he had a plan in his heart that might be able to intimidate the Wu clan. Moreover, just now he used devour points to exchange for a rank 7 martial art. In a group battle, his bow and arrow would be very effective. he would definitely be able to completely wipe out the Wu clan. However, it was better to wait for a while. The atmosphere between both sides was very strange. Both sides wanted to kill the other side. That way, Lianyan City would be peaceful in the future. Chapter 36. Time passed bit by bit, but they did not see any city guard arrive. The crowd was still gathered around them. Strange, there are only a few cultivators who have not even reached the 5th stage of the martial path left in the two families. Why haven't my guards arrived yet? Lianyan City Lord Wu Tian was puzzled. As time passed, Wu Tian's expression became worse and worse. It seemed that the guards he sent had met with an accident. Could it be that the Lin and Yi families still have experts? Isn't the old man of the Lin family in seclusion? Could it be him? Wu Tian muttered in his heart. Ha ha, City Lord Wu, your acting skills are too good. A group of people began to laugh. During this period of time, their nerves were tense, afraid that the city guards would capture their family members and threaten them. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. However, at this time, someone suddenly reacted and shouted, "Not good! This Wu Tian is stalling for time." Everyone was stunned and opened their eyes wide. Assuming that what Wu Tian said was true, and that his city guards didn't actually go to the two families and was only using this as an excuse to stall for time. During that period of time, perhaps Wu Tian city guards really went to the two families? Kill Wu Tian. Damn, we actually let him stall for time. Quick, kill him. Go. In an instant, the Yi family and Lin family's arrogance surged. They wanted to take advantage of the situation to kill the Wu family members before the situation became worse. Yi Zhang and Lin Ming glanced at each other before they shouted out. Immediately, everyone rushed out of the Qin family and charged towards the Wu family. Wu Yang, hand over your life. The Lin family's middle stage, 7th stage martial path shouted and rushed towards Wu Yang, with 2 early stage, 7th stage martial path cultivators following him. Since you are so blind, then all of you can die for me. Wu Yang also rushed forward. He was an 8th stage martial path cultivator. He could even easily defeat a peak 7th stage martial path cultivator. Not to mention these people. More than 200 people instantly exchanged blows. The scene was extremely huge. The spectators all retreated, afraid that they would be affected. Today's battle was probably the biggest battle in the history of Lianyan City. After Yi Zhang gave the order, Yi Xian also took out his black iron bow and raised it to shoot. However, he also had a target in mind. Whoever dared to touch those 15 people, he would kill them. In just a few seconds, he had killed 7 of them. Quick, kill them. Don't let them get away. Someone from the Wu family shouted. Whoever moves will die. In the distance, Yi Xian's eyes were piercingly cold. In an instant, he shot out an arrow and killed the martial artist who shouted. Just now, Yi Xian had broken through to the 7th stage of the martial path after devouring so many good things. At the same time, he also had more than 20 devour points. He spent 10 points to learn the level 6 martial art, Chaotic Star Arrow, to the 2nd stage. Now he could shoot 6 arrows in an instant. This Chaotic Star Arrow was also a rather peculiar martial art. The first stage was a rank 6 martial art, while the second stage was a rank 7 martial art. Buzz! The black iron bow's bowstring vibrated, and a spirit arrow instantly split into 5, killing several martial artists of the Wu family. Yi Xian's killing speed was definitely the fastest among the people present. No one could block his deadly arrows. Not good, the other side has an archer. Quickly kill him. The Wu family shouted again. Before they finished speaking, several martial artists rushed towards Yi Xian. However, before they could get close, they were directly shot to death by Yi Xian. In less than half a minute, the number of martial artists Yi Xian had killed had already reached 10. The Wu family's influence was also very great. In addition to the 100 Wu family experts, there were also 200 city guards. However, these city guards were basically below the 5th stage of the martial path. They were considered cannon fodder. Even if all of them died, Wu Tian would not be sad. However, as time passed, the Wu family's advantage in numbers became less obvious. Yi Xian, good job. Help us rescue them. The third elder suddenly shouted and then rushed over with several experts. Although Yi Xian's archery skills were exceptional, it wasn't difficult for the Wu clan experts to kill those tied-up captives. At this moment, other than the Great Elder, the Second Elder, and the others, 7 people had already been killed by the Sword Qi. If you want to save them, you have to get past me first. Lianyan City, Lord Wu Tian shouted and blocked in front of them. Then, he waved his sword a few times and scattered Yi Xian's chaotic star arrow. You have some skills. Let's see how you block me. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. He suddenly took out a pill and swallowed it. In an instant, the spiritual energy in his body increased by a level. Spiritual explosion pill. Yi Xian was originally at the early 7th stage of the martial path, so his spiritual energy was suppressed by Wu Tian. Now that he was at the same level as Wu Tian definitely would not be able to easily destroy his spiritual energy arrows. Chaotic Star Arrow. Yi Xian raised his hand and shot another arrow. This time, the spiritual energy arrow split into 6 and shot towards the martial artist behind Wu Tian. How is this possible? Wu Tian was shocked. He reached out to block 3 arrows, but missed 3. He realized that the speed of these arrows was much faster than before. Moreover, their strength had also increased. At this time, the Third Elder and the others rushed over and started attacking Wu Tian. I'll hold him back. Go save them. A savage voice came from behind. It was Yi Xian. Hearing this, the Third Elder and the others dodged to the side and stabbed into the city guards like a sharp knife. Stinking brat, how dare you kill so many of my Wu family members? I'll take your life. Wu Tian's arrogance surged. He did not care about the others and rushed towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian was currently at the middle 7th stage of the martial path and had a few 6th-grade martial arts. Therefore, he was not afraid of Wu Tian and immediately went up to meet him. Mountain-splitting palm. Thunderclap sword. Boom! 2 waves of energy instantly collided and caused an intense shockwave. The shockwave swept out and instantly enveloped the entire area. However, what Wu Tian did not expect was that Yi Xian's figure quickly appeared in front of him and slashed out again. Thunderclap sword. Pung! Wu Tian was sent flying. He realized that his speed was much slower than Yi Xian's. Fortunately, the martial arts he used were not weak, so he was not injured and was only sent flying. How is this possible? The city lord was sent flying by this brat? Who is that brat? You don't know? That's Yi Xian, the one who stripped Chun Song naked and threw him on the street. That's too scary. Even the city lord is not his match. That's impossible. The city lord must have been careless. Wu Tian's expression darkened. Just as he was about to stabilize his body, a figure suddenly flashed out from the crowd and slapped him on the chest. Then, he was instantly captured. Chapter 37. If you don't want Wu Tian to die, then stop. An earth-shattering roar resounded in the air, causing everyone to stop moving. Everyone turned their heads to look, only to see that the one who spoke was a white-haired old man. Although he was old, his body was extremely sturdy. He had one hand on Wu Tian's throat, as if he would strangle Wu Tian to death if anyone dared to make a move. Father! Lin Ming was pleasantly surprised when he saw the old man. The old man who suddenly appeared was Lin Ming's father, the Lin family's patriarch, Lin Xiao. Old Master Lin has come out of seclusion. Yi Zhang's eyes widened as well. Soon after, joy appeared on his face. Lin Xiao, it's actually you. After seeing Lin Xiao, Wu Liang's face twitched. He already had a bad premonition. If I didn't come out, then I would have fallen into your trap. Lin Xiao slowly walked to Lin Ming's side and coldly snorted. Everyone, don't worry. The people that Wu Tian sent are all dead. Impossible. You're only one person, even if you can save the Lin family. What about the Yi family? Wu Yang did not believe it. He clearly sent out 2 groups of city guards, each led by a peak 6th martial realm expert. The Yi family was now in full force, leaving behind only the younger generation with insufficient battle strength. I don't know about the Yi family. When I arrived, your city guards were all dead. Lin Xiao lightly replied. He was speaking the truth. Impossible. The Yi family already has no experts. How could they destroy my city guards? Wu Yang still did not believe it. After all, he felt that his plan was flawless. They also considered Lin Zhao's unforeseen event, but what about the Yi family? Could it be that an expert passed by and saved the Yi family? Uncle Lin, is what you said true? Yi Zhang also did not dare to believe it. It's true. When I arrived, the city guard were already dead in front of the Yi family's gate. Their heads were all cut off. I don't know who did it. Lin Xiao nodded and handed Wu Tian over to a peak 6-stage martial path cultivator. If he tries anything funny, immediately cut off his head. When Lin Xiao appeared, the fate of the Wu family had already been decided. The remaining hostages had already been rescued. Without them, the Wu family would not be able to withstand the combined forces of the two families. Damn it! Wu Yang cursed in his heart. His own son was actually captured by Lin Xiao. This was going to be troublesome. Right at this moment, Lin Xiao suddenly shouted, "Wu Yang, come out and fight." Hearing those words, Wu Yang narrowed his eyes and stepped forward. He had also heard that Lin Xiao was breaking through, but he didn't know if Lin Xiao had broken through or not. But even if Lin Xiao had broken through, it didn't matter because he was also in the 8th stage of the martial path. When he saw Wu Yang walk out, Lin Xiao continued, "Wu Yang, if you surrender now, I can spare your life." What? Wu Yang looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief. Both of them were over 70 years old, but Lin Xiao was still able to say such funny words. Today is destined to be a bloody battle. Lin Xiao, don't talk so much nonsense. Come on. Wu Yang waved his robe and assumed a fighting stance. Wu family's Thunderburst fist? Lin Xiao recognized it at a glance. He walked out and stood there quietly. Seeing this, Wu Yang's anger soared. Lin Xiao was actually not prepared at all. Obviously, he was looking down on him. Lin Xiao die? Wu Yang roared. He stomped his feet and pounced forward like a ferocious tiger. Everyone present opened their eyes wide. This was a battle of the peak. One had to know that it was rare to see a battle between 8-stage martial path cultivators. However, to everyone's surprise, the battle only lasted for a second. Kacha! A crisp sound was heard. Wu Yang's arm bent and was instantly broken by Lin Xiao. Immediately after, Lin Xiao's right hand clawed at Wu Yang's neck. The battle only lasted for a second before it was over. How is this possible? They are both 8th-stage martial path cultivators. Why is the gap so big? Everyone watched in disbelief. Wu Yang was defeated in an instant and fell into Lin Xiao's hands. This was simply inconceivable. Even if Wu Yang was a paper tiger and his true strength was only at the peak of 7th-stage martial path, how could he be defeated in an instant? Impossible, Lin Xiao. How can you be so strong? Wu Yang shouted. The hand that grabbed his neck was so strong that he could not breathe. Huh, then feel it again. Lin Xiao suddenly grinned, and the spiritual power in his body surged out. When Wu Yang felt the strength of Lin Xiao's spiritual power, his face turned ashen. How is this possible? 8th-stage martial path middle stage? No, this is the peak of 8th-stage martial path. Wu Yang was stunned and could not help but murmur. Peak of 8th-stage martial path. This level also caused the entire audience to be silent for a full 10 seconds. Is it really the peak of 8th-stage martial path and not the peak of 7th-stage martial path? Haha, that's right. I am now at the peak of 8th-stage martial path. I was trying to break through to 9th-stage martial path, not 8th-stage martial path. Do you understand? Lin Zhao's voice slowly faded away. Everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. In such a short period of time, Lin Xiao actually broke through an entire 9th stage. Is he still human? Moreover, even Lin Ming, as his son, did not know that his father had become so strong. One must know that Lin Xiao had only been taught by the Heavenly Yuan Sex Enforcer for half an hour. In just half an hour, he had such a huge improvement. Just how strong is Eugene? Without waiting for Wu Yang to speak, Lin Xiao said, Wu Tian, Wu Yang, I will give you a chance. As long as you lead the Wu family out of Lianyan City, I will spare your lives. How about it? Lianyan City's city lord, Wu Tian, was stunned. The current situation was clearly that his Wu family was finished. Now that he and Wu Liang were captured, the Wu family was like a group of dragons without a leader. They probably did not have the will to fight anymore. Lin Xiao, are you serious? You are willing to let my Wu family go? Wu Tian also did not dare to believe it. In front of him was a good opportunity to eradicate his Wu family. As long as his Wu family fell, Lianyun City would belong to the Lin family. There were countless small cities like Lianyun City. Only the city lord of a large city had an official position. Even if he, the city lord of Lianyun City, died, the profound Sun Empire would not care. That's right. As long as you let them go, I will let you and your father go. I will also let your Wu family safely leave Lianyun City. Lin Xiao nodded. Wu Yang, who was being choked by Lin Xiao, hesitated. He already had half a foot in the coffin. At most, he could live for another 10 years. It was fine if he died, but the Wu family was built by him. He did not want the Wu family to accompany him after his death. Where there is life, there is hope. Chapter 38. Wu Tian glanced at his father and immediately nodded. All right, I promise you. Very good. Lin Xiao nodded his head in satisfaction and released Wu Yang. Wu Tian was also released. Both sides had completed the transaction. Lin Xiao also kept his word. Let's go. Wu Tian shouted and prepared to leave with the group. Wait. Lin Xiao suddenly stopped them. Wu Yang's expression changed and shouted. Lin Xiao, are you going back on your words? I, Lin Xiao, am a man of my word, but I never said that you can return to the Wu family. From today onwards, the Wu family will no longer exist in Lianyun City. After Lin Xiao finished speaking, he turned to Lin Ming and said, Bring some people and raid the Wu family. Do you dare? Wu Liang shouted. Why wouldn't I dare? I can kill all of you by myself. Do you think I don't dare? Lin Xiao coldly glared. Good, very good. Winner takes all. I, Wu Yang, will remember this. Wu Yang coldly snorted. The Wu family's group also stopped moving and quietly stood in place. At this moment, they were like fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. At this moment, Lin Ming brought some experts to the Wu family and occupied the Wu family. Then, Lin Xiao extended an olive branch to the Wu family's consecrators. As the city lord of Lianyun City, Wu Tian had more experts under him than the Chun family. However, these people were all shocked by Lin Xiao's strength and immediately defected to the Lin family side. Not long after, these consecrators all left the Wu family and joined the Lin family. Now that the Wu family had occupied the city lord mansion, what was the point of following Wu Tian? Soon, Lin Ming returned with hundreds of people. These were all Wu family members. Then, the Wu family was chased out of Lianyun City. Close all 4 city gates. No one is allowed to leave the city. After the Wu family members left Lianyun City, Lin Xiao gave the order. Now that he had chased Wu Tian out of Lianyun City, he was the city lord of Lianyun City. This matter could be considered to have come to an end. The city lord of Lianyun City was chased out of Lianyun City along with his family. This was definitely a big matter. However, this was not a big deal. It was common for an empire to change dynasties. As long as Lianyun City continued to pay taxes, it would be fine. Now that the Chun family and the Wu family were destroyed, their properties were divided. The Yi family got the Chun family, and the Lin family got the Wu family. Even though the Lin family had taken a lion's share of the pie, if not for Lin Xiao, things would not have ended so easily. However, Yi Xin had a plan in mind at that time, and that was to use the Shattering Cloud sect to intimidate the Wu family. Even the Shattering Cloud sect probably didn't have a 15-year-old 7th-tier martial artist. No matter how strong the Wu family was, could they be stronger than the Shattering Cloud sect? Any random person from the Shattering Cloud sect could annihilate the Wu family. This time, Yi Xin had also gained a lot. Although the Chun family's treasury had been taken away by him, the Yi family had obtained all of the Chun family's properties. When the time came, would they still have to worry about not having enough money? At this time, the Yi and Lin families were gathered in the main hall of the city lord's mansion to discuss some matters. The current city lord was not Lin Xiao, but Lin Ming, because Lin Xiao felt that he was too old. The Lin family and the Yi family had a good relationship, and they had a common ancestor, so the Lin family would not do anything to the Yi family. The matter had come to an end, but Yi Xian's strength was questioned by the Lin family. When Yi Xian had visited the Lin family, he had only been in the mid-6th-tier martial path. How could he have broken through to the 7th-tier martial path in just a few hours? Now, even if Yi Xian tried to find an excuse, he would not be able to hide it anymore. Thus, he could only reveal that he could devour natural treasures to increase his strength. After learning of Yi Xian's ability, the Lin family's upper echelons were shocked, and so was Lin Xiao. Seniors, this kid's physique is extraordinary, so he needs a large amount of cultivation resources. I have a few cultivation techniques here that you can take a look at. Yi Xian took out the martial arts he had copied, including the chaotic star arrow. What? A 7th grade martial art? Lin Xiao was shocked. After all, there had never been a 7th grade martial art in Lianyan City. However, when they saw that this martial art was related to archery, their eyes dimmed. This martial art is good. With it, my Lin family's hunting team's efficiency will increase by several times. At this moment, Lin Ming suddenly exclaimed. Every family had a hunting team that was responsible for hunting monsters outside. However, they usually used the more common method. However, when Lin Ming saw Yi Xian's battle in front of the Yi family's gate, he realized that his archery skills were not bad. Not to mention the long range. If they could form an archery team, then they would be able to make the enemy pay a heavy price before they could get close. After that, Yi Xian took out a few more martial arts techniques. Lin Ming was very generous and spent 30 million taels of silver to buy all these martial arts techniques. Moreover, Yi Xian had learned his lesson. He purposely asked Lin Ming to prepare items that were worth more than 1,000,000 taels of silver. This way, he would be able to gain devouring points. With the help of these items, Yi Xian directly broke through to the middle of the 7th grade martial path. He also gained a lot of devouring points. Now, his long-range attack ability was not bad, but the close combat martial arts level was not high. Therefore, he spent some points to buy a few 7th grade martial arts techniques. However, this time, the Lin family did not have enough liquid funds to buy martial arts, so Yi Xian allowed them to buy on credit. When they had the money, they would pay him. It had been 3 days since the Wu family left Lianyan City. In these 3 days, the Yi and Lin families were very busy because they had to take over the Chun and Wu families' businesses. They were already very busy. After such a big event, Yi Xian also rested in the house for 3 days. He was different from ordinary warriors. Cultivation had no effect at all, so he could only practice martial arts. At this moment, in the back mountain of the Yi family, a young man was practicing swordsmanship. This person was Yi Xian, who had broken through to the middle of the 7th grade martial path. The current him was the Yi family's first line of combat strength. Now that I have a few 7th grade martial arts techniques, the Yi family's overall strength has increased by a lot. It seems that I have to find some time to obtain the 100 Beasts bloodline. Yi Xian put away his long sword and thought to himself. Now, his 100 Beasts bloodline had not been activated. It was still only 1/100. He had been thinking about this matter. As long as he had this bloodline, his strength would definitely increase greatly. He would even be able to challenge those of a higher level and win as the weak. Right at this moment, a beautiful figure suddenly dashed towards him. Yi Xian, time to eat. This beautiful figure ran to Yi Xian's side and handed over the bamboo basket in her hand.